It's so wonderful to see all of you here today. You just saw a little bit of a video, a film, which captured some of the impressions from our project. We have our wonderful participants of the project with us today, our Americans as well as the Germans. And it's always good to get some dynamism right at the early in the morning at the start of the conference. So could I ask all of our participants, our Americans and Germans, just to stand up so that everybody sees, and give them a big applause that they made all the way. That they made all the way from Atlanta and Los Angeles to participate in our big final event of our 2-year project, Transatlantic Cities project. And you already noticed a little bit of local patriotism when you saw some of the pictures. And I hope that you will have plenty of time to meet with each other, to build new networks, to learn about each other's cities. I'm Stormy Miltner. I'm the director of the Aspen Institute here in Berlin in Germany. If you don't know the Aspen Institute, I would say it's high time that you get to know us. We are both a think tank and a convening platform. And our purpose is to bring people together with different backgrounds, not just across the Atlantic. We also have a Europe program, but bring people together with different perspectives, different backgrounds, different experiences, also different opinions, different interests, and create a platform on which to meet, to bridge these differences, to learn from each other, to exchange best practices, to exchange worst practices, not to repeat them, and to build networks and to contribute to finding solutions to some of our biggest problems we are facing, or which humanity is facing, on a shared values driven basis. So what we are also about always is fostering values-based leadership. And so we did also in our Transatlantic Cities project. I don't think that I need to tell you about the importance of cities. But I still wanted to share a couple of data points which I found striking about cities. Today, about 55% of the world's population lives in cities. I thought that is a lot, but it's really not a lot in comparison to how many people are going to live in cities. By 2050, this percentage is going to be 70%. And now think about this. Do you think our cities are prepared for this, for such an influx of people? Do we have the sufficient infrastructure for this? The hard infrastructure, the soft infrastructure? How are we going to deal with this? Another striking figure, which I found, is that cities are responsible for about 80% of global energy and resource consumption. And again, if you think that is a lot, which I think it is a lot, it is going to increase as well until 2050 if we don't do some things differently than in the past. Cities are facing I would say cities are at the forefront of sustainability issues. If you were in Europe this year, in Berlin or in some other European cities, you dealt with sweltering heat. Rome, for example, had experienced heat waves of 40, 41, almost 42 degrees. That is 107 degrees Fahrenheit. That is pretty hot. And our cities are not prepared for this. And it is inner cities. And this is the average temperature then in the city. You had higher temperature in hot spots of the city, where you have a lot of concrete, very little trees, and also lots of water issues. In other cities, and some of you might have been in New York recently, you had to deal with other severe weather events, lots of rain. And I'm thinking of Miami, for example, where you are struggling with lots of water also coming from below. You're struggling with rising water levels, sea levels. So cities have to deal with much more severe weather events, but it's not the only thing which cities are struggling with, but also social equality and inequality issues, poverty and social injustice. And a lot of cities are struggling with this. I found another really striking figure which I wanted to share with you. And it's a figure which the German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development put out. And they found that the number of urban poor is rising 30% faster than in rural areas. So that is something which we definitely need to address. So cities are at the forefront of sustainability. And not just environmental sustainability, but also social sustainability, or the social aspect of sustainability, and certainly also economics and economic competitiveness. So working within cities, it's not an easy job, because you have to square the circle and bring everything together in real time, and sometimes also without the experiences where this is going to head, with a lot of pressure and a very short time frame, and also impatience by justifiable those people who are living in cities. So it's really not that easy. And this is why we decided to do this Transatlantic Cities project, to bring together representatives from different sectors, because we believed it's not sufficient that just the architects are really important, but it's not sufficient that architects just talk to architects. It's not sufficient that government officials just talk to government officials, that civil society just talks to civil society, and think tankers talk to think tankers, unions to unions, and so on. That just doesn't work. That doesn't work for solving the big problems the cities are facing. And it's also not sufficient to do this within one country. We truly believe that we can learn a lot across countries. And we also think that such a cooperation is necessary in an increasingly conflictual, global, geopolitical and geo-economic environment in which cities also play a huge role. So international cooperation of cities is also something which we wanted to foster. And all this led us to our project and the selection of our participants, who spent 2 years now, almost 2 years with us, put a lot of effort into our project and time as well, and developed scenarios for how the city could look like in a best case if everything went well, and really the worst case, and some cases in between. And if you haven't had a chance yet to look at the publication, please do so. There are some publications back there. And our first panel is also going to go into the scenarios more extensively. But building on these scenarios, our participants also developed policy recommendations to put into action. And that is also something we want to discuss today. And we are here to learn from each other. So not just to present, but we are looking forward to a really active participation by all of you. So each of our sessions will have a Q&A. And within the Q&A, you not only have to ask questions or can ask questions, but please also contribute with your own experience. This is what Aspen Germany is about. We want to be as interactive as possible. With this, it's my really great pleasure to hand over, first introduce and then hand over to our first keynote speaker. It is my very great pleasure to introduce Florian Howard to you, the State Secretary for Federal, European and International Affairs of the Plenipotentiary. That is a really hard word to say in English. And I did practice and I'm still stumbling. Of the state of Berlin, of the federal government. And it is thank you so very much for taking the time for supporting our project. I also want to thank the Lotto Stiftung wholeheartedly, without whom this project wouldn't have been possible at all. But first, my thanks is to you that you are here today with your team, that you take the time. So please come up here and please. And a big applause. But before I hand over and give the floor to you, I want to ask you one question. What would be the 3 adjectives you would use to describe Berlin to our visitors?
Oh, it's a difficult question. I think it's hip.
Hip, okay.
free and dynamic.
Hip, free and dynamic. I couldn't agree more. And so are you. So
okay. Oh. Yes, dear Mr. Mildner, dear Dr. Mildner, thanks a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, and I just have to precise it. I'm not from the federal government, it's the state government of Berlin. And okay, it's no problem. Thanks a lot for your invitation and special and big thank to our friends from the United States for joining us today. I am very happy to welcome you to the final conference of the Transatlantic Cooperation Project for Future Cities. On behalf of all participants, I would like to express a special thanks to the Aspen Institute Germany for the successful implementation of this project and the organization of today's conference. Thank you. Many thanks also to Dr. Mildner for the introduction. Cities play an important role in shaping our future. As Dr. Mildner just mentioned, already today, more than half of the world's population lives in cities. And according to forecasts, the proportion will grow to 70% by 2050. Berlin, too, will continue its growth path of recent years and is estimated to have more than 4 million inhabitants by 2040. Cities are also places of cultural diversity and social change. Urban culture promotes the exchange of knowledge and collaboration, and many cities are home to excellent educational institutions and research centers. These are powerful pull factors for cities. We can assume that the importance of cities will continue to grow in our globalized world, also as in an international context. Cities have become important hubs for international cooperation. I am extremely pleased that today's Berlin is a reference site for issues that move and shape cities around the world and on both sides of the Atlantic. Cooperative relationships between cities have a long tradition. Today, Berlin maintains a total of 18 city partnerships worldwide and is involved in numerous international and multilateral networks. Through its history, Berlin is linked to the United States in a very special way. The first city partnership that Berlin has established was in 1967 with the city of Los Angeles. Today, the cooperation covers a wide range of topics. A large overlap of common interests and fundamental values unites our democracy on both sides of the Atlantic. Germany and the United States are linked by a dense network of civil society, scientific, and cultural relations. Many transatlantic institutions, such as the American Chamber of Commerce in Germany, the Checkpoint Charlie Foundation, the German Marshall Fund, the Villa Aurora and Thomas Mann House, and last but not least, the Aspen Institute Germany, are based in Berlin. 4 years ago, Berlin has opened the Berlin Business Office in the United States, based in New York, in order to deepen the existing close economic ties between Berlin and the United States. The Russian war against the Ukraine has once again underlined the central importance of our cooperation with the United States on economic, technological, and political issues. Transatlantic cooperation is and remains an important factor for global order and stability, especially in times of crisis like today. But new approaches are needed to deepen further the transatlantic cooperation and to jointly master the challenges in the transatlantic context. I think city diplomacy has an important role to play here. You know, the implementation of global responses to the challenges of our time often takes place at municipal or local level. Cities are responsible for the concrete implementation of policies and reforms. Involving urban actors not only increases resilience, but also the sustainability of cooperation. While cooperation at the nation-state level fails time and again, for example, because of geopolitical issues, cities cooperate in a quite flexible and goal-oriented manner. At the beginning, I mentioned the potential that cities have for our future. The COVID pandemic at the latest showed us that cities are also face enormous challenges. Whether Atlanta, Los Angeles, or Berlin, the three cities that were instrumental in the Future Cities project. So the transatlantic dialogue is facing new challenges. It is being shaped by a host of new issues. We all bear a great responsibility with regards to climate change, social justice, inclusion, mobility, health, and migration. The great task of coming decades will to make cities inclusive, resilient, and sustainable while fostering peaceful societies. To ensure that our cities remain livable and fit for the future, they need working infrastructure, payable and available housing space, modern mobility, as well as recreation options. This also includes efficient use of land, protection of the environment, and sufficient urban nature. Therefore, I am delighted that these topics are also at the forefront of the Future Cities project and today's conference. The aim should be to raise awareness of the complexity of tomorrow's city and to provide new impetus for the development of future scenarios. You will hear many exciting impulses and discussions today on how to shape the sustainable and future-oriented development of our cities and how transatlantic exchange can support this. It is about the need for smart cities, about climate protection and climate adaptation, about how to fight social inequality in cities. I would like to emphasize the relevance of these topics for Berlin in particular. Since the 1990s, Berlin has been committed to limiting global warming and shaping the quality of life in the face of climate change. The city is active in numerous international networks at all political levels. In view of climate change, Berlin's politicians have passed groundbreaking resolutions in recent years. Climate protection and climate adaptation are to play an even greater role in urban development. To this end, the Berlin Senate adopted the Urban Development Plan for Climate in December of last year. This is devoted to urban planning approaches dealing with climate change. Analyses show where and how Berlin will be affected by the consequences of climate change in the future, and where the city must act to take precautions. Measures are combined as needed to create climate protecting and at the same time heat reducing and water sensitive structures for a livable city. Such an integrated approach to climate protection and climate adaptation bundles forces and tips synergies. Climate change is not the only factor placing new demands on Berlin's development. The demand for land and the competition for it is increasing. Residential development sites are in short supply, as well as potential spaces for technical and social infrastructure. In view of the great urgency, underused and new land must be taken up in order to build housing and infrastructure as quickly as possible. And Berlin is breaking new ground. With the closure of the Berlin-Tegel airport in 2020, an extraordinary urban development potential was created in the northwest of Berlin. The so-called Schumacher Quartier in Berlin-Tegel will become a beacon for sustainability as a new urban district. Social, ecological, and economic requirements are brought into harmony here. Visionary concepts in terms of mobility, energy, and construction are being implemented in the neighborhood in various sub-projects. The Schumacher Quartier will offer over 5,000 apartments for more than 10,000 people, along with the shopping facilities and public amenities. Half of the planned apartments will be rented through the state-owned housing companies here in Berlin. In the center of the former airport, the Urban Tech Republic is being built, an innovation park for urban technologies. The green technologies of the future that are being developed and produced in the Urban Tech Republic will be applied in the Schumacher Quartier. The result is a neighborhood that is already incorporating the climatic challenges of tomorrow. But it should also be said that there is still a long way to go. Such beacons of urban development and smart economy as the Schumacher Quartier and the Urban Tech Republic must be further developed. The city infrastructure needs sustainable concepts to manage the flow of goods and people within the city in an efficient, climate-friendly, and economical way. In the coming years, Berlin wants to hold an international building exhibition in order to try out experimental and innovative concepts in a practice-oriented manner and to find solutions more quickly. It will address the mega trends of our time and work on the topics of architecture, construction, mobility, public welfare, the natural balance and resources, as well as mixed use and social diversity. In view of what lies ahead, I am excited to hear about the future scenarios and recommendations that the Future Cities project has developed. I'm very pleased that urban stakeholders from the United States, Germany, Europe, and other parts of the world are here today, in person and digitally. And I hope that this event will help break down silos within cities and pave the way to address the challenges in a transatlantic framework. With this in mind, I wish you a successful and inspiring event. Thanks a lot.
Before you rush off, Very good. First of all, sorry for mixing up those little small words. Off and to makes a big difference. But thank you so much for these enlightening words. We know that you are currently, you have a big workload to do, and you're under a lot of pressure. Maybe you can share with us, what are you currently working on?
Okay, we have some big crises here. There's a migration, a lot of people coming from, especially from the Middle East to Germany and especially to Berlin. It's a big challenge for us. And since last week, we have the Gaza war. And, you know, we have a lot of people from the Middle East and especially from Palestine here in Berlin. And it's a difficult situation for us to secure the Jewish institutions here in Berlin and to calm down the situation on the street and in the schools, especially in the schools in some parts of Berlin. And that's our main challenge at the moment. So we have some work to do, and I hope the situation in the Middle East is getting better and calm soon.
Yeah, we very much hope that as well. And we wish you all the best and good luck for dealing with the situation. I wanted to ask you one more question before you rush off, because this is not the first crisis you are dealing with, but you had to deal with another big crisis, another war, and another influx of people.
What do you mean?
Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Okay, you know, it's just, of course.
Of course, because it's so much part of your life.
I have to mention, we are in office since April of this year.
Yeah.
So most of the people from Ukraine already came 2022. And but there are still coming a lot of people, and if the war is getting worse in Ukraine and the weather is getting bad in the winter, of course, there are also a lot of people more coming from the Ukraine. But we try to manage this situation as good as possible.
And I found it very impressive how that has been done in the past and also this year. We hope that you will continue as you did, because we know that it takes a lot of energy, capacities, and also a lot of civil engagement to get that done.
Of course.
And for this, we thank you very much. We better let you go because we know how much you have to do. So give him a very, very big applause again for being here this morning. Thank you very, very much. Vielen Dank. Ich hoffe, ich hoffe es auch.
Have a nice day. Good conference, successful conference. Bye bye.
Yeah, and whenever he wants to go to the States, Atlanta and Los Angeles, will you have him? Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you so very, very much.
Thank you. Bye bye. Have a nice day.
So, and with this, it's my great pleasure. Where is my next moderator? Ah, there he is. To hand over the important part of moderation. Thank you, first of all, so much for taking the time being with us today.
My absolute pleasure. Thank you.
And but before I really hand over to you and give you this mic, tell us a little bit about yourself. What do you do?
All right. Thank you. I was going to do that on stage, but I can do it now.
No,
it's totally...
let's do it now. Because usually moderators don't get the attention they should get because they do a lot of preparation and a lot of work. So
Perfect,
I want to give you that attention.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm Alanos von Radetzky. I'm the CEO of a small innovative company from Berlin, which is called the Data Competence Center for Cities and Regions. And basically what we do is we work with cities and regions. We operate open source urban data platforms, digital twins, and we curate a community of cities that is actually working on shared source code so that we actually create scaling digital solutions for, energy, mobility, planning, environmental issues, etc.
So what does that mean? A digital twin of a city?
A digital twin of a city, well, basically what you can imagine it as a 3D digital, version of the city. And you can connect a lot of different data to it. So traffic flows, water infrastructure, air quality, etc. And based on that, you can model and you can run simulations and scenarios of the future city, right? It can help you to plan it, but it can also help you to manage traffic in real time, for example.
And are you a tech guy?
Me personally, I have become a tech guy. Yeah, but I had to become a tech guy. But not originally. Originally, I'm an urban sociologist. Yeah.
And also to you, the last question: how would you describe Berlin with 3 adjectives?
Oh my God, with 3 adjectives. Fast in mobility, slow in administration, and very open. Open. Yeah, it's an open and free city.
Thank you very much. And with this, I really hand over now.
Thank you very much.
And I give you one of the mics for your speakers who you will introduce.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Yes. Thank you very much. But yes, it's not about me. It's really about these fantastic panelists, which I would like to invite on stage together with me now. Please come on up and take a seat. And together, we will now guide you really through a journey into the future. I think so, yeah. These 3 panelists represent a bigger consortium of, I think, up to 15 experts who worked on developing future scenarios of cities in 2040. And together we will learn about those 3 scenarios and we will walk you through them. And the great thing is that each of our panelists, they also represent 1 project city each. So we've got Berlin, we have Los Angeles, and we have Atlanta. And together with you, we really want to discuss also, what is the meaning of those scenarios? So we will hear a bit about those scenarios, and then we want to explore the possibility and the likelihood of those scenarios. Maybe also understand how can we prevent some of the worst cases? How can we actually work towards the best cases? And I'm very curious to also get your reflections on this, because you've been dealing with this for the last, well, 2 years. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our panelists. So we have Nedra Deadweiler from the city of Atlanta. Great that you're here with us. Nedra is, so she founded Civil Bikes to make all of Atlanta's people more visible, to use walking and cycling tours to bring attention to unseen and unheard stories of Atlanta. Is that correct? That's correct. Very good. And you build community and you inspire action. We are very glad to have you here with us. Please give a big hand to Nedra. We also have Eli Littman from the city of Los Angeles. Fantastic. Eli is the executive director of Move LA. You have been serving over 6 years on the Move LA leadership board, and you played a pivotal role in the Measure M campaign. That's right? And you have a deep and profound expertise in transportation advocacy. So, in addition, you serve on various advisory boards, including the Climate Plan, and you even received the Think Global Act Local Award 2021 from the Transit Center. Yeah, so great to have you here. Eli, please, a big applause. And last but not least, we have Sanna Richter from the city of Berlin, a seasoned architect and assessor of planning at the Berlin Senate's Department of Urban Development, Building and Housing. Yes, great to have you here. You're a project leader and you work on the development of some inner city mixed use and housing quarter. Which quarter is that?
It's in Tempelhof.
I see. Tempelhof. Oh yeah, sorry, here, just take the mic whenever you say something. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's in the south of Berlin in Tempelhof, near the, famous former airport.
The famous former airport, the open field, maybe some of you have seen it. And you're also a teacher in urban design at the University of Hanover.
I was, yeah.
Yes, okay, thank you. Great to have you here, Sandra, so please, a big applause. So, you've heard about me, you've heard about the panelists. Before we start into hearing about the 3 scenarios, we want to also hear about you to understand a bit better, who is here with us today. So could maybe each of you show up who is not from Berlin? Who is not from Berlin? Who does not come from Berlin? Okay. Thank you, that's quite something. And who of you lives in like a mid-sized city, like not a big city like Berlin, a mid-sized city? No one. No, yeah, we've got two mid-sized city representatives here. Excellent, okay. Any smaller, like villages or towns represented? No, so we've got like a massive focus on big cities. Very good. Also, I would like to understand, what do you think? What are you inclined to think about the future of cities? When we think about 2040, do you think we will manage the green and just transition of our cities? Do you think so by 2040? Then yes, please show your hand. Wow, that's really, we've got one optimist here. Okay, very good, very good. Who thinks we're doomed? Who thinks we're doomed by 2040? Okay, 2 pessimists. 3, okay. 3.5? Was that a half, Eli?
I'm the optimist.
Okay.
The optimistic.
You're
one,
the optimist.
so, yeah,
You showed
green.
up and I didn't see it. Okay, great. Okay, and something in between? Something on the edge? Yes, okay. We've got a lot of realists in the room. Okay. Great.
And no team green, no.
So I want to do a little exercise with you before we get started. I count to 3, right? And on 3, all of you say the number one thing, like at once, right? The number one thing we can do to create future-proof cities, all at once. Okay? can we do that? Think about it, one second. The number one thing that we can do now to create future-proof cities. Okay, you got it? Right, I'm gonna count to 3 and I want you to shout it all at once, okay? 1, 2, 3. Fantastic, fantastic. So we've got an AI running in the background and they will analyze that and then they will come up with a scalable strategy for future cities out of that. Thank you very much. So now let's get to the scenarios and let's try to understand what are some of the projections that you looked into and maybe some of the likely or less likely scenarios. And yeah, I would like to start with Sanne. You start with the red scenario. It's called "The future is dark, dry, and soothing hot." So I'm very curious to hear about this. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't know if are the images shown that we produced? Yeah, okay, so because then you will see what does it mean, dry, dark, and smoking hot. Of course, well, yes, exactly. Yeah, we love the title, I must say. Well, in our scenario, we imagine how the city would look like if an unsustainable development would happen with a rising socioeconomic inequality that leads to an extremely segregated society and where yeah, extreme climate impacts are happening. This is more or less the framework and what are the living conditions are characterized in our future city. It is that inner city housing costs are at an all-time high. The lack of affordable housing pushes lower and middle income groups to suburban migration, and it leads to yeah, just some well-equipped city districts and others are quite without infrastructure that, like, for example, the public transportation system is near a collapse and the economic system is in a very bad shape. All in all, there is a fewer and unevenly distributed public services, and there are also education disparities between rich and poor areas. That means good schools are located where rich people live, and, well, the others, the low-income neighborhoods, schools are crowded and underfunded. So, of course, as you can imagine, healthcare access depends also on the socioeconomic status, which leads all in all to a physical and mental health that is deteriorating since, well, starting now, let's say. So all this pressure is increased by climate refugees that and migrants that also come from other areas, because as you must imagine, the access to water is limited, and so the infrastructure in cities are in some parts quite good and in some parts bad. So the city that we imagine in the red scenario looks like, or is characterized by growing social disparities, and it leads to, like, well, we said it's a pod-like organization. Some parts, it's not really just a small community, gated community that is where rich people live, but it's really like real big districts that have good infrastructure, and others are lacking infrastructure at all, one must say. So as well, digital infrastructure, fast internet islands are in some parts, and others are really just like without anything at all. I think what's also very important is that more extreme weather events will happen, like floods, but also we talked a lot about water and droughts that as well are challenges for the city in the future. So it means energy supply and water supply is getting worse and worse. Only 2/3 of the energy demands of cities are coming from renewable energy, from renewable sources, and so there's of course a high control over water and energy supply by nation states, we thought. And well, I think you already get quite an image of how the smoking hot, dry, and dark city looks like, but we ask ourselves, of course, as well, what are the main drivers that cause this kind of situation in 2040? And we thought that one main driver is the automation of jobs and tasks that lead to a reduced workforce demand. So, of course, only a small group benefits from, or a small segment of the population benefits from this development, and a rising part of the population is does not benefit from this wealth and power distribution. And because of this really rapid development, there is a lack of the development of regulatory measures and redistributive policies. So in this quite unhealthy climate, there's also the economic climate is worsening, and national governments constrain city budgets, so that the distribution is getting more and more uneven. This is also, as I already mentioned, getting worse by a population growth, and a population growth in the city, and also by climate change impacts. And as they were underestimated today, the cities were really unprepared, and the impact increase and the vulnerability of cities is increasing, and there's no possibility to react. Well, it sounds quite severe, but I must say we had some kind of fun as well thinking about this kind of scenario. I look at my colleagues because we were in the same group, but also we thought, okay, is this really realistic, or could this really happen? And I think that we also thought, yeah, might be, because we talked about if you don't do anything, things get worse. And I think the facts that were mentioned earlier about the development, if you really don't do anything, then quite a scenario could happen. And we thought that the city governments really, in our scenario to come to this point, the city governments focus on short-term solutions. And the mayors are only driven by events and crises, and not really in a state that they are proactively shaping the future. So then there's come somehow a tipping point, and after this, then you really are not able anymore to come to sustainable structures that can handle this kind of crisis. So we thought what comes together with this is that this could foster ideological political culture centered around confrontation and a populist movement that is undermining the government's stability. Yeah. So this is more or less the image that we created for the dark image, and I hope we have, after me are the more positive ones, so I'm looking forward to the others.
Thank you so much, Sanna. Very super interesting, super dark scenario that you were painting of our urban future. Let me just
Smoking hot.
Smoking hot, yes, smoking hot, absolutely. Let me just ask you about one or two points that I stumbled across in that scenario. So first of all, just a minor detail, but can you explain this air taxi thing?
Yeah, I didn't mention that before, but we imagined rich people are flying around by air taxis, and others, as I said, don't have any public transport anymore. I think this is one of the good things of this kind of workshop format, that we exchange ideas, and it's one idea that I look at Eli and Matt, who's sitting in the crowd. Because it comes from LA, and I understand that Uber already is experimenting with flying taxis, and of course, Matt sent a link, and I could see how it looks like. My image before was from Back to the Future, I think, from this film, but it looks, of course, a little bit like an airplane, and it is.
Yeah. It's a very serious proposal, and there are companies that are working pretty hard on it. And just yesterday, actually, in Santa Monica, Waymo launched its first AI driverless taxi system in Los Angeles that they've been experimenting with in San Francisco as well.
Very, very interesting. Yeah, I think we will get back to this later. I'm really curious also to hear from Nedra, you know, about the, let's say, you know, the spread from a very efficient bicycle to a very inefficient urban air taxi and what you think about this. But we will discuss it later. I have another question for you, Sana. So, you know, what I kind of were thinking when I was reading this scenario is, in how far does the, you know, the money that we now already have to spend on responding to climate change, on, you know, we heard it on rising water levels, on stormwater mitigation, on urban heat islands, et cetera, and how far does that lag to prevent the red scenario from happening?
Yeah, I think that that we have to spend a lot of money now. Sometimes I think it's not only about the lack of money, but it's on. I mean, you were saying that we in Berlin, the administration is slow. So of course the question is how do we organize ourselves in order to spend the money sustainably so that it comes to this kind of solution. It's not only a question of the amount of money, I think, but of course, and I sometimes think that that protection and climate adaptation are two that people still think that okay, we have to either do one thing, climate adaptation, or put all the money on the measures that help us protect and reduce energy consumption. But I think we have to do both, and this is why it's so important that we have to invest now. And I think we talked about that it's important to make quite quickly very good decisions, because it's so important that we now go and get on the right track, because otherwise I think it will happen like we said. As I said, we first thought, okay, it's so unrealistic what we are thinking of, but then we kind of thought might be able that this kind of
yeah, please.
I was going to add that we actually debated this quite a lot, because there were some opinions that there would be just a complete collapse of the renewable energy market, and we would actually backtrack from where we were, and people would just be using like diesel engines everywhere out in the open kind of thing. But we agreed that, and it's actually very similar to the blue scenario, that the trajectory and the investments in renewables would actually continue to drive us forward. We just wouldn't achieve the goals that have been set in 2020 or earlier for 2040.
Right. Yeah, thank you very much. And with this, Eli, thanks for taking over. Now we heard the negative, like the pessimistic scenario. Now let's hear the opposite. So you will present us the green scenario, the city of contact and solidarity, please.
Fantastic, thanks. Yeah, and as a father of 3 kids, one of my kids' favorite movies is the Lego Movie. Has anybody seen that movie? And I sort of feel like Emmett in that movie, because everything is awesome. Well, the whole place is kind of falling apart. But no, our scenario, or this scenario, the green scenario, was a city of contact and solidarity. And what it really represented was healthy, safe, and well-governed cities was what we came up with this scenario. And I really want to focus on the differences between this scenario and the other scenarios. The first one really was in governance, right? What we really see in this scenario is more open and experimental city politics, and the adoption of an entrepreneurial culture within governance, which is going to lead to better coping with complex problems, with crises, and by taking more risks and communicating these risks. I think you said, you described that one of the challenges with Berlin, was the frustrating sort of pace of bureaucracy. And so in this scenario, that's kind of not been solved, but resolved in a way. And so we see more democratic decision-making. And I really liked this part, because for the last previous 8 years, I was on the Neighborhood Council Commission for the City of Los Angeles, which is this grassroots democratic system within the City of Los Angeles. There's 99 neighborhood councils that represent diverse populations. And so, we saw that as a way that the governance can be more democratic, but also ability to take more risks and cope better with the challenges. So the second difference between the green scenario and the other scenarios is sustainability. So in this scenario, we're seeing 90% of renewable energy coverage with lower prices rather than higher prices. We're seeing electrified public transportation with less traffic and reduced vehicle miles traveled. And a tip to both my colleagues here, we're seeing bike and walk networks, right, that are preferred, really thinking and imagining the 15-minute city, right? That concept that you probably have read about. And you biked here this morning, right? So yeah, we're all transit and active transit and public transit lovers and riders. And then the third difference is really affordability. So looking at better socioeconomic or fewer socioeconomic inequalities, and they really seeing them decrease. There's more and abundant affordable housing, social housing, education funding. People want to live in cities rather than leave them. And there's really a good balance between jobs and skills. So the jobs that are there, the people that are there have the skills for the jobs that are necessary at the time. But I also want to make the point about this scenario that not everything is absolutely perfect and rosy. And that's really important as well, right? You know, this isn't some idyllic society. There aren't, and it's not to also say that there aren't crises in governments, right? They're just handled better than they have previously or in the other scenarios. And as you heard as well, we haven't achieved 100% renewable energy, but things are on track to that, right? And we're headed in that direction and hopefully to achieve those goals. And the climate impacts cities, but they've been better, more resilient, more able to adapt. And then social inequalities still exist, but they're not as prevalent, right? They're not as defined and they're not so ossified. And I think so, you know, I think it's important to understand that even though this is the green scenario, it's not a perfect scenario. It's not an idyllic society, but it is better than the red and the blue. So.
Yes, great. Well, thank you so much. It definitely gives a nice contrast to what we just heard from Sana. And yeah, I also have like one or two questions just to deepen our understanding. So one thing you just kind of like skipped over, I read it and I was quite intrigued, was the scenario talks of the importance of an open source data platform, which of course, you know, I know, yes, I share that importance, obviously, because I work on that. But what is like, what were your thoughts when you were discussing this?
Yeah, no, this I think is really important, is to have more transparent data, and we've really been pushing on that. Recently, we have a position in Los Angeles called the Controller's Office, and they've been pushing a lot of open source data that people can look into and visibility. And it's really important for so many reasons. I think you probably understand this. You mentioned one with traffic. We did this project last year. We were really interested to find out, you know, in LA, where we regularly are getting 10 days of 100 I'm not very good at Celsius, but really, really hot temperatures in certain parts of the city. But we also lack bus shelters. But we didn't actually know how bad it was. We just kind of had an estimate. And it turned out that a government agency had all that data, but they had it in some database that nobody could access. So we worked with that agency and a local university to open up that data and have it be available so that everybody can see it. So, but it's still, you know, it's on ArcGIS, so you can see it, but it's not like easily accessible. So we actually wrote some legislation so that you could actually, in California, see where the bus shelters are when you open up like Google Maps or Apple Maps. So something like that is really important when we're talking about traffic situation, right? We're planning for the Olympics with one of my cohort members, Aaron from the mayor's office in LA, and traffic, right, is going to be a huge issue. And so when you talk about a digital twin, right, for a city being able to respond to traffic in real time, you know, in just 5 years, and that's something that we've been working really heavily on, is like, how do we get more people we're calling this the No Car Olympics. Nobody's supposed to drive or is going to drive to any of the games. And so how do we create a network in the city known for its cars of biking and walking and shared use mobility and buses and trains in the next 5 years? And so data is going to be really vital to understanding that, and open source data. So I think those are sort of two very like specific examples of what that means.
Wow, like great. And no car Olympic in Los Angeles. This is
Hey, yeah, right? I love it. Hey, we're all about busting,
Yes.
perceptions and changing how we think. So now you're like, uh-oh, I got a big job ahead. Yeah.
So
Mostly.
So is that then the stepping stone towards making Los Angeles a good candidate for the green scenario, I guess?
Let's hope.
Yes.
Let's hope. I mean, we definitely, and I think this is, I mean, we can talk about this more, but I think, these are scenarios, but I think you can sometimes pick and choose. I mean, different cities are going to have different challenges. I'm still very concerned about, affordability and affordable housing, in our city. We have a huge homelessness crisis that is all consuming. And so, on the affordability stuff, I mean, we've been working a lot on that. We just passed a measure to fund affordable housing, and we just had a big announcement yesterday on pushing for more social housing, like they have, in Vienna. But yeah, some things might be green, some things may not be.
That
Some
brings
things
me
might be
to one additional question I had when I read this scenario. So how come people in the green scenario, basically being subject to the same technological transition we're going through, have more good work than in the red scenario?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I think part of that, is that we see as a society the limitations of AI, which is that, it can be really challenging for job opportunities and can really destroy a lot of jobs. And so I think in the green scenario, there's more of a balance between, ensuring that there's jobs for everybody at all skill levels and different types of jobs, so that there's not just folks who sit in front of a computer and, design cities, but there's folks who, also have to make sure that, services are taken care of, and that our streets are cleaned and our transit systems are cleaned and our hospitals are well managed and taken care of, and we have good healthcare workers as well. So, and I think there's also an understanding and a realization that computers can't and, robots can't do everything for us, and that there's importance of, kind of a human focus on it. And so creating a better balance, I think, of that, and a regulatory environment that sort of promotes that, I think is good. I mean, in LA, I don't know if you've been to LA, but now you have these little robots that are delivering food everywhere. They like walk with you on the street. People are like looking at me weird. This is coming to your city. They like put the food in and then they come and deliver it to you. And it's taking a lot of, delivery jobs. I saw some folks on bikes here who are delivering food. And so, I think it's starting to recognize that, okay, there's a place for having some of this robot technology, but also having somebody come and deliver your food is also important, and we need jobs for those folks as well.
Right. Thank you so much. Yes. I think we will take a little bit deeper look at this issue later on. But now, Nedra, we would like to hear the third scenario, the blue scenario, titled "Resilience Can't Be Reactive, Resilience Needs Resources."
Yeah.
So please take us through this.
Yeah, so I think our motto is a good in-between of both these scenarios. It's a little bit of pessimism with a glimmer of hope. And I will say that our thinking really can be summarized in like these two statements, that cities are at a critical juncture between collapse and sustainability, and that successful efforts to reduce social inequalities, but climate impacts caught the cities off guard. So like, if we don't deal with the social aspect of things, we're not going to get any remediation. And some of the like 4 areas that we've discussed, for us, it's political infighting and a lack of consensus. And that can be seen pretty broadly in increasing conflicts between urban and national state governments, forcing cities to forge partnerships in an attempt to forego central decision-making and invest in alternative resourcing. And I'd say secondly, transparent and accountable governance. but complexity hinders our decision-making, especially in energy transition. Second would be policy changes and budget constraints. Affordable housing increased due to mayoral initiatives, but inner city housing costs in attractive areas soared. So there's some investment, but not enough. Education budget rose, but the sustainability of education investments also is uncertain. As more people are moving into the city, there's so much more of a demand for education, but not enough resources to actually do the job. Technology advancements without institutional innovations. Again, I mean, if there aren't that the innovative touch to what's happening, we can't progress. So a healthy economics ecosystem with a mix of local and global activities and no shortage of skilled labor, but cities continue to need resources to support retraining and education for the future of work. And then just low perception of climate change severity. And I mean, we're definitely feeling that sort of constraint now. In Atlanta, there are a number of homes that are energy burdened. So energy is a very important area that needs to have some innovation. And a good example of that is renewable supply at around 65%, falling short of earlier plans due to political and price factors.
Right, thank you so much, Nedra, thank you. Also here, I mean, obviously this is more, let's say, well, a balanced scenario dipping a bit into the green and into the red world, let's say, trying to keep, trying to go for the green, but not being able to quite achieve it. It mentions conflicts between cities and national governments, more particular than the others. So I was wondering about what are these conflicts and how do they impact this, you know, the city in the sense of the blue scenario?
Yeah, in the blue scenario, that conflict is around how the resources are spent, you know, where resources are coming from, who's paying for it. And so like that ownership of how the design becomes, like how are we funding education, and then what are we educating people for? Because we don't have, you know, is it for a job, a skilled job? Is it for an advanced job? And then it becomes, you know, that whole piece around the social infrastructure. If we haven't dealt with social inequality, economic inequality, then, you know, we kind of continue. It can either, if we don't improve, I mean, if we improve, we have like a peaceful, manageable society. But if we don't, then it's built in a lot of conflict. So, you know, it's a little by little more incremented.
Where does Atlanta stand with regard to the blue scenario? Sorry, I didn't prepare you for that question.
Well, so I think if I am being honest,
yes, of course.
I am in the pessimistic side. Yeah. I feel that we are doing some work, but like as a whole, and this is not necessarily a critique of the city government or, you know, government, it's just that we have to deal with our social inequality. Atlanta is the most inequitable city in the US. I mean, there's a lot of inequality. You talk about LA, San Francisco, New York. You know, they just kicked Airbnb out of New York because people are being displaced with housing, but that's happened in Atlanta. Neighborhoods are gentrifying very fast. You know, homes are like affordable housing is set at 60% AMI, which may not mean anything to anyone here, but like displacement is rapidly happening. So we're kind of like at a precipice if we don't, you know, make some change that, you know, we're not going to be the green scenario. We won't even be a blue scenario. Well, actually, it might get better because it won't be inequitable. Everybody will have money. Everybody will have, you know, affordable housing. You know, it'll be the 10%, right? And everyone else will be outside of the city and commuting into the city to provide those service jobs. So it's like got to have a little bit more foresight. And that was one of the issues that I didn't read is around transportation, because although we have publicly funded transportation, it's not enough, doesn't go enough places, and that's due to like social issues. So we still have to deal with a lot of race and class.
Great. Okay. Thanks. Thanks for pointing that out. Very important reflection. Also, what I was wondering about, particularly this blue scenario, is talking about the challenge of dealing with complexity. I mean, when we design cities, when we develop cities, when we now need to transform the cities in the next, 20 to 30 years and beyond, this is probably one of the biggest challenges. How do we deal with complexity? In the blue scenario, this is one of the biggest challenges, and the cities don't really cope with it. So in how far, maybe the question also to all of you, in how far, does this not impact the other scenarios, or in how far is this solved in the other scenarios?
I mean, I'll look at the United States and talking about this tension between, nations and cities, right? I mean, everybody knows how dysfunctional the United States federal government is right now. I mean, they can't choose a speaker, right? So, you can have these big ideals at the federal level, but when you get to the city level, like, you have to be pragmatic, right? You have to make sure the lights are running and the streets are cleaned, and these very pragmatic decisions. And so if cities kind of get pulled in this ideal, this direction of, fighting between political parties and who's up and who's down, then we're going to see us pulled towards the red scenario. But if they stay in this space of look, we're here to get stuff done, and we're here to serve our constituents, it's going to pull more towards the green, right? So I think that, I think if you look at the situation right now in the United States, that's really the tension that we're dealing with here. Like, when you talk with, we have nonpartisan elections at the city level, and when you talk about it, we're neither red nor blue. We're neighbors, right?
Right. Do you want to add to that, Neva?
I would just add, this scenario talked about stakeholders and corporations being a part of the decision making, and that's something that we have to really kind of measure, sort of put some safeguards around, because we don't necessarily have that. Because if the city is not having money, it's coming from someplace, and that money also has influence. So it's those tensions are within the political, but it's also in who's providing the money.
Yeah,
right.
That goes back to the question that you asked me earlier about AI and jobs. I mean, we just went through what they're calling the hot labor summer, which is labor protests all over the world, and the biggest issue right now, and they're still in negotiations for the actors, is use of their person in perpetuity, right? And there's these situations where they're taking somebody's image after they've died and continuing to use it, and that's what they're fighting for, is those rights over your own person. And so that's a defining question right now, and if it goes in one direction, then we're talking about more of a red scenario. But if it goes in the direction which it has been, where folks who have been organizing in labor unions have been winning, and there's very strong unions I know here in Germany, you're going to see more people-focused, people-centered cities, and more jobs that are going to match those skills, rather than sort of robots and technology taking over and flying
and flying taxis. Yeah, we will come to that again. Do you want to add to that, Sana?
I was just thinking that it's it's not only a matter of politics, but also, seeing from my own field of expertise, that interdisciplinary working is quite important, because we always think, okay, this is, I think the solutions in climate adaptation, for example, are just being solved if we work together and find solutions that are not only worked on from one field, but from the others. But because, here we have quite a stable and bureaucratic organization, but in order to get to new solutions, we need to find new ways of working together, I think, and probably also new regulatory systems, and yeah, this is maybe just one more point that I think we have to talk about, and also maybe more research, because I think that in architecture and urban planning, which is of course my field, that we need to to take more risk maybe, and maybe to find more experiments in order to have new innovation, and this is something that we should do today, I think.
Thank you so much. I really like this. Solving the challenge of complexity with more interdisciplinary collaboration, because we can put together more perspectives, but I guess it would also require a good dialogue, yes, right? Where it's not just people shouting their opinions, but rather actually working together. Thank you so much. I'm sure there's lots of questions and maybe also thoughts in the audience. Before we now try to engage also together with you, and we really want to hear your contributions, there is a small little Mentimeter survey which we prepared. Do we have it? Can you maybe show it? Yes, perfect. Are you familiar with Mentimeter? Yes, some of you are. So now is the time, yes, to pull your smartphones, scan the QR code, and enter the code, this 8-digit code, and it will ask you 3 questions with regards to the scenario and what we just heard on stage here. Yes. Right. And please just take a minute or two to answer these questions. And I'm very curious to see. Yes, perfect. Here we go. Okay. There's blue is quite advanced. Blue's ahead. Red is catching up. Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay, so Team Blue is the biggest. Team Blue is the biggest. Nadra, people are with you. Yes, and yes, and interesting is that that the red scenario, the pessimistic, smoking hot scenario of future cities, actually gets more votes than the green, sustainable, and optimistic scenario. I hope that is just the reflection of a pessimistic room, and not necessarily the truth, but yeah, it gives us a very good indication. I hope you guys will kind of screenshot and save that for the documentation. Very good, very good. So, but clearly the blue scenario is the most likely. Can we move on to the next question? Okay, green was catching up there, thank you. So, should national governments play a more active role in shaping future cities? What do you think? Like, national governments in or out? Are they helping or are they not? Okay, it's a close race. Yes, 45% saying yes. 34, 35 saying no, okay. It's almost like an election, isn't it? Okay. Interesting. Okay, a slight inclination towards yes. National governments should play a more active role in shaping future cities. So, who of you, well, no, not who of you voted yes, but maybe someone of you who said yes, why? Could you explain your reasoning behind this? Yes, please. Do we have a microphone here? Yes.
Well, this can cut both ways, but in the U.S., states like Texas take away, once a city passes an ordinance or a local law that is something positive in the context of this conversation, the state legislature will take their power away. So that means that part of the solution is how does the federal government move money and resources directly to cities and not have to go through the state, which may not want to spend it as intended. So that's one reason.
Very good. And I believe we have similar issues in Germany, where the city level, taking decisions, funding cities is also done on the state level, not on the national level. So thank you very much. More opinions on that? There is one here.
Hi, thank you. I voted yes because, first of all, the German landscape is a bit different than an American landscape in terms of politics and the divide. So I'm less afraid of the national and federal government as a German. Still, I mean, last weekend was hard, but but technically speaking, cities provide artificial borders, and if we're looking at large-scale energy networks, for example, those are constraints that hinder large-scale innovation, large-scale construction of energy networks and building networks and whatever it is. So sometimes they hold us back.
Right. So basically saying there are like larger infrastructures that are super relevant for maybe advancing towards the green scenario, and the nation states can help us in building them. And I guess the opposite would be we need to create local, decentral, renewable systems, but who knows whether that would work. So we do have 34% of you who voted no. So do we find one or two representatives of the no team to share your opinion? Yes, please.
This is coming from both sides, as I'm from the United States, but have lived in Germany for 10 years. So I think no, because while I appreciate the points that were made on the funding and the infrastructure, the national infrastructure, I think that there should be also more room for local cities to experiment with things that the national government is just not doing. It's too slow, it's too divided, it's too polarized, whatever. I mean, the energy infrastructure is a good example. If there's a city, that has a plan to experiment with a renewable, locally established grid, whether it's microgrids or some kind of other, whatever, right now they're prohibited from doing that because they're forced to use the national grid and the national Verteilung and all of that. So I think it would be beneficial to have sort of lighthouse projects from cities that can show the rest of the country, look, actually it can be done better if you allow a little more innovation, sort of what you were saying, Eli, with the entrepreneurial spirit at the city level. I think it would be very beneficial to see those projects, or some of them, succeed and others fail, and then learn from that.
Thank you very much. Do we have one additional voice of someone? Yes, please.
Thanks. So I would say what she said. Plus, I would say in the context of the United States, right, I think cities should play a more active role in shaping future cities and probably in shaping the national government. And so in the United States, we have kind of a structural inequity with respect to how we are represented within the federal government structure. So a state like Wyoming, with a total population of fewer than 400,000 people, right, has 2 senators, right? Whereas in California, with 40 million people, we also have 2 senators, right? So you end up with this gridlock that's based on a fundamentally unrepresentative structure in Washington that does result in gridlock and all the types of decisions that don't necessarily align to our local priorities or our local values.
Thank you very much. Very important point, the political situation on the national level. How did you discuss that point in the 3 scenarios? Does something pop up to you?
I just imagine that in the red scenario, we talked about that there is no national government anymore. It's more like a city, a city state that is ruling. And this is maybe a little bit the problem also, because this kind of distribution and connection between cities is not working as well. So
back to medieval northern Italy,
maybe.
where city states were ruling. Interesting. Okay. Yes.
I mean, I think with the green scenario, there's always going to be geopolitical or climate or other challenges or crises. And I see these sort of, as waves that crash over, a city and impact cities. But in the green scenario, they sort of address them better. And a good concrete example of that happening right now is the geopolitical situation in the Middle East that the keynote was just speaking about. In Los Angeles, we have the largest population of Israelis outside of Israel. And so, so a city is impacted by something that is 5,000 miles away because of that. And you know, in the green scenario, the democratic institutions and the relationships in that city are able to address that crisis and bring people together and create some form of understanding or address a climate crisis by bringing folks together and being able to rebuild and refocus and address the crisis better than in the other scenarios where that wave kind of crashes over and topples the sandcastle of the city, right?
Right. So the green scenario clearly has a stronger impetus on the political power of the city.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. And, you know, with the understanding that there's always going to be a crisis or something that's going to, you know, it's just how do you respond to that, I think, is the difference.
Nedra, do you want to add to that?
I mean, I'm trying to remember what we were discussing, but I think it came down to funding, because it's like all of our situations, it was always about the money. And so, and just that ability to think about how local is very different, and being able to address the issues for the locales, be it around, I mean, again, our case kind of summed up with the inequalities. There needed to be some sort of bigger bag to be able to deal with it. So.
Right. Okay, thank you. We may come back to that, but now let's look at our last Mentimeter question, please. You already answered it. What will define tomorrow's cities the most? Technology, environmental sustainability, or social development? No, not all of you have answered. Please take a minute to think about, what do you think has the largest impact? Technology, environmental sustainability, and social development. Very clear picture here. Social development has the biggest impact. Very interesting. Okay, still gaining, and technology and environmental sustainability are more or less on the same rather low level. Social development, definitely the highest impact. Okay, I'm really interested in the reasoning behind that. So let's maybe hear from someone who said, yes, social development has the biggest impact in defining tomorrow's cities the most. What is your reasoning behind that? Yes, please.
Yes, that's a great opportunity, because I had already some thoughts to share with you. And the thing is, we have lots of solutions available, but we have problems of implementation. One of my favorite books is Pattern Language of 1970, and everything was written in there, and we still talk about it, and we're still not in the implementation phase. At the same time, we have politicians and administration people who even don't follow their own laws. So, for example, the Christian Democrats in Berlin don't follow their mobility law. They say, like, okay, no, we don't like cyclists, and so we stop the project on building cycling lanes. So the court has to force the Christian Democrats to keep going. And we have a problem on a social level rather than on a technology solution level. And so by the end of the day, I think we have even a problem of ethics.
Right.
So the problem is, if we don't follow our own ethics, there will be no solution. And I've been on the conference of the environmental psychologists and asked them about this issue. And they found lots of solutions why we act against our own values. And at the same time, they were doing it by themselves without being able to reflect on what they were preaching and at the same time not doing. So this is the key thing. We need to find ways how to connect ourselves with our values and live up to our values as a human being, as well as a politician, and so on.
Thank you very much. Very, very profound answer. Thank you. Do we have someone else who said yes to the social development as the most important factor? Why did you do so? All right. Fine, no problem. Do we have someone on the stage who would vow for social development as the strongest factor? I think, yes? Yes, Nedra? Yeah, please. So what would be your reasoning?
My reasoning is, I mean, I think this, I'll probably say this the whole day, is that we have different lived experiences. And so if we're trying to create societies that actually function well, have people who can contribute, then we have to also know their story. And I think there's a lot, at least in the US, there's a lot of conversation. I feel like that's rehumanizing us. And that's a lot of my work. We talked about it already. We have to rehumanize the story, like tell the story. And if we don't know the story, we don't understand our history. And I feel like, you know, what he just said is a great point. Like, what are our values? Why do we have these values? Where do they come from? So,
right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Eli, please, yes.
One of the things that we talked about in the red scenario was these mutual aid networks. Right. And so what I find fascinating about that is, like, you know, this is an apocalyptic, you know, Mad Max situation. And yet what are people doing? They're getting together to educate their children, provide mutual aid when there's a disaster because the government's not going to be there for them, and like take care of each other from a health perspective because they don't have access to good health care or even energy. Right. And they're not relying on technology. Right? They're relying on each other, you know, and to your point earlier about, like, well, if cities are more unaffordable, people are not, you know, being displaced out of it, and then they're commuting in to work at a job where they're earning crappy wages, bad wages. Like, why would they do that? And so if that breaks down, then you lose the you know, the impetus to even be in a city, and that sort of breaks down society. While on the other hand, if you know, unions are successful and workers are successful in fighting for their rights and fighting for more affordable housing and environmental sustainability as a society, it means the city has much more collaboration and
right, please.
And I would just say in Atlanta, mutual aid was a big part of how people receive food. I mean, it was, and many people began to homeschool their children. And so these like pods of education pods began to crop up. So there's a lot of infrastructure. I mean, I think it had been there informally, but like got formalized during the pandemic. And a lot of it is continuing. And I would say it's from the South, long time, families, you know, that's how we operate. Before, especially during segregation, that's how Black communities survived, was that mutual aid.
Right. Very, very great insights. Thank you so much. So reconnecting to the values all of us have intrinsically and finding ways how to institutionalize them to move towards the green scenario. Thank you so much. But we do have some technology evangelists here in the room. I would like to hear some of you. So who voted for the technology as the most important factor? Oh, yes, please. So let's hear. Why do you think that?
Well, I wouldn't say I voted for technology as the most important factor that there is. The most important factor is environment and social development. But the biggest lever, I don't never know how to pronounce it, the biggest lever on how to increase the impact on environmental sustainability and social development is technology. To stay with the example before with the energy networks, let's look at the rate of price drop of retrofitting buildings to become more energy safe, right, is dramatically decreasing, right? So it's becoming more and more possible to retrofit urban environments. I mean, in the suburban environments, we have heat pumps now everywhere they're popping up, but urban environments, we need to retrofit the buildings. And so the biggest lever, or lever, whichever it is technology. But the most important factors are the other ones.
Thank you. Very well put. Yes, just think about how prices for solar panels dropped, right? How solar energy has become by far the cheapest energy that is available on the planet, and how that is able to now actually shape also the energy transition in our city. So very, I think, very, very reasonable argument. Thank you so much. And what about the environmental sustainability? Does someone want to elaborate on that? Environmental sustainability, please. Yes, here in the back. Thank you.
I actually voted for social development, but I'll be the voice for environmental sustainability because I was the first chief sustainability officer for Los Angeles, and it is critical. Yet we can't. I think, as the panelists said, without we can have all the technology in the world. If it's not accessible and affordable, it doesn't matter if we have the most sustainable city, but it's not accessible and affordable. It doesn't matter. So but environmental sustainability is critical. We need robust policies and leadership at the local level. There's a US group of mayors called Climate Mayors working together across the country to prioritize climate action. So it's fundamental, and but we really need to look at sustainability. I know you used environmental sustainability as the operative word. Sustainability is the economy, equity, and the environment. So that's why they all need to work together.
Right. And I think it gives it really also hints, like a lot of the discussion, to a very important changing role of city governments. And I think we are in the middle of this need for a different type of city government and city governance. In particular, when we think about, and we discussed it, the complexity, right? Dealing with like increasing complexity, which comes from not only changing technology, but also changing environments and changing impact from the outside. But it also comes down to understanding the long-term perspective and pursuing a long-term perspective. So I was really, I'm really perplexed by that question. What type of governance do we need in our future cities? What is the type of governance that is able to guide us through a just and humane AI transition, that is able to deal with the impact of climate change, that is able to coordinate investments into sustainable and renewable energies and sort of a just and equitable transition? So how does that government look? What is the governance of the future city? Please, easy question.
I think we need governance that doesn't feed into its own hubris. One of the when I see social development, I think of equity, and that's a really huge conversation. It goes to the funding conversation. We have this sort of unwritten rule in LA that we divide by 15, which is the amount of city council members that we have, and it's just it shouldn't be that way. We need to address historic inequities. We need to address current inequities. And we need to be putting funding in places to those who are on the front line and fence line of environmental disasters and environmental and climate change. And so we really have to put our egos aside in governance and do what's necessary to ensure that all votes are uplifted. Otherwise, we end up back in our red scenario. So.
Sana, do you want to add? What governance do we need?
Yeah, I'm still thinking, of course, it's not an easy question, but I think it's getting more complex, actually. It's not getting easier, it's getting more complex, and I think that probably we will have to give up some of the control or we have to get rid of this idea that we can control everything. So we need strong regulatory systems that make sure that the red scenario is not happening. But on the other hand, I think there will probably there will be more layers added, like the global level is something that I think is becoming more important, that while climate change is happening, we have to talk with each other about, because it impacts very differently in the different regions. And so I think there will also be much more dialogue also on a global level, but also on the levels that we already have. So I think it's all in all, it's getting more complex, but nevertheless, maybe it also, while I think it was very important that this point that was pointed out about ethics, that also the question of how people are really involved and and what our governance is on this. I wouldn't say bottom up because I don't really like it, but I think more on the involving people into decision making and giving them an active role. It's not about transparency and information and so on, but really, enabling people to also get an active role, I think is an important question.
Thank you so much. Maybe
I would just add one piece, and I would say I do think transparency is very important because we have the government, but who's all involved in the government? And I think there's too many things behind. I don't want to just say a closed door, but we just don't know that has influence. So more transparency around who's involved, what's involved, and how. And I think that would also, that's the other piece.
Right. Thank you. Adding transparency. I would love to continue discussing with you. Unfortunately, time is flying. I have 100 questions in my head, but we need to come to a close because I've been showing the 3-minute sign now for the second time. So therefore, to draw to a close, I would like to have a very brief final round, final session with you, and I would like to hear from you first, Sana. What do you think is the #1 thing that Los Angeles and Atlanta should take from Berlin to step towards the green scenario?
I think that actually was one point that you said what you like about Berlin. I think open city is would have been one thing that I would have said as well. I think that we have and I think it's an important point also in the future of cities that the society is open and diversity is not only like a tendency, but it's really like a thing that we live. And so I think this is one thing that I would like to promote for other cities as well, because I think that today also with this, with the crisis, I think that security, even I feel, I never thought it would be a topic because in Berlin I always feel safe. But I think it is a guarantee for a safe and livable city. And this is one thing that I hope already exists in Atlanta and LA, but if not, then
come to Berlin and check it out.
Yeah.
Nedra, what should Berlin and LA copy from Atlanta?
To move to green?
To move to green, obviously, yes.
That is so hard. Geez.
How about your bike tour?
Exactly. Oh, okay.
Yeah, what's the line that they're creating?
The belt line?
The belt line.
Well,
I want that in Atlanta.
I mean, I think the belt line is great. Gosh, that's tougher for me to do. The belt line is great. I mean, it's like the High Line in New York, trails, but they also cause a lot of inequality as well. So I feel like Atlanta, we have some opportunities for learning. Right. And that if you could come to the city and look at it and you'll see like all the different scenarios, and then you can come away from it with, okay, I won't do this and I'll do this instead. I mean, there's a lot of good in so many things. I think people are great. I think the hospitality, that mutual aid, going into the country, like there's a lot of, but I think Berlin offers a lot of those things too. I mean, I like both of these cities.
So I could sense an invitation here, right? So
totally going to Atlanta.
Right. Eli, so final word is yours. What should Berlin and Atlanta take away from Los Angeles?
Well, I would say I wanted to add for Berlin. I went to the Festival of Lights last night, and it was so cool. And I was just imagining the same thing on the Hollywood side in Los Angeles would be so cool. So I want to take that from Berlin. But I was going to say from LA, sort of that entrepreneurial spirit. Matt runs the Clean Tech Incubator now, and it's just a shining light of an example of like what we can do to innovate and use private innovation with public dollars to like do incredible stuff on sustainability. And then just, LA just reinvents itself every generation, and just that ability to say, okay, we're going to change, is something really exciting and something that I would, bring to or encourage our colleagues in Berlin and Atlanta to do as well.
So great. So I think this really shows us there is a little bit of the green scenario in each city. And if we just piece it well together, we can actually find the transition pathway for each and every city. Thank you very much for your contributions. It has been fantastic to talk to you, to listen to you, and also to you. So please give a big applause to our panel. And with this,
And I didn't fall asleep.
I hand over back to you, Stormy.
Yeah, and you don't run away.
Oh, okay.
So we are almost in the lunch break, which I hope you will also use for some networking opportunity. But before I let you go, you asked us a question where we all shouted out words. What was the word you shouted out?
No, I was just listening.
Which word would you shout out?
So I would actually shout really the word governance.
Governance.
I would really shout the word governance, yes. Like sustainability governance, data governance, governance for innovation. I think we are in need of a new governance model for the city of the future, yes.
Thank you so much. And with this food for thought, I let you now go to the real food. Enjoy the break, and we talk about governance right after the break. Thank you so much again for our fantastic moderator. So I hope you had a wonderful lunch break and you enjoyed the food. Maybe some of you struggled a little bit with the poppy seeds, but poppies are very popular in cakes. So maybe we also have some poppy cake later on. But it's nice that all of you stayed for the second part of our conference today, and we have a stellar program lined up right now. After this wonderful first part of the day, where we took a look at the different scenarios and learned more about this, we're now going to delve a little bit deeper into the individual topic areas and into the different parts of sustainability, the environmental, the social, and also the competitiveness, innovative, and economic part of sustainability. First, it's my great pleasure to welcome here, now we're not yet on the stage, but in a second, one of our participants who has been one of the pillars of our project and also welcomed us a little earlier, or last year actually, in LA. Aaron, thank you so much for being here today. Before I give you the stage, I also would like to ask you a few questions. Did you always want to become a deputy mayor? Was that your childhood dream?
No, I don't. Well, first off, as only the second ever deputy mayor of international affairs in the city of Los Angeles, I'm not sure I knew that that was an option when I was a kid. But for anyone who knows my background, I had a very indirect career path where I started working on Latin American government, found my way into national security and defense, and then all the way to the city of Los Angeles. So I would say I always knew I wanted to be a generalist working on international issues.
I was just seeing that we have to go to the stage, otherwise our online viewers won't see us. So my second question to you is, what was the most challenging and the most rewarding moment in your current job?
Just some small questions.
So small. Which you didn't talk about before, so totally surprise questions.
I think the most rewarding moment has been successfully transitioning kind of our office and some of the focus areas on subnational diplomacy from the first mayor who ever had an international affairs office to now the second mayor to have an international affairs office in Los Angeles, working with Mayor Bass, who is an expert on foreign policy and spent 12 years in Congress working on foreign affairs issues. It wasn't hard to convince her of its value. I just think she didn't, from the outset, didn't necessarily know how much Los Angeles was engaged in subnationally. And so I think now has really picked that up, and we're excited to see that transition take shape.
So the most challenging and rewarding moment.
I think for anyone who worked in cities during COVID, I think you can't pretend like that didn't happen and change everything, right? So starting, I would say early 2020, we were watching numbers, seeing what was happening, having conversations with colleagues overseas, starting to try to learn from one another even in February, right? Before things started to really pick up in the United States. And then very quickly, that second and a half week of March, right? You went from having a job working on the international affairs team to then running an emergency call center, setting up testing sites, kind of immediately pivoting to doing all the other things that dynamic city employees can do to really make sure that our community stayed safe.
And the last question I'm going to ask you is one which you have heard before. Which 3 adjectives would you use to describe your city?
anyone who knows LA knows that 3 words are not enough. I was worried you were going to ask me this when I was sitting over there and trying to think of it. I mean, someone used the word dynamic for Berlin, and so I'll use something else and say we are diverse, right, which I think is very, very important, and dynamic. We're also polycentric, right, which I think is an important part of kind of understanding the scope and scale that is Los Angeles. And I would say delicious, because LA is a food town.
Whoa, that is, give her a big applause, and the stage is yours.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for welcoming me here today. I want to thank, first off, the Aspen Institute Germany, and specifically Dr. Milner and Stormy. When you have a name as cool as Stormy, you got to go by Stormy. Her team as well, Annika, Toby, everybody here, and the whole team behind the Transatlantic Townhall and the Future Cities Project. It's really been my honor to participate, get to know my LA city colleagues, LA regional colleagues a little bit better, and then also engage with Atlanta and Berlin, as well as the Aspen Institute itself in all of these conversations. So thank you so much. So for those of you who read the report or were part of the last panel conversation, you know that this cohort mostly worked through virtual sessions, but also somewhat in person in all 3 cities. And we looked really at future scenarios, right? These 3 kind of general guiding scenarios, concepts, if you will. I think I find myself especially privileged to have been a part of several efforts recently that are doing this type of future scenario analysis. So I've been a part of something called the California 100 Project, as well as a survey effort underway by Carnegie, California. And in each of these, right, these scenarios kind of posit shifts in geopolitics that impact the global economy and our interdependencies. They look at worsening impacts of climate change. They look at demographic shifts in aging and our population. And these are really the 3 vectors that we used in this effort as well. What we called in the report, Stormy laid out really the economic, the social, and the ecological. So this is a common framing, right? Looking at these 3 different vectors. This is also how anyone who's worked on things like UN's Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals knows we also have this global development agenda around people, planet, and prosperity, right? So these are kind of 3 structures that we've become quite comfortable with. And in some of these scenarios that we've used, both in the red scenario in the context of this exercise, it does end up feeling kind of dystopian. I think many of the elements throughout all 3 are actually totally plausible. And some of them are really pretty much current state in some cases. So, continued partisanship and infighting in government, we have that, check, right? Affordability issues and a failure to keep up with the cost of living, check, right? Migration, stemming from issues around conflict and climate change, check. But looking at the future, I think, and using these scenarios isn't really about what we're trying to do then, it's about what we're trying to do to shape it now. And I'll just give a quick example. So Matt Peterson, who's here, and I were at a lunch last week with Council on Foreign Relations President Mike Froman. And he shared a little bit about what the CFR and the Council did around their Climate Week activities in New York this week. And CFR hosted what they called a dinner of extinction. And the concept for this meal was to serve ingredients that will largely be unavailable due to climate change by mid to end of century. And Mike's comment about the meal was that everyone understands what's going on and they're following and getting a little depressed, but they start to get really upset by dessert when you realize that there's no coffee, no chocolate, no wine, right, by the end of the century. So you really can't get more dystopian than that. Maybe that should be a part of our red scenario. And obviously I'm kidding, but to my earlier point, I think we need to not only ground our future realities in what's practical, meaning, no halibut at dinner, but also thinking about kind of what that means for knock-on effects. And I think that's something that we struggle with sometimes. What happens as a result? What is the domino effect and the externalities when we posit these future conditions. So if we not only lose halibut, but we lose bumblebees, what does that mean for population? How does that precipitate a series of effects that will fundamentally change our life and our cities? And how does that compound with other threats that we face, other challenges that face us, from global food supply issues to increasing heat and conflict and drought? And I think that these complexities are not just in the planet, right, or the ecological scenario. Complexities are pretty real across people and prosperity as well. And so 2020, for those of us who worked a lot on the Sustainable Development Goals, 2020, this was supposed to be the decade of action. This was supposed to be the 10 years that we have to shape the reality of 2030 goals. But from the pandemic that really kicked off this decade of action to the events just last weekend, right, we're seeing a reemergence of new, old challenges. And I think that this is a part of what, if you have now looked at the Future Cities report, what Stormy mentioned in her opening letter, right, which we are in a polycrisis. So this, I think, perfectly synopsizes some of what we experience in the daily life of cities. In LA in August, while we were preparing for the city's first ever hurricane, we don't typically see that type of tropical weather, though it's common in the United States, it's not common in LA. And while we were in the Emergency Operations Center preparing for the hurricane, we had an earthquake. So this hurricane is a polycrisis, right? And I'm not a fan of these overlapping crises, but I do like the term. And I like the term because I hope that we can start to talk about poly-solutions. How do we find ways to address these complex, multi-layered issues? Obviously, I'm here as a representative of cities, so I think cities provide a critical ingredient to helping us find these types of solutions. It provides cities and place-based context provide an opportunity for us to go from theory to practice. This is why we often call cities labs for the future, or test beds, or platforms. Cities are where we see both the shocks and the stresses manifest and demand a more resilient response. And I think it's also why cities have found solidarity in working together to learn from one another and to jointly advocate for what works. This is the backbone of subnational diplomacy, and I think it's part of why it's grown so much in the past 2 decades, and especially even since COVID. Because cities have had to keep delivering services regardless of gridlock elsewhere in government. We have to deliver services that are tailored to many and disparate needs all across our community. So we've been delivering poly solutions that incorporate the lived experience of our residents for decades, if not forever. So my remarks today are titled Building Futures, Future Buildings. And when I spoke to Annika about this originally, I told her I'd be interpreting this theme broadly. But in LA, in the first 9 months of the administration of Mayor Karen Bass, building is actually a big part of our focus, but specifically building housing. All kinds of housing is on the agenda: interim supportive housing, permanent supportive housing, affordable housing, multifamily housing. We need all of it, and we need much more of it. That is our place-based context for the housing crisis that we face in Los Angeles, though this is a poly-crisis many years in the making. It is a product of income inequality, a dismantled social safety net, harshly capitalistic healthcare, mental health, addiction treatment, and jail systems, and a failure to build adequate housing to keep up with demand. So we have to fix all of those systems at once, but we have to do it while we also get people off the streets. In the city of Los Angeles, on an average night, about 46,000 people sleep on the streets. Many of them sleep in tents that line our sidewalks and our public spaces. And so our solution can't just be about clearing out the public right-of-way, it's about saving lives and moving people indoors. More than 2,000 unhoused folks die every year in Los Angeles, and last year, roughly 383 folks died on the street. Just this year alone, we've lost 50 people riding on our metro transit system. So getting people off the streets and into housing bringing them inside safely and bringing them the wraparound services that they need to get well is our focus. It is a priority. It is a poly crisis, and we have poly solutions for it. Mayor Bass has worked really successfully with our federal government and our state government to start waiving some of the bureaucracy and the provisions that have kept people unhoused for far too long. So for example, in Los Angeles, to secure a housing voucher, the federal government rules require people to provide a proof of income and proof of address. And if you're living in a tent, we should probably assume that you don't have either of those things. So just until recently, just last week, the mayor was able to secure waivers from the federal government that allow us to move towards presumptive eligibility, right? Presuming that you are eligible for housing if you were in that situation. We couldn't do that before. So those types of solutions, tackling, building services, untangling the bureaucracy, this is what local governments have to do every day. And we have to fight that when compounded by the unintended consequences of well-intentioned policy, and also sometimes not so well-intentioned policies that have created the dynamic cities in which we live and operate. And we have to do it while keeping focused on these outcomes. That means we have to acknowledge that the solutions are not just what works, they're also a part of a moral imperative for us to improve our cities and protect lives. We have to continue to, in the process of doing that, debunk myths that become excuses. That means we can't just accept the current state as it is and assume that it's always been this way. Homelessness in Los Angeles has not always been this way. We also have to debunk things like the idea that people don't want to come inside. That whatever brought them there, I can tell you, people do not want to be on the streets. They don't want to die on the streets. And this is a truth we have to keep repeating, and we have to keep refusing to accept these polycrises as normal. So when we look to the future of cities, and if we really want our green scenario in the context of this project to win out, we shouldn't be intimidated by complexity. In fact, we should embrace it. And I was pleased to see the panel speak to this a little bit earlier today. I felt like my remarks that I wrote before I got here, right, were very much in line, right, with what they were starting to talk about. This means we need to invite people in. We need to hear from them. We need to learn from them. We need to have a variety of lived experience informing how we shape policies, and we need to build policies that are adaptable and flexible to the communities they're meant to serve. We need to add that place-based context and test those theories in practice. And we need to stay focused on why we do this. We do it for people, for our planet, and for a more equitable, sustainable, shared prosperity in the future. So thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, and I look forward to hearing the conversation.
More to come. Now, we also want to take the opportunity to give the opportunity to the audience to ask a couple of questions, if that is okay. Of course. Yeah. And we might also have some virtual questions or digital questions coming in. Emily, do we have anybody asking questions yet? Digitally? If not, then how about our audience? Right here.
I can ask, do I have any poppy seeds in my teeth?
Oh, no. I did actually ask that question earlier. Yes, please. Yeah. Do we have a second mic coming? Thank you.
Hi, thank you for your comments. I just wanted to find out, in Los Angeles, about what percentage of your homelessness initiatives are funded or are actually these public-private partnerships, or versus, fully funded by the government or fully funded by private sectors?
It's a great question. To unpack it a little bit, I would say most of our homeless outreach services are public nonprofit partnerships, some private. Housing construction runs the gamut, but has a lot of private funding as well as nonprofit and philanthropic funding support as well. So I would say it takes everyone, right? It's everything we do in LA is definitely a multi-sector approach. And I think if anything, Mayor Bass has been very focused on bringing more folks into that conversation, including the faith community, including organized labor, right? Including a number of, I won't say folks that weren't involved before, but really trying to help everybody in LA feel a sense of ownership for the solutions.
We have a question right here. Kimberly, a person well known here in Berlin and in Los Angeles, a human rights lawyer and a true transatlantic.
Erin, thank you so much. Your deputy mayor, thank you so much for your remarks. You hit a lot of obviously, the concerns that we have from a human rights perspective. But a vast number, even if you give people housing, and there are some like sub-issues with that in the way that sanitation, has been unfortunately going through and just cleansing tent cities, and people have lost, all of their identity and all of their papers in that. And I think there needs to be a better methodology with respect to helping people move off of the street rather than just erasing their belongings in their lives. But I wanted to actually ask a different question, which is, I think that one of the issues that won't be addressed, even if we move people into housing, and that's part of the poly complexity, the poly crisis, is that the vast majority of the homeless are suffering from mental disabilities and or drug-related problems. We have huge fentanyl problems on the streets of Los Angeles and elsewhere in the country. And until we address those, even putting them in a home if they have, or a shelter if they have mental disabilities or drug addiction, won't keep them off the streets.
Yeah, I think we talk about this a lot in Los Angeles. I think homelessness and folks who are unhoused at present run kind of the gamut, where some folks do and are experiencing mental health challenges, addiction challenges. Sometimes those are mutually reinforcing. Sometimes those are also caused by life on the street, right? So you'll meet people who are kind of on a methamphetamine because they need to stay up at night to stay safe while living on the street, right? You meet folks that are victims or survivors, I should say, of violence, interpersonal, interrelational violence in the domestic setting, right? I think something like in the downtown landscape, around 90% of women on the street have experienced sexual or interpersonal violence. So every individual, I think, is a kind of complex landscape in and of themselves. So I hear your comments with respect to sanitation. I think one of our approaches that has been new in the last 9 months is a program called Inside Safe that Mayor Bass has launched, which takes a trauma-informed approach to outreach services, starting with outreach, moving to specific subsets, encampments, working with the communities that are established there, helping them move into interim supportive housing, and not mandating that folks move. Because another subset of the folks within Los Angeles experiencing homelessness, and a growing subset, are really folks who are full-time employed, but maybe have credit issues or other economic challenges that mean they can't afford last month's rent and a monthly rent payment. They can't get into an apartment for various reasons. And so when we have been doing some of these Inside Safe operations, the folks will find folks that aren't home, their tent is sealed up for the day because they're at work. And they have a gym membership that they're using to shower and get changed and go to work and then come back to a tent. And so homelessness in Los Angeles has a lot of underlying causes, some of which I talked about and some of which I didn't. I think ultimately it's an affordability issue, right? We have to make our city an affordable place to live for people across the spectrum of incomes, from people with a host of challenges that may confront them in their ability to increase that income, right? And so I think part of how we solve that is by creating, I don't want to just say everything everywhere all at once, but I think you have to kind of take that approach And I think that's part of what I was trying to address with the kind of poly solutions, right? We have to do it all. We have to redress the challenges in the systems that we've walked into, right? And the historical inequity that is baked into those systems along racial and class lines. And I think we also have to figure out ways to solve them. What Mayor Bass is doing that's very different than I would say past leadership throughout the city is really trying to lock arms with everybody, not saying, oh, well, at the county, they have the Department of Mental Health, so they should be in charge of that. And they have public health, so they should do addiction. It really is an everybody together kind of thing. And so this gives me hope that we will be able to tackle this and that we will be able to house, again, 46,000 people in the city of Los Angeles, close to 70 countywide, right? This is the size of many, many small towns throughout the United States. And we really need to save those lives, get folks inside.
Thank you very much. I've been given the warning sign, which I'm just going to ignore for one more question, so please.
Thank you. I'm Alex Tam. It was great to listen to what you said about homelessness. And I was last year in Los Angeles meeting your colleague Angela, preparing also a project we do with my colleagues here, Cosmopolis. We looked at how is the city of Berlin developing the Agenda 2030 strategy, developing, in all its 12 districts, how it's going on. And I was really impressed how the city of Los Angeles has worked on the Agenda 2030, has been a driving force for urban diplomacy. And I just wanted to know, like 1 year later, and as you're here, where are you with Agenda 2030? And what are you going to tell the mayor of Berlin what he should adopt into his strategy when he will be visiting Los Angeles soon?
Wow, that's a great question. So a shout out to Angela Kim, if she happens to be listening. Angela left our team in January to go travel the world and do a bunch of other interesting things, but she was my really kind of running mate on implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals for the last 6 years. And so I do miss her, and I'm glad you got a chance to engage with her. So for those of you who don't know, when the UN adopted the Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 SDGs, really went into full implementation January 1, 2016. It wasn't really contemplated that cities would take on the whole of the agenda. Cities were kind of somewhat pigeonholed into SDG 11, which focuses on sustainable cities and communities. And I think it was both the wisdom and foresight of folks like the Hilton Foundation, their former Vice President, Ed Kane, who had worked at the UN for 30 years and said, I'm tired of the compact on this and the convention on this. The SDGs are really a chance for us to do all of it, right? To do everything everywhere all at once. And that means we do it at the local level too. And particularly in the political context of the United States in 2017, there wasn't a lot of hope that the federal government was going to broadly embrace the SDGs. And so it was a chance for us at the local level to step in. And I think we did. So in LA, we have been reporting for the last several years on more than 155 data indicators that align to the SDGs, the 17 goals. We've also produced 2 what are called voluntary local reviews, which report out on what the city's doing aligned to the 17 goals and all of those 169 sub-targets. And I think it's really important work. I also think we're in an inflection point for the SDGs, where I think if anyone was paying attention to UNGA and the SDG Summit, right, we are at the midway point. And I'm not ready to give up on the SDGs, but I am ready to start thinking about what comes next and how we improve upon them. I think what's been really interesting for me as a part of the global, really city-led conversation around implementation and localization of the SDGs is the kind of point that localization matters and that we are lacking a lot of the tools to be able to do it effectively. And some of that comes in unlocking things like sustainable finance and making sure that local governments, municipal governments can access global capital in a way that can finance the transitions that need to be made really at the local level. When we're talking about energy transition, we're talking about jobs. These are things that we do in local government. So it makes sense that we would be able to secure the financing to support those. But when you look at the multilateral lending system and the development banks, that's not how they operate. And so it's time for us to start highlighting some of those challenges. So what I would tell the mayor of Berlin, first off, get started, right? start looking and doing the kind of the alignment exercise, right? Any good consultant will tell you everything starts with the landscape analysis, and so that's where I would start. But I would very quickly find ways to plug into what's missing within Berlin when you look at the landscape of the agenda. And then I would also find ways to use the data to actually connect back to policy. And that's a place where I think we still have a lot of work to do in Los Angeles. We're tracking our data, but we see a lot of discrepancy when we disaggregate the data. The question is then what do we do about it? And I think that that piece of that puzzle is where we will take hopefully both not only the 17 SDGs, but what comes next.
Thank you very, very much, Aaron. I think the city of Los Angeles is very lucky to have you. But if you ever want to move, I'm pretty sure that the Berliners also will take you. Thank you very, very much for your insights. Give her a big applause. And with this, it's my great pleasure to welcome our next moderator up to the stage. Come on and join me, Matt. Matt, you are the CEO and the president of an incubator focusing on clean tech. What do you do every day?
Well, we do a lot of things, but in the context of incubating startups, we help startup founders get access to capital. We do things like partner with the city of Los Angeles to pilot innovations. And we really look to help underrepresented founders, women founders, Black and brown founders get access to capital because, I don't know if you know this, 1% of all venture capital in the US last year went to women founders. So how do we change that as part of what we're working on, along with other things like workforce training and policy innovations?
Is there one specific project which you would like to highlight to us, which you find extremely innovative and which just stunned you?
Well, as Aaron knows, we created something called the Transportation Electrification Partnership a few years ago, using the Olympics coming to Los Angeles in 2028 as a sense of urgency and a way to get the region to collaborate. We have 88 cities. I didn't get to hear your speech, Eric, because I was talking to my panel, but 88 cities in the county of Los Angeles, and LA, city of LA is just one of them. It is the largest by far. But how do you get a region that diverse of many different governance structures to collaborate? So we came together with public and private sector partners, including German companies like BMW and Audi, to see how we could use the Olympics as a sense of urgency. And so in that process, we've learned a lot about how we can get innovation to happen, not just deployment of technology, but business models, as well as policy innovation that can help unlock solutions. So one quick anecdote, we did a zero emissions delivery zone with the city of Santa Monica, created a curb spaces where only electric trucks could park. And we selected a startup, but the challenge was the city attorney didn't want to use a license plate reader, a camera and software. So we had to write a memo convincing the city attorney in Los Angeles and Santa Monica that it was okay. So you never know when innovation is going to also require persuasion.
But you succeeded.
Yes, we succeeded.
So I'm not going to ask you again which three adjectives describe Los Angeles, but what I am going to ask you, what's your favorite spot we should definitely see in the city?
Oh, wow. Such an important, well, our campus. When you're in the Arts District downtown, Eli works out of there, Aaron's been there. It's this amazing 60,000 square foot campus that the city built that my organization is blessed to be the stewards of. And we hosted the German First Lady a few years ago. We've hosted the Prime Minister of Spain. We've hosted then Vice President Joe Biden, the current Vice President Kamala Harris, along with a lot of other people, and we will welcome you anytime.
So thank you so much. Yeah. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I invite my panelists to come up and grab a seat. Well, this panel is all about why smart cities matter. And in the US, smart cities is part of the vernacular, but not quite as common as it is in Europe. But just for those that aren't familiar with what we mean when we talk about smart cities, it's really about data, innovation, and sustainability coming together. And those are three key pieces, as we learned from the earlier sessions, in addressing the scenarios that cities could face if we don't take action on climate equitably and urgently. And so this conversation is going to dig a little deeper into the German ecosystem, but it's also certainly things that we're going to learn that can translate to Atlanta for my colleagues there, and Los Angeles and beyond. So I'm going to quickly introduce everybody, and then we're going to get into our opening question. We have Dr. Rolf Erfurt of BVG. I don't want to mispronounce it. Thank you, Dr. Rolf. So one thing I want to just, I asked everybody, what's one thing people would know about you? And Rolf said, well, when he wants to see how bad the traffic is, he actually gets behind the wheel of a bus and drives it. So I love that. Just get right in there. And then we have Frauke Johnson, Commissioner for Digitization of German Association of Cities. You ran the Berlin Marathon recently. That's pretty amazing. We have 4 marathoners up here, actually. I'm not one of them. But that was great to learn. And then Stefan Kogel, General Manager of Siemensstadt, and a man who drives innovation and technology, studied philosophy in university. And so, he's decided, okay, I'm going to put that philosophy major to good use to apply it to technology. I love that. Alexa Moeller, Managing Director and CEO of Politia. Did I say that correctly? Yes. Okay. She wanted to be a bus driver, so she and Rolf were getting together about figuring out how she could be a part-time bus driver. That's great. Thank God. I love it. See what happens up on the panel. And then last but not least, Frank Wolters, the CEO of the Tegel Project. He also ran the marathon, even though here in Berlin, even though he just moved here recently. So another marathoner. All right, and I'm Matt Peterson, as you already heard. Given we're running a little behind, I'm just skipping over some of your bios, so I apologize, but want to get into the conversation so we have time to discuss this important topic. So starting with our icebreaker question, we'll go from down the end to me. In your own words, how would you define a smart city? And in the couple minutes, you can also talk about why it matters. So we'll start with you.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for having me here with you. I hoped I get the second or third part in the row, so to transfer or transition on that. Smart City for us in our project is really important because we are planning the Urban Tech Republic, a new place in Berlin, to bring together smart solutions for the future cities. To bring together planning for real estate, for our real estate in the airport, former airport, Tegel, and that the main things. But we think for us it's a smart city, not its own goal. It's for us, it's a mental thing. It's a mindset thing. It's also a method to develop our place at the former airport.
Thank you, Rolf.
First of all, I'll offer one personal statement. I'm extremely happy to be here, and I think it's very important in those days that we have these transatlantic discussions, transatlantic forums. When we see what's happening in the political area at the moment, I really would like to thank Aspen Institute for arranging such conferences. I can just encourage you to continue. Regarding smart cities, well, I think it starts on the administrative side where processes are fully digitalized. We don't need to hand in papers or big binders to get approvals. That's really one step forward. I really dream of this, especially in Berlin, to stop delivering papers and binders and all that stuff where things are digitalized. Then when it comes to transport, of course, the city with, I'm not saying no cars, but at least less cars. We have very frequent public transportation, large buses, large metros, large trams, because we are more than, well, we have a ridership of 3.5 million passenger rides every day, more than close to 4 million passenger rides a day. that we need large capacities, large trams, large buses. We cannot do this with autonomous cars, for example, in the city. So we really focus on public transportation to keep cars outside the city where they can park and then move people in.
Thank you. Yeah, also from my side, warm welcome. Thank you very much for being here. Yeah, I'm within Siemens. Siemens is a technology company. It sounds very short direction to smart city. But first of all, we are covering, our goal is to cover the needs of the people. Also, if we develop cities, it's not the target to have to implement a lot of technologies, but to cover the needs. And the needs are also smart if you have the right setup for a city, starting with the right master plan. Or in Siemensstadt Square, we have a very, very complex mixed use, very different to other developments, more copying old cities, as we like it very much, with short distances, with a lot of social infrastructure. And the second part is the technology, a lot of coming also from Siemens to support the needs of the people and not having technology as a technology museum or something like that. Yeah, that's from my side.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Stefan. Broke.
Yeah, I think it is very important what you just said, because to me as well, smart city, the core is not about technology. People sometimes picturing a smart city and they imagine like flying taxis or self-driven vehicles. But I think a smart city begins with like important questions like how do we meet the different needs of our citizens, and how do we create resilience that helps us to manage the challenges of the future, how we also save our democratic system and organize participation and collaboration. So, and the next step would be, can technology help us to achieve these goals? If we do not like put these questions in the center, then we might have like a very nice digital solution, but we do not have a matching problem to that. We only have a digital solution for nothing. So I think that is very important.
Thank you. All right, Alexa.
Yeah, also from my side, thank you very much for having me. And I can very much relate to what have been said already. So in its simplistic terms, I think for me, a smart city is, a city which is much more operationally efficient and sustainable, organized to make like the lives of these inhabitants much more livable. And I think also, when I of course agree with what have been said beforehand, I think technology is, a key in that context. And from my side, I think like challenges we're currently encountering, like climate change, like an increasing rate of urbanization, only be solvable by, making use of technology in an, of course, ethical way, but, really making use of it to make a positive impact in people's life. And here I think my politeer perspective also comes into play. So I think, and I also very much agree with that, it's not about, having super fancy technologies like, communication between trash systems and having sensors everywhere implemented, but it starts already with, using the things you have at hand. And most of the time, public administrations have already a lot of data they can use to make positive impact in people's life. For example, imagining like, we see what kind or how many Kita spots are actually needed in the next 5 years. We can, deal with that in a better way. And also how many green areas need to be built to decrease temperature by 1 degree or whatever. So I think when you speak really about what is a smart city, you always have to define when it starts. So what is actually already, belonging to being a smart city. And that's, I think, a major point which I wanted to make here.
That's a great point. When I was in the mayor's office, I was there the first term of our previous mayor, Eric Garcetti, and we put together the Sustainable City Plan. And one of the things I wanted to get in there that didn't make it, it's sort of the ideas that get left on the floor, was a neighborhood condition index. how do we drive investment into neighborhoods that lack the investment? Eli talked about this earlier, we have 15 council districts, and sort of the idea is that everything is spread sort of equally. Well, we know that resources aren't needed equally. And some neighborhoods and council districts were much more vibrant and wealthy, just to be to the point, and others lacked the infrastructure and certainly lacked the urban tree canopy. So was looking at sidewalk condition, tree canopy, bulky item pickup, things that we had collected data, but how do we aggregate that data to drive investment? Now, I think, I would guess Mayor Bass is using that, essentially those similar data sets, but adding in homelessness, of how do you drive investment into the neighborhoods that struggle the most with the unhoused, and the unhoused get their services they need. By the way, I wanted to just thank Kimberly Marteau Emerson, who's here, without whom I wouldn't have been involved. So thank you, Kimberly. Her and her husband, John, proudly served the United States government on behalf of the Obama administration as ambassador to Germany previously, and do so much for the community and here in Germany. So thank you, Kimberly. Great to see you. All right, so we're going to move into our questions for each of you. Rolf, I'll start with you. BVG has been dedicated to advancing Berlin's smart city transformation, notably through initiatives like the GELBI project, I don't know if I pronounced that correctly, that seamlessly integrates different modes of transportation. So what are some of those insights and outcomes you've learned from that project in pursuit of the smart city vision, and other ideas that are coming on the horizon?
Thank you very much. Yes, Yelby, that's actually one of our digital transportation projects. It's an app where you can book different modes of transport from, of course, the own BVG services, meaning trams, buses, metro, ferries. We also operate a few ferries here in the city. But you can get scooters, you can get bikes, you can even get taxi or car sharing offers. So it's really intermodal transport. What we learned from it, of course, to get really the masses transported in this city. As I said earlier, you need big capacities, you need large capacities, you need large buses, trams, and even better metro systems. Large cities need large metro systems. Otherwise, we'll have too much pollution, we'll have too much traffic on the road. So we can clearly see what are the travel demands, what are the travel directions. Let's learn a lot we can learn from it. What we also see is it's public transportation is not only a matter of price, it's a matter of quality, of frequency. And that's often the political discussion I have. I mean, those a bit familiar with Berlin here, we have the 49 euro ticket in Germany, which is, I think, it's a great idea. It's a great invention.
Got a lot of attention in the United States as well.
Yeah, so for all those who don't know, it's 49 euros a month. You can travel on all public transport and regional transport. Within Germany, here in Berlin, from next year on, probably mid-year, we'll have a 29 euro ticket just for the A and B zone here in Berlin. However, of course, all this needs to be financed. And I think to get more people on public transport, to make our cities clean, it's not only a matter of price, it's a matter of quality, it's a matter of availability, of sustainability. So we really need to work on the quality of our public transport. That's what we see from all the data. To get people out of the car, it's not only a matter of price, it's a matter of frequency. Can I travel direct, or do I need to change a few times, and even make the last mile comfortable? So that's clearly what we see from the ELB app when people rent a scooter for the last mile, or take a shared transport service for the last mile home to get to the station where we have large transport offerings.
Yeah. Those of us from LA can attest to that. That is our challenge, is frequency and quality, and real and perceived concerns about security in our case has also been a detractor for people getting back on transit after the pandemic. Froke, let's talk to you about as smart city development gains momentum, there's really a growing emphasis on standards, digital budgets, efficient governance, utilization of data, cybersecurity. How do you foresee the government's role evolving to shape and advance smart cities, and what strategies do you think are essential for fostering collaboration between different levels of government? I mean, it's tough to communicate clearly and share data within city government, for example, but how do you do that between different levels of government in the context of smart city initiatives?
Yeah, I would like to make 3 points. The first is finances, financial base, funding programs. Most of the German cities are underfunded, and so it needs like this structurally adequate financial base, and that's, I don't know, you can everything build on maybe. The challenge with digitalization in cities, like in competition with other topics, is that you do not always see the results of your invest. So if you do not have a cybersecurity incident, one can think you can cut your budget, but everyone knows if you have one, it will be way higher costs and not only financially. So it's also a matter of mindset to acknowledge that digitalization is not for free, even if you do not see it, and this mindset isn't always there. We also need, I think, tailored funding programs. The biggest program in Germany, it's called Smart Cities Made in Germany. It's well funded, 820 million euros. There are 73 cities, project regions that are funded, and it gave a big push to these cities and these projects, but we really struggled to transfer the solutions to other cities from city to city, from project to project. So we network a lot, we are well connected, which is good, but we do not really achieve to implement the things. And it's also complex because you have like a lot of organizational, technological, legally things. This leads me to my second point. I think we need central solutions for central processes and some kind of technological harmonization. This point is not very easy, and it's also very sensitive because local self-government is very important in Germany, and yeah, it's always not too easy to say, okay, what is able to be centralized, but it makes no sense that every city has a digital solution for handing out German ID cards. It's all over Germany the same. So I think this is a point. We also must prevent technological misdevelopment. There are a lot of cities that build urban data platforms right now in Germany. Few have very successful built urban data platforms, but we do not even have an overview what's going on everywhere. So I think there must be, I don't know, like the national government should be more into it to at least see what's there and what is everyone doing. So to sum this up, local self-government is constitutionally guaranteed, and this should not be questioned. But at the same time, I think we need to talk about the definition of local self-government, because it's not the same like 20 or 30 years ago. Technological development cycles are way faster, but our political processes and the way of governance, you cannot synchronize it because we are not fast enough. My last point is in the public administration in cities, maybe not only there, but they struggle a lot with the legal framework, because you have a complex structure of European law, national law, federal law, and this in combination with the mindset or the culture in public administration in Germany, yeah, it's really not very easy, because we tend to say it has to be 100%. We have to be 100% sure that we are acting legally conform, and there's no incentive for risk taking or just trying out, and we need a solution for that. So the goal is to have a legal framework which is at the same time gives security, legal security, but is flexible enough. And I think, I don't know, legislation will have fun with that, but yeah.
So, yeah, I was at a thank you for that. It's very, very informative. I was at a conference a couple of days ago, the day before I got on the plane. I got it this morning. losing track of time. But it essentially was, there was somebody talking about innovation globally and sort of in an art research and development startup context. And the biggest innovation to move with speed and scale was simplifying the contract. So you can get to work a lot quicker. How many of us struggle with that in our lives? I know the city of LA, it's one of the biggest things. It used to take, I don't know if it still does, 464 days on average to go from when the RFP was issued to a signed contract, which is, unbelievable, right? That we got to get to work. But that's really helpful and insightful, I think, how data can really come together. Stefan, let's turn to you. Siemensstadt Squared represents what I understand is a captivating blend of tradition and innovation. How can this balance between the rich historical legacy, how do you balance that legacy while driving forward modern urban development that can be a compelling model for smart cities worldwide? And how can the coexistence of smart cities since 1897 combine with contemporary urban solutions that other cities will want to embrace? I'll just comment that, again, working with mayors in my role as board chair of Climate Mayors and having worked with the former mayor of LA, mayors talk a lot about stealing ideas from other cities. And so we want to know, what can other cities steal from Siemensstadt Squared?
How much time do we have? Sorry, it was... No, good question. Tradition. Of course, Siemens, very old company. We start, as you said, the Siemensstadt area, it's approximately 3,000 acres, the whole city district, developed in the early years of the 20th century. And it was, in these times we had already a huge mix of production, of offices, of living, was very special and new, and social infrastructure. So it's a kind of a smart city without technology in these times. That is a good basis for us to transform into the future. Yeah, it's so to say, the goal was prepared more than 100 years before. And today, we now working on 200 acres of the 3,000 is a part. And first of all, important is to know that we have to integrate this area. It's a production area. We will open it to the city and integrate it into the existing city district, very old city district with people living there. So we have to achieve a balance between these areas. Second is the historical buildings to integrate. In some parts it's easier because you have already a good basis. The buildings are there, you have to work with them. And for the future, and what is a takeaway is that we will show how you can transform old cities into future carbon neutral operated smart cities. And this is what we try to achieve, or what is our goal. The basis for this is, and at the end to say this is, we will have 10 million square feet of use space at the end. And the basis currently is a digital twin we have prepared in more than 1.5 years. And the old buildings are not only scanned like a photo, a picture, they are really modelized as buildings in 3D. And the main difference we think now is not only to integrate the technologies and having, fancy and innovative technologies. It is one part, but most important is the connection. Yeah, the networked solutions is the future. That you have really, that you know what also your neighbor is doing, not from a cybersecurity view, but from a view in regard, for example, energy consumption. It's the easiest topic, but also traffic is very important. Currently, we are reacting. We're reacting on what happens, and the future should be foreseen what is needed, what will be needed.
and optimize those needs. So we are simulating the whole city district currently with our technologies. A lot of Siemens software, especially software. Siemens is a big software company, more than hardware. It's not so well known, I think. And we are simulating the whole city and optimizing it before we start really constructing. I think that is important.
Very, very interesting. Question on your data set. Are you able to get actual building energy data, or are you estimating it? In the US, one of the challenges to do digital twins and look at specific things like this is being able to actually get the utility data. Because of privacy concerns, it's hard unless the customer shares it willingly.
Yeah, it's a very good question. We are currently, in regard to energy, but also other topics, we are preparing a kind of a company. So that all owners at the end, it will not only be Siemens the owner, we will also integrate other companies, investors. All owners should be part of this company. And one is an operational company for the whole district, and they will all have an insight into the data and should or have to bring their data into the company. So this topic is a big project, I would say, beside the project itself, to prepare what was also said. Of course, we need subsidies. Everybody needs that. We need a lot of money. We have to talk. But on the other hand, is to prepare business models that refinance the invest on its own. It is, in regard to energy consumption, I think we have a good setup currently. That is also scalable to other cities. The break even will be reached in less than 10 years. It's also important, not in 40 or whatever, because technology will develop so fast. And we try to do this in all topics. Not Siemens is giving a lot of money and subsidies, but having business models that are that refinance on themselves.
Thank you, very helpful. Alexa, turning to you at Politia, your end-to-end data platform for governments unifies data from various legacy systems. Not an easy task at all. And you're enabling data-driven decisions for government structures. How have you effectively integrated the system into existing government entities, and what challenges have you encountered in enhancing digital sovereignty, and really, at the end of the day, as you mentioned earlier, efficiency in public administration?
Yeah, so speaking here very openly, it was a very, very long journey, and sometimes also very frustrating. We faced a lot of challenges in that journey, and I think a lot of these things were, related to procurement. So we have a very problematic procurement situation in Germany when it comes to startups. We had problems with, the lot of hesitance we faced in regards to cloud-based systems. We had problems when it comes to what we mentioned already earlier, standards to exchange data. So we are on the market since 2019, and today we can probably say that we, support more than 90 entities on local, state, and federal level in Germany. And I think what brought us there was that besides all the skepticism we faced, we also heard again and again and again that our support is very much needed, and to make really, or to enable public officials to work with data more effectively and efficiently. And I think over the time we really saw more or less 3 points why that is. And I think one important thing to mention is that you either have very, very complex systems out there provided by the private sector, like BI tools, Power BI, Tableau, and whatever they are called. And to use these tools, you need a lot of skills. And then you have tools which is often used in the context we are operating in, and why then they decide for Politia is they just use Excel manually, which is very prone to errors, exporting it to PDFs, sending it via email. And
how many times have the sophisticated data sharing been on Excel spreadsheets? That's like, we can all relate to that.
yeah. So, and this also, I mean, especially in crisis situation, that's not a good method, to use. And then we have like a third thing, and that's kind of developments they do on their own. So that they kind of reinvent the wheel. And often we see that this goes completely in the wrong direction because, of course, you're having, something which is not dependent of any technology supply out there, but this is only half truth, right? Because you need the people in the public sector who have the skills, to update the systems, to monitor the systems, to transform, for example, when it comes to data, building data warehouses, and so forth and so on. So that's why we saw a big gap that has to be filled in order to really serve the needs of public officials who are working with data. And we approached that in kind of two ways. So the first thing is that our platform is really irrespectively of who's working with it, you can really process your data. So you can connect your registries with data connectors, you can upload CSVs, you can build your report, you can publish it to citizens really kind of intuitively and without having a lot of skills. And that's the way, we most of the time start when it comes to having new customers onboarded. And then over time, and that's why, of course, we think it's super important to build out more skills in the public sector when it comes to data literacy, we provide them with data academies. And we make sure that the theoretical knowledge they gain can also be, implemented directly in the platform by working with the platform then, a step more advanced by, switching from drag and drop, maybe to code, whatever. But it works kind of well when you combine theoretic with like the practical way how to implement it. So saying that in short, we are very intuitive and really flexible, adapted to the needs of the user. And then the second thing is that we are kind of in a holistic system. So what we give to them is not only the software as Tableau or a PI tool like Power BI, but we providing them also with the infrastructural backbone. So they can transform data over our platform, they can then structure it, they can visualize it. So everything is in one tool, and they don't have to take care about hosting or like storage the data and all these very complex and exhausting questions.
Question. So you're a startup, and what stage would you describe it? Where are you? How many staff? How many? What stage of growth are you?
So we are shortly before Series A. So we are currently raising again, and
in context of, Series A for a clean tech startup in the U.S. could be anywhere from 2 million to 20 million. So what would a good Series A for a SaaS-based platform be here?
I mean, I would say so. We are aiming for 10 to 15 million, and we are now 40 to 40. When you count in the freelancers as well, we have 45 people. So it's quite already a number. But as I said, it took us quite a long time also to gain VC money. No one is really, very keen in Germany to invest in the public sector like GovTech startups. So we were successful by end of last year and then grew very, very fast.
Based on revenue?
Yes.
Oh, that's great. I mean, in the US, growth was the venture capitalist stream. Now it's profitability. Which is good. Yes, good fundamentals. Yeah. That's exciting. Congrats on the progress. Frank, so as I said, we've heard about Tegel project, the TLX project. It's exciting. It's quite an incredible undertaking given the opportunity, but it stands out really because it's a unique transformation of the former airport into the urban tech republic and the Schumacher Quarter. What valuable insights can other cities take away? I mean, I mentioned earlier that Santa Monica, much smaller city than Los Angeles, but it has its own airport, and that's going to be shutting down, and a smaller form of opportunity there. But what are sort of the unique combinations of urban technologies, residential space, green space, that can shape the future of urban development?
Yeah, I think one of our main ambitions is in the development to present the balanced development between nature and city, bringing it close together and bring a special value for it at least. And if your experience in planning or development from cities or city parts, you see, if you have a vision, and we have a master plan, I think that started around about 10 years ago to develop the master plan for the former airport in the space, and they create the idea to have the Urban Tech Republic, where we want to bring startups, researchers, industry together, especially for find new solutions for urban technology in this field. And on the other side, you have the Schumacher Quartier. It's a place for people where the state of Berlin will erect buildings roundabout for 10,000 people. And we want to bring it close together in this field. But if you have plans, if you're planning, and I think in the world there are a lot of good planners, but while you're planning, life is going on, and you have to find a new vision. And I think it's more, you need to be strong to work on your plans. You have influences. We have had the pandemic and the war in Ukraine and stuff like that. And it's also influenced your plans or our plans in the Urban Tech Republic. So you have to be a little bit of resilience in this field of planning. But I think we are on a good way, and it's not invented by us, the idea to bring nature and city closer together. We have some ideas we collected from other countries, from other projects. In our field here in Berlin, it's a huge area, around about 500 hectares for the whole development, and around about 200 hectares it's the green field, and the rest is living and Urban Tech Republic. And I think it's special to bring these ideas from startup industry together to find new solutions for Berlin, and especially probably also for other cities in the world roundabout. And so we are now traveling around, grabbing some ideas from South Korea. A few weeks ago, I see a colleague here, we've been in Jakarta, grabbed some ideas from there, and we want to bring it together. And also here I've got some new ideas together. And our project, Stefan Kugel, Siemens Square, we are close together. We are neighbors in the development, and also we can bring together some ideas. The special is it's a private-owned project, Siemens Square, and we are a municipal company tasked by the state of Berlin.
Thank you. You're talking about Tegel. Also, of course, in my mind, think about innovation, think about what Tesla's done, and so from afar, the opposite seems. You're trying to bring nature back into the city, and they went out and just tore down a forest to build the gigafactory. But obviously, there's a lot of great stuff happening in that context. I'm going to turn to the audience for some questions, but just to prepare the panel for the rapid fire final question, we touched on it, but what idea would you like to steal from another city that you've seen? It could be related to your work directly, or just generally for the quality of life and that you want for Berlin. Let's see if there's a couple questions from the audience. Anyone want to? There we go. Thank you. Yes, in front. Thank you. Very, very helpful panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you all for your insights. As a Berliner, I was actually quite excited to hear what you guys are working on. And I think every one of you mentioned the topic of connectivity, and that we need to network and we need to share ideas amongst different projects. So my question would be, after you've probably listened to each and everyone's questions and answers, what would be a platform that you would need in order to share those insights, those ideas, those plans that you have? because I feel like we all work on very different topics that are really important to foster innovation and to come up with like a better smart city, especially for Berlin and the ecosystem that we work in. But yeah, what would be like the ideal sharing platform? How do you want to exchange ideas to make sure that we don't innovate in silos rather than kind of like a whole big smart city community that we could be?
Who'd like to tackle that? Go ahead. Yeah. Not everybody has to answer it, but just feel free to jump in if you want to respond.
I've two options. We have one option. It's a physical option in our field. We have an info center where we can bring people together to share knowledge, to share technology. And on the other hand, we also have a local open data space where we put all our knowledge in. It's not available right now because we are in the developing, but I think I think we start next year. So you can go on this local open data platform and find all our data, ideas, and probably we have a space for discussion, also solutions.
Yeah, I would add the main one basis is collaboration in regard to future cities or in future developments. I said different, like in the past, probably where everybody is working on his own and in this closed doors. We are very open in a lot of collaborations, and as I said already, we have prepared a few joint ventures, already started with that, to bring in a lot of knowledge, also from others, not so from ourselves. We are collaborating, for example, in regard to mobility with Urban Tech Republic, BVG. There is an R&D project. This is funded by the authorities, subsidies, for example, from Berlin, that because it makes no sense to have autonomous drive, for example, in Siemensstadt Square, but at the border, the cars has to turn around, and driving back. Within Siemens, we have own platforms, for example, for building operations. It's called Building X from Smart Infrastructure. And in our collaborations, we try to convince our partners also to work with our platforms, with our softwares.
Okay, Baraka?
From a perspective of public administration, I would say it would help that we have not like 15 parallel platforms. That's one of the problems we have. So the same people meet again and again in different contexts, talking about the same things. So we need to focus, and it's also about public money, because we often have things like, I don't know, a ministry thinks a smart city navigator is a good thing. It is, but at the same time, we develop these things in other ministries as well. So I would really like to see that we put a lot of effort in building structures that help us to not burn our resources on talking about the same things again in different places.
Well, it sounds like there's a platform, a startup that might help with some of this. Politea.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a different use case, but yeah.
Sure. Thank you. And yes, Kimberly. Sorry, we do have a mic in the audience. Thank you.
So great listening to all of you, and this is not my expertise, so if you think you've already answered it, it actually goes back to somewhat of what Frauke's been talking about since I worked in federal government, both in the United States, in Washington, and then also representing the federal government here. And one of the very effective activities that the White House did on a regular basis was what they called White House Conference. We're having a White House conference on name your issue, on discrimination, on education, on small business. Governments, federal governments are great conveners, so much of what happens. I mean, Germany is federalized in so many ways, in the ways that in the United States is too. And you were saying you thought the central government should get more involved. And I don't know if you have a hero inside the federal government, but that hero needs to champion this issue and bring together all of you, plus all these people that are separately, independently spending money in their towns and cities when you should all be collaborating with each other. So that was one idea, is just, you know, do that chancellery conference and don't make it just a show up and network. It has to be drilled down on and really structured, and you need that champion inside. So if you don't have one, find one. And then the second thing I was going to say, just on the amount of money that you have, Frauke, that, did you say 820 million, something like that? That's a lot of money. Government is so capable of doing well, but when I listen to everybody else on the panel, I mean, you're right, they're moving at lightning speed compared to what you guys are able to do, because there's all this, you know, independent expenditures, nobody's really coming together. And I guess the only other idea I had was, you know, and this could maybe come out of the chancellery conference that I'm suggesting, but is centralizing some of those functions that you need, such as, you know, the technology platform and the legal framework. In other words, coming up with metrics so that everybody's giving exactly the same amount to create a centralized, and their representatives from different places. And I know this is Pollyannish and maybe easier said than done, because everybody has a stake in the amount that they got. It's a big it needs a lot of political will. But again, it's about finding those champions and then coming up with your 2 or 3 things that you think are going to transform the project you're working on.
Thank you, Kimberly. We did talk earlier about sort of in the first panel of the day about should federal government be more involved in cities, and there was a debate whether some felt less so and some more. But you're right, the White House or the chancellery convening does lead to collaboration, some intended, some unintended, which is why those things happen. I know we're at time, so let me just go. Yes, please, you want to respond?
Something to this centralization or platform discussion. If I take Germany in the experience, the research for the right setup would need 3 to 5 years. The research. So what I want to say is it needs different releases of technology development until we come to a solution. What we need is these small ships that we are in regard to a big country. We have to develop very fast and quick by entrepreneurship. Yeah, entrepreneurs are designing, developing. Authorities are filing. It's much different. And we have to develop the right setup. We have to find solutions. And then hopefully find something that we can scale. But if we try to centralize it, from my view, it would be very, very good. Not to misunderstand, I would appreciate that. But it's not realistic from my point of view. Yeah, the technology development is too quick, it's too fast. That the authority would have a chance to see it from this view. Yeah, it's a comment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really would like to add on this thing. I think it also needs a really change in mindset. The focus needs to be on speed, and not on centralizing and we Germans, we want to get everything 100% right. And we have, we spend, I don't know how many thousands of euros on legal assessments if we can really do this. No, this is the wrong way. That's also what I tell my people. Decide. Speed is key at the moment, yes. And if you don't make it 100% right, if it's 80%, we can all live with 80%, but we get things done. We rather wait to make sure it's a 100% solution instead of accepting the 80% solution. And that is something that really drives me nuts.
Yeah, the minimum viable product approach of startups is something that sounds like you're talking about. We need to get it out there, iterate, learn, update it.
Yeah, I think what is maybe a last note on that, it's also very special to Germany, is that there is like the focus between, okay, turf wars between private and public sector. So the public sector just thinks, okay, we have to reinvent the wheel. We have to do everything on our own, and we cannot let private, sector entities in. So, and I think that's a major, major problem, because when you look at the UK or also Estonia, you always find collaborations between these two poles. And only because of that, they are so far. And I think we really have to learn that this is something we're in together and not against each other.
Yet Europe is becoming the de facto regulator of the internet because the U.S. doesn't have a framework to do so. So it's interesting that the balance is coming in that way. A lot of innovation from the U.S. You're struggling with how to make innovation come to the fore more here. Yet your European Union is becoming that key regulator. Okay, so we're at time, but I just wanted to get this quickly and briefly. What in your travels around the world, or what you've learned from colleagues as you've been on other panels from other places, what's the one idea that you want to, or you have stolen or borrowed, what if you prefer the word, into Berlin or into your work? Start down here.
Oh, I don't really know for this project because I started here in Berlin in April this year. So I've been coming a little bit around here in this field. But I think it's not a data idea. It's a mindsetting idea. It's a mindsetting idea. I think a little bit what you said, and this is also my wishes for Christmas this year, to find a superhero with superpower in the field of politics. So it's really necessary, I think, for all of us.
Superhero politician, that's the idea we want to.
But I don't really believe in wishes for Christmas right now, so I'm a little bit too old for it. But I think it's a mindsetting from young people, especially from countries which are not in this comfortable situation we are here or in the States, to have the ability to find new work, to be creative. That's more important, I think, than technology or smart city ideas.
Not just technology, but innovation and openness.
Innovation, open mind. And I think also give me two more sentences. I started in April, I told you, and it's really difficult. We are around about 100 people in our company, and it's a state-owned company, and it's really difficult to bring in this company collaboration. Between the different fields, and if we solve this problem or do this, I think we are much better, and probably then we find the hero.
Thank you. Rolf?
Well, I must admit, I was the other days in the Baltic states, visiting also the city of Tallinn, and I've stolen a few ideas. Unfortunately, I've not managed to fully implement them in Berlin. The first thing I've stolen is all administrative processes with the government, with authorities, are fully digitalized. It's great. I talked to my colleagues there. When you do approval processes for construction, how many binders do you must submit? And they ask me, what binders? It's all digitalized here. That's great.
The anti-binder campaign.
That's great. And the second thing I've stolen, I went on a bus there, and I looked out of the bus and said, wow, we're coming to a crossing. And there was a red light. And as soon as the bus came there, the light turned green for the bus. It turned red for the car. And we had right away, and the bus was much faster than the car. That's the second day I've stolen. I'm still trying hard to implement it here in Berlin. I hope I get the political support for it.
Good luck with that, Rolf. Thanks. I like that. Stefan?
Yeah, as I had the opportunity to work globally in a lot of countries, more than 30 countries, I think I have stolen a little bit from every country, that I have in my mindset that there's no rule that it has to work like this. Of course, we Germans, from our daily life, we know, or we think that we know how it works. But in my mind is, of course, could be very different. Yeah, because in other countries it's very different. And out of this, we have a little bit like a mindset in our project. If someone explains a concept for something and we don't understand it, we mentioned if it's totally stupid, of course, but if we don't understand it immediately, it's the right project to develop or the right setup to develop. If we understand immediately what he explained, it's something from the past. Yeah. It's coming from experience, but we want to know or to develop something into the future. For example, if I take shopping, daily shopping, city concept, here's a supermarket, here is a bio shop. Yeah, do we have some bio, how you call it, bio? Organic, sorry, yes. Do we have something like that in 20, 30 years? Or daily shopping in China, it's not necessary. You have companies to bring you what you need. But you have to be open for that and implement that. And for example, what I like most is a picture of autonomous drive. It's not the cars running around, but having no signs. Go out and cut every sign that is needed only for cars, for the drivers. You will have a totally different city. Yeah, it's I like this. I have stolen it, I don't know where, but.
I like it. Thank you. Frauke. Oh, she needs a mic. Sorry.
Yeah, I would like to make a view into the town halls. My wish is that at the top of the town hall, the mayors, that they, I don't know how to say, you have to, in order to bring your people to work on it, to be, to take a risk, they need to know that you are taking the risk as well. So I think that that is something I wish that at the top of the town halls, that there is a commitment to go forward and to take a risk.
I like it. Alexa?
So I think for me it's quite like also maybe simplistic. It's just being more pragmatic. And, you know, when we face a new situation, just get into action and not just stay at the same spot and just watch everyone else passing you. So that's actually the only thing I wish for, that we really get more into action, that we really try to solve problems, that we reduce our being in love with processes. I love processes as well, but sometimes it's just like, you know, over formalized. And I think this is something we really need to solve.
Excellent. Don't overthink it. Move into action, innovate, move quickly. Thank you so much. Can you please give a round of applause for this great panel?
Thank you so much for this wonderful panel and the moderation. Many, many thanks. And since we are already running a little bit behind the time, we are getting right next to our next panel. And I am looking for my wonderful next moderator. Where is she? There she is. I know, it's a little bit like a family reunion. I still have to call her away, Catherine, to come up here to me.
Should I use the stairs, or should I just dynamically?
Dynamically.
Yeah, the sound effects weren't that dynamic.
Up the stage. I just said it's a little bit of a family reunion.
It is.
Because many of those who are working on cities and the future of cities know each other. But there are also some here who you might not know yet.
Well, there's some people here I've seen in the flesh for the first time in 3 years of working together. So already it's a success.
Absolutely. So Catherine is not just the moderator of our next panel and a wonderful moderator as such. She has also been a participant of our project for the last 2 years, and you are an expert on cities and city diplomacy. What does that mean?
Well, what city diplomacy means in an ideal circumstance is that cities who know that they're at the forefront of some of the most pressing challenges that we face transnationally, but also in geopolitical, geoeconomic competition, have wisened up in a way that many of our nation states have not, and are very actively working together in A, detecting vulnerabilities, B, finding data-driven ways to tackle those issues so that things are comparative, they can begin to wrangle some space for themselves where nation states negotiate. So not just the G20, we now have the U20. And this idea that it's one of the places, our urban surround, of course, where our voice still matters in an environment where our democracies are atrophying. And so what I'm particularly interested in my research, Stormy, thank you for allowing me to talk about that, is to see how urban networks come together and how they stay together. And that's what I focus on in my research.
And you are a true transatlanticist.
I am, yes. Yeah.
By birth, so to
literally
say.
By birth, yeah.
But also by affection and by being at home on both sides of the continent. So what would you say is particularly German and which is a little weird for an American?
Well, the one thing when I moved back to Berlin 2 years ago, the Germans love their processes and the Americans love their problems. And this is where sometimes in diplomacy we have our issues because the Germans won't necessarily know what problem they're yet trying to solve, but they will launch headfirst into a process. And the Americans know full well what problem they want to solve, and then we'll sort of try to coalesce everybody around that problem, or we'll throw, as we would say in colloquial American, the kit and caboodle at the problem. And somewhere in the middle, in that sort of exercise of doing work together, sometimes things get lost. So that's what I'm interested in working on in my own private life, and yes, in transatlantic relations politically.
And if you look at the characteristics of Germans and Americans, what would you say should we take over from the Americans and take over from the Germans?
Well, I think it speaks to precisely that. Americans are this whole idea of like getting to the root of pernicious problems, figuring that out, and then throwing everything you have at it with energy and being, ready to fail, ready to take risks, ready to sort of get out there. That is a very different cultural approach to what we have in Germany. We would very much like to avoid risks, make no mistakes, have a little moral superiority. So we need to learn to get off of our high horse a little bit and get, into the trenches. And I think that's what we can learn from Americans. And then Americans can always learn a little more structure from the Germans.
Thank you so much for sharing this insight with us. And I would also say what we can learn from the American side is taking a little bit of lightness and also fun to panel discussions.
Indeed.
And that is what you are known for. So the floor is yours, and I'm looking forward to the moderation.
Why, thank you, Stormy. First of all, the one thing that Stormy didn't mention is I'm the mother of 2 small children, so I don't get out much. And I was just saying outside, I'm so pleased that Aspen always picks these really original locations in Berlin, because otherwise I would have no idea what's actually cool in this town. So thank you to Aspen and to Annika and Tobias and all the other staff for planning. It's a real pleasure to be here. Gobsmackingly bananas. That was the maybe astute, but still somewhat surprising summary of some of the lead scientists that were looking at the climate data of the last 3 months, but specifically at the data of this past September. It was the hottest month on record in the world. And I thought that was a very astute way of looking at it. We know, of course, that in the summer, our UN Secretary General said we are at a moment of global boiling. And I thought an era, it's not even a moment, it's an era of global boiling. And already that seemed remarkably provocative, but many of us felt all of the effects of an overheating planet in our own lives, forced to abandon vacation destinations because of major fires, looking worryingly at the floods in New York and subway stations just inundated with water over these last couple of weeks. We know, as people who live and work and think about cities, that density accelerates all of the effects that we are seeing around the planet and in the climate as in general. Cities, of course, become heat islands. We all have felt this. The ubiquity of concrete, the lack of air corridors, the reflective and heat trapping buildings, the incapacity to cool when there is so much concrete cover, when there is no place for water to go, when there's no place for air to go. And a recent study of 9 countries found that 356,000 deaths were linked to extreme heat in 2019. And the temperature increases are projected to reduce working hours by 2.2%, tanking global GDP, or at least affecting it, by $2.4 trillion by 2030. And on Monday, I heard the former US Undersecretary for Political Affairs in the Pentagon, Colin Kahl, put this all in national security terms. In 2017, 80,000 US military man-hours were given over to addressing issues of climate change, because all the effects that I've mentioned are obviously true of army bases, of use of fuel, of all manner of issues that affect critical issues in US national security. By this year, it was 172,000 man-hours. So if you don't understand that all these issues are issues in our civic and everyday life, they're also issues for our joint national security environments. So I'm thrilled to have a panel today with which we can look at some of the nuts and bolts issues. We have a really wonderful mix of private industry, of research, and of policymaking. And with that, I want to bring my panel up here so we can start our discussion. Here they are, and I will introduce them to you individually. How would you want to be right here? Julia. Thank you. Oh, I don't even need this, but you guys need mics. So we have a brief hour, and hopefully what I think is going to be a very crisp and interesting hour. But we want to probe, we want to be the solutions people up here, because I've just given you the description of the problem. And again, all of you know very acutely out of your own lives and out of your own work how much these changes are affecting our everyday being. We want to take first a little dive into private innovation. We want to think about this more from a governance and government perspective and a research perspective. But let me introduce first my panel to you. In the middle, we have Dr. Mohammed Attia. He's the CEO and co-founder of Nexaero. And he's going to tell you what they do, because I wish we had visuals so we could better imagine this. But it's really a pioneering company that works on the development of the first hydrogen-powered, hold on to your hat, long-range eVTOL aircraft focused on sustainable regional air mobility. So again, addressing infrastructure, addressing travel, addressing the way that we will move in the future. To my left is Alexander Cox. Some of you might know him, even if he's only been in Berlin for a short time. He's been somewhat of a political mainstay in Washington. He's a German Chancellor Fellow at the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. He's the former Deputy Director for Economic Mobility, the Domestic Policy Council at the White House, and former Special Advisor and Research Coordinator at the Office of Ambassador Susan Rice, a good friend from my Harvard days. So welcome, Alexander, and welcome to Germany. And Julia Epp is here all the way to my left, to your right. She's a research fellow at the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research and Berlin Social Science Center. She's a co-founder of Women in Green Hydrogen, a board member at BUND Berlin, and she focuses on the energy transition, specifically on P2X technologies and the coal phase out, including really here focusing on Berlin, the transformation and changes in the dual transition to renewable energies here in Berlin. And then virtually, right here, there she is Anja Liebert. who Anya's biography I looked up because I love the fact that before she got started in national politics from 2004 to 2020, she was a city councilor in the city of Wuppertal. Speaking of innovative transport, Wuppertal still, I think, a model of really interesting, different transport. She's a member of parliament for Bündnis 90 Die Grüne and a member of the Committee on Housing, Urban Development, Building, and Local Government. So that is my panel. Please join me in welcoming them, and we'll get right to it. Mohammed, I wanted to start with you because I worked for the second Bloomberg administration when we were scrambling to think about innovation in the general sort of climate space. And what we were primarily working on, we needed something that was easily explainable to voters, that people could take action on, and that would have a measurable effect in the city of New York. And clearly we were nothing as nearly as innovative as you were, because the Cornell Tech campus was a couple months out. So we were painting roofs white. That's about as far as we got in the first weeks and months of the Bloomberg administration. Fast forward 10, 12 years, and here we're talking about next generation air flight, hydrogen powered. Tell us about what your work is and how that integrates into thinking about urban mobility.
Works? Yeah, all right. No, thanks a lot for the question, and really happy to be here for the first time. What we're doing in Next is simply focusing on regional air mobility. So my background is just aviation, and aviation is worldly known to be very difficult to change and very difficult to adapt to certain new technologies. When I had the opportunity once to start trying to understand what is the end door-to-door CO2 emission when you're flying from Berlin to Amsterdam, that's where my parents are. The CO2 emission is huge, even if you're traveling by aeroplane. Regional air mobility, sometimes it got, I have to admit, misunderstood, that yes, rich and billionaires will travel between city center and airport, but what we're focusing on is the regional, connecting cities, countries, and beyond. In our example, we are providing totally 100% sustainable solution, hydrogen-based aircraft that simply can take off and land regardless where you are. So we can take off and land vertically, we can use airports, conventional landing, and it can fly with a distance of 500 kilometers. So it can take you from Berlin to Amsterdam in a couple of hours with zero emission, basically. In our project, we're deeply focused on the source of hydrogen as well, so which is a very important topic to address, focusing on understanding the future infrastructure in Germany, globally. I know US is doing a great job, Middle East is investigating there, and once you see a country highly demanding on oil, investigating an energy of the future, we stopped, try to understand kind of how we can bring this example and promote it in Germany. So we basically allowing people to connect, families, friends. I personally would always get one option stuck in the car with my 2 kids and on the road for 7 hours, or even could be 7 hours in the airport, which is even more challenging with kids. And yeah, so that's basically simply what we're doing and developing in Berlin. So company, we're working in this project for the last 3.5 years. Now the team is growing. We choose Berlin for a reason. Well, I personally believe Berlin is the most inspiring city in Germany. You can attract lots of talent. Still, the technology, many startups that connect our vision and relevantly close to different countries to attract global talents as well.
So how far are we from everybody in this room doing exactly what you, because I just arrived from Brussels this morning at 5 a.m. I would have much preferred being on a hydrogen plane, given the air quality in Berlin, which is probably the worst thing about this city, to do it your way than to do it the way that I had to do it early this morning. So how far away are we from execution?
You could have literally take off from just a couple of kilometers outside of your home, landing hopefully in the future cities somewhere
you can cycle distance. The project is about 8 years of a program.
Okay.
Some other countries, like in US for sure, they are probably ahead of us here in Europe because of different reasons. One of them is regulation, infrastructure and facilities. We're looking to introduce an early kind of product within the next 3 years, fully operating, transporting human across Germany, Europe, and globally within the next 7 to 8 years.
Julia, when you hear this and you look at things like air quality in Berlin, which I frankly have been shocked by how astoundingly poor it is, and consistently so, and we've built a major airport for better or worse. We now have major planes connecting us across the Atlantic, which I'm sure many of us here in this room find unbelievably convenient, but comes at all the other costs. You are focused in your research specifically on how we accelerate the transition to renewables, thinking about how we make the twin transition also more acceptable, but then also pushing cutting edge research on it. When you hear what Mohammed said, how does that resonate with kind of where we are in the nuts and bolts of thinking about renewables day to day? That's an exciting future vision, but we're not quite there yet.
Yeah, thank you. It resonates really well with me because what you were describing is a very specific and important application of hydrogen. So hydrogen is always very popular and a lot of people like it because it can do everything, but it can also do nothing. That's the reason why I'm saying this is because you can hydrogen apply it really to almost every sector. It's an energy storage application. You can use it in the mobility sector, in fuel cell cars, but also as synthetic fuel. You can use it for heating. There was once, the current chancellor of Germany said once that hydrogen is the antibiotic for the energy transition. So everything that doesn't work, hydrogen could fix in theory. The problem is that what you were also addressing, we have technology, but it's not ready yet. Mm-hmm. And we need to produce it. Hydrogen is not a primary energy source. So we don't, like solar, wind energy can get it from nature. We need to produce it from other sources. And right now, hydrogen is more than 90% globally produced with fossil fuels. So it's not a sustainable technology yet. It can be produced with wind power preferably, or also solar energy. There are also other technologies where we can use hydrogen or produce hydrogen from other sources like methane, that is turquoise hydrogen, but it's also very ground research. But as long as we don't have hydrogen available in a large scale, we are still have to look how we use renewable energy in a very sufficient way or efficient way. And as our energy systems, particularly in cities, are not renewable based right now. So Berlin has a share of less than 5% renewable energy. We need to find ways to use renewable energy very efficient and use it in the sectors that are right now producing a lot of CO2. And while it's very important to go into specific sectors, we have to look at what this promise of hydrogen technology means for politicians or for big industrial players, because we have companies like Gazak or Vattenfall, very large European companies, who are looking forward or who are trying to push for hydrogen solutions, for example, in the gas sector, in the heating sector, which will not be feasible. We cannot produce that much hydrogen if we want to keep our climate targets and if we want to achieve them. So we have to be very honest when we look at where and how we can use hydrogen in cities, in future cities, but also in general in climate plans. And this is a very, very, very good application, one that I would really support. But for cities, there should be a focus on different topics as well. If you have a harbor or an airport, this is an important task for you to look at hydrogen, but 95% of your emissions stem from other sources as well. So you have the issue of transport, of heating, and their hydrogen will probably not be your one solution. You have to go into efficiency, electric mobility, new solutions, and yeah, focus on other things as well, difficult things.
We'll look at a second in terms of how Berlin is doing, but we were just discussing, Stormy and I, how much decision-making powers do cities have when it comes to stewarding investment, stewarding corporate investment in a city, when a lot of the subsidies that we're now seeing, a lot of the placemaking happens at a different level. Sort of that negotiation happens often at the national level. Then cities and communities, as we say in Germany, are sort of confronted with realities and sort of have to accept potentially the externalities that come with, unless they're put in a better negotiation position. I've just built a bridge to go to Anya. That was my intention. I hope you saw me do that. Anya has been really focused, and I want you to share with us, not only from your experience of having done this through the lens of a city, but now at the national level, precisely the kind of things that Julia has brought up. When it comes to other ways of mitigation, now we've just emerged and we'll go back into a fight around the heating pump as the panacea for all of our climate ills as we transition very quickly away from Russian oil and gas sources, but that sprouted an enormous public policy backlash, when now we really need to be thinking more publicly around the right policy mix. And you have focused specifically on the building sector, which I just learned this week actually is the biggest industrial sector if you take all the industries and all the linked industries. So not only concrete and sort of the things that we might think concretely around building, but it is ultimately measured with all the adjunct industries, the biggest industrial index in industry in Germany. How should we think more specifically in the concrete jungle that is the city in improving, as we think about 2030, how we think about renewables and their role in our cities?
Thank you very much, Catherine, for the invitation. Well, we are at the moment working on our federal building code, and I listened a little bit to the panel before, and there was a lot about simplification, and we have to speed up with our decisions. And this is one thing we want to do. So we really want to improve the legislative and administrative framework and start digitalization, even in the building sector. Maybe you see it in the background. I'm not sure whether you can see it, but I'm here in my office from the Bundestag, and it's made of wood because I work in a building which is mostly made of wood. And this is one idea to build in the future. But we need the framework and the administration for it. So, but on the other hand, we have to try things, we have to make it and decide, is it a good idea or maybe it's a failure? So this is one thing, and we need to ensure and increase the federal funding for these things. And these are two major points we are discussing at the moment in the parliament. The other thing is to start the digitalization in every sector. And in my hometown, Wuppertal, we are one of the model cities for a smart city. And so I get a little bit about this as well. And it's in every sector. It's not only in the building sector, it's in mobility as well. And in my hometown, we have a project with hydrogen buses. So we have 20 hydrogen buses. And our hydrogen is made of the waste we are producing in the town. So there are several ideas, but the one thing is simplification. We can't take 10 or 15 years, more years to say, okay, we look at this and we talk about it and then we discuss it again and again and again. But we have to speed up with everything where we can reduce emissions. So this is one important thing. And for the cities, it is also important to discuss more green and blue infrastructure. You were talking about heat and what is the dimension for the people living in the cities. And this is really important because we had a lot of more or smaller or bigger heavy rain in things, flood, disaster. I experienced this in Wuppertal. We had in 2018, the first thing, 90 minutes rain, and the damage was enormous. And we had a 7.5 million euro damage just because it rained for 90 minutes. And this will increase. And we had 3 years later, in 2021, we had this massive flood in North Rhine-Westphalia and in Rhineland-Pfalz, the Ahrtal, maybe you heard about it, where even people died because the water was too fast. And it was, yes, we sealed with concrete all our cities. And now we have to think about where can we have rain retention, where can we find green spaces within the cities for the people to live there, and on the other hand, for the future things like flood and heavy rain things, where we have to be aware of it and think about it when we build. And the next thing is that we had a lot of zones which are sealed, and we have to go back from this. But on the other hand, we need housing. So a lot of people coming, you know that from Berlin, it's extreme how difficult it is to find a flat in Berlin, but it's in other bigger towns, bigger cities in Germany as well. So we have to build, but we have to build intelligent.
Anya, we were, without you knowing that, we were having that very discussion before we got up on stage. Alexander, you're the newest resident of this city, but of course you've looked around in your role studying, looking at urban economic development policy at the White House, and particularly interested in this comparative angle. We've heard some of the, in German we would call it future music around hydrogen and how we might want to scale, but we have real problems right now. And I think about, you know, things like the flood wall in different parts of South Carolina. We saw the floods in New York. And a lot of these issues in the American political context have become so highly politicized that the kind of things that Anya is talking about, you know, speeding up building codes, that's based on a sort of a joint comprehension of where the problem is. In the United States, this has become so politicized. You know, and I used to live in Georgia, and the governor of Georgia ran around Davos all of last January with his bagman right behind him to say, well, the governor doesn't believe in man-made climate change, but he does believe that Georgia's open for business. So as you look at it from an economic development angle, and thinking about investments of the kind of companies that Mohammed runs, how do we bring those things together? So also in the public policy domain, we're getting more to a, I don't care how you frame it politically, but the results have to be what they are, which is to say that we're safer from, that we're cooling our cities, we're cooling our living spaces, we're preventing, and Anya talked about forecasting, Julia talked about forecasting, we have better capacities to do that, and we're actually directing economic investments to solving those issues.
You're making me miss America, so thanks for that. First of all, thank you to Aspen Institute for having me here. I think it's the first time I've been on a panel in a former crematorium, so bucket list item checked. But you know, one of the great things about being on the policy-making side of economic development or climate adaptation is that you get to make policy and release resources to really smart people like my co-panelists to then go find the solutions. I know when talking about hydrogen, that's a big focus in the US as well. There was a lot of, in the infrastructure bill and the Inflation Reduction Act, trying to really harness that resource. And I hope that there's more cooperation between Germany and the US on topics like this, because that's what we really need to unlock those solutions. But I mean, you raise a really interesting point, right? So when the solutions we need become politicized, how do we work around that? And I think one of the opportunities that climate adaptation and mitigation presents is that it's really a problem that hits every single person in the world. There's no one that is, is impossible that climate change will touch. So whether you're poor, you're rich, you live on the coast, you live inland, at some point, directly or indirectly, climate change will impact you and will impact your life. That's a huge opportunity to actually find solutions, because when you find something that really brings people together across political divides and across geographic divides, that's where you really find the momentum to move things forward. So while climate change is daunting, it's terrifying in many senses, it's also an incredible scale and impact and diversity of solutions that are available to address it. And that's a huge opportunity from the policymaking side. You see in legislation, like in the United States, infrastructure law, Inflation Reduction Act, there's over $50 billion in between those two bills for climate resilience and climate adaptation. It's a huge amount of money. And when thinking about where do we want to drive those resources, where do we want to focus, I think in my work at the White House and the Domestic Policy Council, we really focused on a few things. One is equity. American cities and outside cities as well have a long and impressive history of inequity, and it's usually very intentional inequity. It's a result of policy decisions. And so now that we have this crisis and this funding opportunity, how do we use that to start to redress some of those inequities that were built into policymaking in the past? So when designing programs and working with agencies to really put these resources on the ground, primary on everyone's mind was making sure the resources go to underserved communities and the places that have historically not seen these kinds of resources. When you start putting that kind of money to work in places that haven't seen it in the past, that's when you start seeing solutions. That's when you start seeing some more hope in people that they can be part of a solution rather than having a solution imposed upon them. And I might break off a script. I know this is focused on cities, but I do want to point out one example that I found particularly compelling. In my work in economic development, we work both in urban areas and rural areas, created this program called the Rural Partners Network, which was meant to ensure that rural communities, low capacity communities, have access to the federal resources that are flowing. Often there's no opportunity for these places to even put together a competitive application for federal funds. So I traveled to southern West Virginia, eastern Kentucky, former coal country, as part of this program. And there, mountaintop removal has created these flat areas on top of mountains that is environmentally devastating. But now that climate change has increased rainfall in the areas, and a lot of the communities that are in floodplains are the most vulnerable, all of a sudden the mountaintops are an area of potential expansion. So when we put money into abandoned mine lands and remediating the environmental damage of those places, all of a sudden a climate adaptation strategy is creating developable land for communities that are otherwise at great risk in the floodplain. So in these rural areas that are devastated by not only climate change, but the transition away from fossil fuels that they were dependent on, this is an example of how climate adaptation and mitigation creates new opportunity, creates hope, creates a vision of what a future can look like in a place that had lost that vision. And I think that's such a powerful message, and that is something that resonates in Kentucky, in West Virginia, in Georgia, in the same way that it resonates in cities that have been divided by infrastructure, elevated highways that were driven through Black and brown communities in so many cities. Now there's a $5 billion program in the infrastructure law that's dedicated to tearing down and mitigating those highways, which in America is a radical idea. There's federal money to tear down highways. And the communities at the forefront of receiving those monies and the benefits are the ones that have been historically faced with environmental injustice and underinvestment. So I think that's where we start to build that narrative, right? What connects inner city Detroit to Eastern Kentucky? Hey, climate adaptation and mitigation. You would have never guessed that. And
Can you say that out loud though, or do you start with the economic interest piece?
well, I mean, you have to say both, right? You can't, it can't be a Trojan horse, right? You need to come there and be like, yes, this is a climate adaptation strategy, but also the economic potential of it will benefit you and will benefit your family directly. And this is how. I think that transparency, that clarity of message is what's really needed if we really want to create this, you know, whole of nation movement that is necessary. Otherwise, if we work in silos, if we work in isolated city by city, we're not going to get to the place we need.
So I'm going to go straight back to Anya, because I think one piece that I heard very clear, first of all, I think that the political surround is vital, because we have a major election in the United States coming up in November. You know, all of these things these stories will be told very differently, but I do think finding ways of moving forward, because there are such practical applications. And I think, Anya, it resonates with your reflections on the Atai, because I think, I mean, what you described, you're in the middle of doing, and I talked earlier, I didn't know if you heard that, about differences in how I perceive policymaking in this country and the United States. Problem identification versus process design. What I think many of us would hate to see in the Atal, or areas where we really need to work on reconstruction and transformation and everything. So industrial heartlands issues, we have those not only in the East, but also in the West. This idea, where and how can we best learn either from one another or from fixing mistakes of the past? So you spoke about accelerating issues around the building codes, but as we're looking, is Germany, and to what degree are you looking internationally, maybe to transatlantic examples, maybe elsewhere? New Zealand is doing really interesting stuff on virtual forecasting of city functioning. Where are you getting good examples, and are those helpful to working in a very specific cultural context in which you need to advance some of these issues?
Yeah, maybe I tell you a little example from the Ahrtal. We went there with a committee and just looked at several projects there. And there was a little village, and they said, okay, we have to wait till the infrastructure is coming back to our village, gas or whatever. And they said, okay, we don't want it anymore, because they had the little gas tanks behind their houses, and they were flown away. And they say, okay, we want something different. So they built, in the middle of the village, they built their own local heat system. And they had like a solar energy system, and they combined it with wood pellets. And they said, okay, we want to be independent from the infrastructure around. And this is a very good example, because they said, we need heating next winter. We can't wait another 5 or 10 years till the whole system in the Ahrtal is rebuilt. And they just did it. Of course, they had funding and were supported, but they said, we want to be independent. And this was a very nice example, because in other towns, there were people, they just still waiting for whatever, because they just said, I have a house and I don't want to build it, or don't want to restructure it on the same place, because maybe in 5 years or 10 years or 20 years, it will be again a flood. So we have these long-term discussions, how can we rebuild several places, but we have to be fast when the people say, okay, we need a system next year or in 2 or 3 years. And at the moment we have all the discussions about the heating law, a lot of people discussing in Germany, and we are talking about being fossil free in 2045. And people thinking maybe Robert Habeck is coming to their home and take the heating away. But it is a process, but we are investing money at the moment, and we have to discuss or have to structure how we invest the money now in fossil-free energy. And then with the hydrogen topic, we have in the building law, we have made a little point already so that it is easier to have energy storage just by the power plants from wind energy or solar energy. So up to now, it is the point that you can't have a hydrogen tank or energy storage system just where you produce the energy. And we changed it already, but it's not really discussed in the public. It's just one little thing in the building law. But we want to accelerate these things because we have, we have to do it for our children, and we have to make the decisions now. And I think it is not really fast in Germany because we are discussing things and we have to discuss it with the people who are really affected from it. Yeah. But on the other hand, we can't wait. So this is the problem at the moment. We have this constellation in the politics that that we need the discussion because otherwise people are really afraid, and this is not the best thing to make further decisions for the future.
This politicization that we just discussed with Alexander is, of course, sneaking into the German debate as well. And part of doing responsible public policy is, of course, sequencing the pace of change. But we are in such a dire situation with the war of aggression in Russia that, of course, yes, the responsible way in public policy terms is to lead. But Anja has pointed out that, of course, this is an aging republic. And getting many homeowners who see all of their, all of their sort of long-term wealth combined in their homes, getting them to change, getting them to rethink about individual responsibility. That too is embedded in thinking about how you sequence public policy shifts. Julia, I want to come back to you and look at this nexus of research, innovation, and sort of pouring into a policy making pacing or mapping out goals to where we need to get. We heard from Alexander and Anja, I think, very vivid examples of how that is a crucible right now in public policy. But it's your job, and to a certain extent, of course, Mohammed's job, to think about how do we open the aperture and sort of set a tone and work with industry needs and fears and individual needs and fears to move public policy forward. You, I'm sure, do a lot of comparative work. Where do you see that's going well, the nexus between research, development, and implementation in public policy? What can we learn from that comparative example? What would you like to see as priorities for Germany and for Berlin?
Thank you. When I just heard what was said before, isn't it kind of sad that like cities or areas that are being destroyed are an opportunity for really a change, and that we are not able to have cities like Berlin that are so innovative, have so much capacity, so many smart people, that they are not able to change anything about the energy system. For the last 20 years, they are fossil and they don't manage to do something about their energy system, about their sustainability, about their environmental protection. And this, when I hear this makes me like really upset and wondering how can we really move forward to get to where we need to go. Like we have in Berlin, for example, the Energy and Climate program. We have had this for almost 10 years now. It's a really good program in theory. It has more than 100 measures that need to be taken to reach our sustainability goals, our climate goals, energy goals. Each of these measures is really, really good. Problem is, none of them are, well, little of them are implemented. And I think this is like in general, when we think about sustainability and climate action, that the scenarios we heard today, they're important, they're a part of the storytelling, of the communication. But once we go into the cities, into the areas, into implementation, it becomes so hard and frustrating really quickly that we need to change something about that. And in Berlin, we had this really positive example, I would say, this year that we had a fund, for example, for solar energy, for balcony models, and until the first half of the year, more people have applied for funding for solar power plants and implemented them in their balconies at homes than altogether last year. So, but there needs to be financial support because, as we said before, social or income problems are also part of society today. We have inflation, we have low incomes, we have households struggling financially, and those balcony models, they won't change the electricity mix in the energy system, not very much in Berlin, but they make the people that possess them aware that they are part of the energy transition, that they can participate, that they're not excluded, and that they think about how they use electricity. And I think this is something really, really important. And I am also part of, so Berlin has a climate council with experts that advises them what to do about climate action. And this council, for example, is right now working together with the Senate on this additional funding. So you said before really big numbers, but Berlin actually has a new law, and this law will establish a new fund of 5 billion euros the next 2 years, and another 5 billion euros in the years coming for Berlin's climate and energy action. And this fund is huge for just one city. If you imagine 5 billion, that's a lot for Berlin, but it's a credit and the city has to pay it back as well. And right now we are in the process of finding out how to use this very efficiently, which technologies, which projects need to be implemented and need to be funded. And I think it's very important that scientists also move a little bit away from their academic silos and go really into the implementation of projects, work close with the industry, with politicians, force the administration to come to those projects as well. I've been to many hydrogen projects, energy projects, where you also have to take the administration along. They need to understand what the problems are and how they can solve them, because they're at such an important point. They have so much power if projects can be admission faster or slower and supported. So yeah, you really need to bring everybody together to make this work. And I'm really excited what will happen with this fund. I'm a little bit worried because it's a lot of money, and Berlin is not so good at coordinating large projects, as we know from the past. But I'm happy that we are at least doing something for climate change, and hopefully it will be something good.
Mohammed, when you listen to this, knowing that you are an industrial actor in this environment where things are shifting, where things in public procurement, public allocation is shifting, what does that say to you about Berlin as a place to invest, as a place to nexus some of the R&D pieces that we talked about, even if it's, something that we're still dreaming of that's, a couple years out, but does that restore your faith in the capacity to get this energy transition right locally faster than you thought, or what's your read on what you've heard?
Honestly, it's that's the reason why we are in Berlin. But I am personally was not aware of this funding program, and
already
we will
made magic happen.
Continue
Do you see
the conversation. This? Yeah, absolutely. Just let me explain one thing. When we started the project, everybody advised us go and ask for funding applications, and it is difficult. Mm-hmm. It's really challenging. You need to hire a team to pay them in advance, and then they will go and write the applications, and then you get 50-50 chance. So lots of funding, but it's very, very challenging. And applications, and we have tried it our luck like 3-4 times, and then I give up because I can't really hire a whole company just to fill the applications. And it was like this, but
Anya's paying close attention
hopefully,
to your needs.
I'll repeat it loudly. I think hopefully looking into, as my colleague said, industrial applications, bringing direct value from those investment takes a priority.
Yeah.
Administration efficiency, please have a look, because that could be frustrated for certain startups. We have personally investigated across Germany, and we know southern part of Germany, it's much easier to obtain government fund. And I'm always encourage people just go seek the best practice, common applied. US, we know that, yes, definitely. Yeah, I know you've still been here a month. Wait a couple of more and tell me your opinion. But yes, there is opportunities to obtain fund still globally outside of Germany better. But I personally still believe what we're doing in zero emission aviation journey, which is will not be solved only by us. We're just small piece of a puzzle in a bigger one. Still highly believe in Berlin, in a city. And hopefully we see those all kind of coming together, feeding the industry. I mean, Germany is known with the industry, and we hope to see more and more industrial support when it comes to hydrogen. And also quickly, hydrogen is important, and it's very important for aviation, but rule number one, understanding the application of your energy. So if you're driving a car, yes, battery electric is your best friend, infrastructure-wise, facility, ability to charge, and so on. But if you're aiming and dreaming of crossing the ocean and seas and countries by air, the only source is for sure hydrogen. So understanding the source of energy, and I think infrastructure-wise in Germany, it's not bad. It just need to be kind of strategically positioned into the right points. Airports, I believe, should have hydrogen infrastructure. Airfield, Germany, there is hundreds and hundreds of airfields in the future will be used connecting cities. And hopefully with some of this fund will go to develop smaller airfields outside of the cities to adapt and focus more and more into the green hydrogen, because yes, hydrogen is available, but it's still challenging to get hydrogen for our testing, for example. And yes, it's not totally green yet, but in the future, price-wise, will reduce, availability will increase, sustainability color code will go more into green with such support from the government funding, only if it goes into the right direction and spent wisely and correct and honestly tracked.
Well, I think there's a whole series of challenges or whole nodes in terms of public policy sequencing and development. Your response makes me think of all sorts of national security applications as well, because of course, part of, and this is so interesting as we get into an election year in the United States, of course, so much of energy innovation has actually been pushed by the Department of Defense without anybody understanding that that is the case. And that gets into exactly renewable sources. I think so much of it in the U.S. defense context was begat by the fact that, you know, we were pushing major oil convoy. I mean, we were creating vulnerabilities in our longest war in Afghanistan because we needed to move fuel around the country all the time. And so part of the look from the Pentagon into investing into hydrogen, into next generation fuel systems was all an efficiency argument, which brings me back to you, Alexander. And then we're going to turn to you for your questions. So get ready, get your hands ready, and your question marks at the end of your statements. I'm still really interested. I mean, you mentioned this rural example, but the urban example is something that has struck me in particular. Also, again, about talking about the impact and the spacing and pacing of innovation and change in cities, precisely because at least now in the White House, we have a president who, spoke with different constellations of mayors 9 times between his the election evening and taking office in January, has made it a specific focus to have mayors in his cabinet, has made it a specific focus to get out there now that he can and relay the impacts of the major legislative packages in a local space. And be in dialogue there. So I wonder if you could reflect a little bit on, I mean, you've seen this on the ground. that this idea of how do we get more cities, you've seen this in the US context, but you're here now, into this dialogue so that, they're in discussion with Anya. It's not her own lens from Wuppertal, but you're having different, you mentioned whole of government, different kinds of conversation that then really gets to harnessing what Julia and Mohammed have put out, namely the best possible examples, the most succinct and accelerated processes through an urban lens. What have you seen that's been inspiring, both at home and internationally?
Yeah, so I mean, mayors were our best friends in the White House, especially with this administration. There has been so much policy that we've looked to drive through cities and really hold up cities as examples of what can be done with federal resources. And I'm sure there are many cities that have gotten annoyed by how many times that we've called on them to say, hey, can you talk about this work? Can you find a best practice that we can lift up so other cities can follow? But it really is, I mean, that's the amazing thing about cities, kind of understand each other, not only within a country, but throughout, across international borders. And it's really where best practices and policy innovation can be driven forward. So I think that's why you see President Biden leaning on mayors so much, and hopefully mayors also leaning on the president and the administration to really build a strong partnership in that sense. But I also think that we need to think carefully about how we talk about climate solutions and what is a climate solution. Because for a lot of people, as amazing as hydrogen-fueled aviation is, they don't see themselves in that solution. It's that's something way too beyond me. It doesn't impact me. There's no way I can contribute. Even when we talk about things like, seawalls and living shorelines, these are big projects that the average person on the street is not going to see themselves in. They're all important and they're all key to the solution. Same with federal building codes. That's definitely not someone that an average person is going to see themselves in. But I think we also need to think a little smaller scale about what a climate solution is. So for instance, planting street trees, that is a climate mitigation solution that everyone can appreciate. And there's such clear divides when you walk down city blocks in the US between who has street trees and who doesn't. And there's lots of data that will show you exactly who lives in those neighborhoods and not. But making that more equitable and expanding tree canopies is a climate solution, and that people can understand the impact and see the impact in their neighborhood. It's important to talk about that. It's also important to talk about things like removing a lane of traffic in a 6-lane artery and making that for bus rapid transit, especially for bus dependent communities that need transit to get to work and to back home. That's a climate mitigation strategy. I don't think we think about it as that. One thing from Berlin, actually, that I've found fascinating is that I think in elementary school here, all kids are put through a bicycle safety and riding curriculum.
Even I remember that.
Yeah, that's incredible. And that's a climate mitigation strategy, because those kids, I mean, obviously you need infrastructure as well, but those kids have confidence and they grow up thinking of bicycles as a practical way of getting around. So I think when we start thinking about climate mitigation, not only with those big mega projects, but also in the small incremental ways that people can really see themselves reflected in, that's where we start to see the collective kind of action and motion that we need in order to bring everyone along and see themselves as part of the solution.
And I mean, I think that's where a lot of the international examples, having data around it, having metrics around it, knowing what works, that, of course, your point about the bus lanes, of course, triggered, I think for a lot of us in the room, people who've looked at Colombian examples on the Transmillennial rapid transit systems, these are now old examples for which, we know how this works. Even now, they really need to replace their buses in Colombia. But that being said, we have data for this. And while I'm filibustering only because I'm looking into this room and looking for hands, and Eli Lippman's hand shot up, so we're going to go straight there in just a second. But I'm going to filibuster this story just because it's a transatlantic example. I realized that my supermarket in returning to Somerville a year ago was about the same distance as my supermarket here, and I asked myself, why did I not take my heel Porsche, which we call one of those old lady wagons that you take to the grocery store in Germany, speaking of different behaviors, to my Somerville grocery store? And you know what I realized? It's because milk cartons are too large in the United States. I cannot get a family's full, supply of groceries for a family of 4 into my Hill Porsche because milk is too large. So as we think about public policy mitigations, like, where are they? If gallons of milk were smaller, I might be able to do that, but then you're going to require Americans to rethink wholesale about the way that they consume. All right, so I have questions here and here. I don't know if we have a roving mic. I hope we do. We do now. Right here and then behind. And just introduce yourself for everybody watching online as well, and make sure whatever you say ends in a question mark.
Okay, yeah, Eli Lippman, Executive Director at Move LA. And your story reminds me of a story when I did a virtual date with my wife. I was in London, she was in Los Angeles, and I planned out the meal so that we would have the same thing. And she couldn't find an individual size, like, dessert at the grocery store. You could only find it in London. And it was like, oh yeah, the portions are completely different in the United States. My question was to the conversation earlier about the money around addressing historic inequities and communities that have been left behind, which is fantastic. These are great programs, but I think with hydrogen and with also like highways, we're seeing a real challenge. And my question is, how do you think we can address them with the fence line communities, right? So for instance, there's conversations in Southern California about converting fossil fuel refineries into green hydrogen facilities. But the fence line communities, the folks that live literally on the fence line across the street don't want anything there. And then there's a proposal that's going to be going in for this getting rid of the freeways. We have this great freeway that's 3 miles long in Los Angeles, the 90 freeway that goes to nowhere. But and there's a proposal going in to remove it and make park and affordable housing space. And the backlash from the communities immediately adjacent to it has been vicious. And so this is the right things to do from a long-term perspective, right? We need more hydrogen, we need more park space, affordable housing, bus rapid transit is part of this plan. But the challenge of, in particular, and it's like the right thing to do for frontline communities, which are communities that are impacted first and worst by climate, but challenging with fence line communities. And so I'm wondering.
I think that's it's a really great question, because I wonder now, or even as we're looking at these crises in our democracy, when we have certain issues, we know a lot about behavioral economics. We know a lot in theory about what kind of public policy interventions on the payment side work or don't work. And we seemingly are not applying all that learning to some of the most pernicious problems. So that in my mind is a question to Anya, Julia, and Alexander, whoever wants to come in. I'll have Julia start, and then we'll go to Anya. So communities that are directly affected, that we're demanding to change immediately, effectively, make major changes in their own behavior. How do we mitigate that? What's your experience? What works?
Very difficult. If I knew the answer, I probably would have won a Nobel Prize, but I think some things work and there's also no general answer to this, I guess, because the issues are different and the problems are different and the contexts are different. Particularly if you look at the social economic background of each city, each community, this plays a big role. For example, we see in Berlin that we do miss to include people with Turkish background into the climate discussion. We are not able to do this, and this has a cultural language barrier. So we always sit together with the same academic people who know what is happening, who know that climate change is real, who know that we do need to work on this. At the same time, we have a general problem that populist parties are rising, that climate skepticism is rising, and that the Green Party is seen as an enemy more and more, because they are demanding policies which are necessary for climate change. We need to have a heating transformation. So I think this is a really difficult situation that we are in right now. However, I think that conflicts must be dealt with because they are a sign of transition. The more conflicts we have, the more real we see that we do move forward, we do change something. And in Berlin or in Germany, we had for the last 20 years Merkel as our chancellor and the Conservative Party. And I would say we didn't have as many conflicts as we do right now, but it's also a sign that we maybe did not as much as we should have done. I wouldn't say that it's all bad that we did, but the heating transition was long overdue. So but I also see that scientists really need to work more in those conflict areas, because in Germany, at least, we see that if we have those conflicts, if we have those big transitions, if we have big projects, scientists often do have a certain degree of trust within the population, not all, but they do, instead of maybe economic players, because they of course come with a certain interest. They want to build something, they maybe want to build a power plant, they want to change it, and scientists do have a different, maybe say, motivation, and therefore we often see that this helps to have interdisciplinary projects. But I do feel that you need to be very honest about what is happening, inform people right away, try to not have miscommunication, as it was actually part of the heating transformation law in Germany. So there was big miscommunication and a lot back and forth. That is bad for trust and bad for acceptance. And you need to be also honest about what can participants or citizens profit. Can they profit from this personally, financially? Are there any incentives, especially when it comes to power plants? Are there maybe I don't know, taxes that the community gets from it that will be reinvested in schools and housing, etc. So you should also show that there might be some benefits for the community, but you should be also very honest about what will happen and not try to, I don't know, have some hidden motives.
Anya, I mean, this has really become a major issue. This targeting of the Green Party, this odd, putting the Green Party into a position where effectively they're almost, dictatorially trying to change the way you live. That's at least the odd arguments that have been made in public discourse. And the right wing has leaned exactly into that. Now, also, by the way, working and bizarrely, this is such an odd cognitive dissonance, working with or targeting specifically second, third generation migrant communities, all of whom can vote in the German context, to say, look, they're all coming for your cars, they're coming for your rights, they're coming for your individuality. So they're using all these odd tactics of populism that we know, but it's having a pretty horrific effect on the political discourse around the issues that we really need to tackle, as Eli said. So as we look at communities that are going to be so affected, what tactics are you thinking about also as part of the party discourse as we head into we have a critical election for the EU Parliament coming up in May and early June? How are you thinking of changing tactics?
Well, it is difficult in some parts, but we had a debate 3 hours today on sustainability in Parliament. So it is still a topic and we are discussing it. But I think we need little steps in some areas. We can't, well, we had it with the heating systems and we experienced that people are not convinced and they had the feeling we have to pay for it, and now we have huge funding and support for people changing the heating system, and now I think it's getting better. But I think when we have these little projects, and we were talking about trees in the cities, or a bike lane, or a bus lane, speed lane for buses, or etc. Then people must benefit from it, and then they must experience that it's nicer to have the bike lane than to have another parking lot or something. And and we have to have a best practice network, and we establish it in Germany at the moment, and there are a lot of really nice projects in this network already for all these climate mitigation projects. So it is called Zentrum Klimaanpassung, so ZKA, and it is really nice to have all these projects in there, and cities can watch and say, okay, they did it in another town, and we just copy it. But we have to take in the people in this process, and this is discussion, and this is participation, and this is important. And then maybe when people see, okay, it is getting better in my direct area, in my little area, and I have more trees and more comfort, and it's cooler and it's nicer, then people say, okay, it's okay to have it. And the other thing is when politics says, okay, you have to do it, then it's really difficult. Yeah. And we learned about it, but we need some laws, otherwise we can't fix our climate aims. So we have to do it, and we need transition, and so it is both parts. We need these little nice projects to have a good feeling about climate change, and we need to have laws, otherwise we can't get our aims.
I have a feeling the next question is going to go straight to that, because it's shot up twice, and this will have to be our last question because an hour flies by like that. But I'm told there's coffee and cake afterwards, so this can continue happily, fueled by carbohydrates. So go ahead.
Hi, Julie Maupin. I'm a Chief Investment Officer of a family office. My question is about the messaging and what you've learned in terms of successful messaging. Alexander, you touched on this a bit when you said, you have to tell people this is both about climate change and your economic well-being. I think in the example of planting trees, or just generally speaking, greening cities, greening rooftops, greening parking garages, greening everything. There are all kinds of opportunities to talk about these in ways that avoid the polarized discussion of do you believe in climate change or not? Because the greening of cities it has tremendous health benefits for people, and it's very easy to talk to people about their physical and mental health. And look, this is going to improve everyone's physical and mental health. And look, you're going to hear more birds and less cars. And there are many studies about that, and the physiological response that we have to being more in a natural environment. I think the same thing is true in terms of messaging with the opposition to the heating law that we've seen here in Germany. And I experienced this myself as well, because it did create a lot of anxiety amongst people who were thinking about being forced to change heating systems that maybe aren't that old, or they just bought them, or or wait, when I sell my house, then it's essentially an expropriation because the new owner will pay me less for my house because it has this older system, and upon sale you have to change it. These kinds of thoughts. And as you mentioned, a lot of people's savings is in their house. Mm-hmm. So that's a big deal for people who don't have a lot of assets outside of their property ownership. Mm-hmm. And we experienced it in our VEG, where you had from a very wealthy person who'd be happy to tear off the roof and put on solar everything and all kinds of whatever, but he's very wealthy. Yeah. And then we also have same people in the same house, people who have been living there for 60 years and living on a pension income, with a fixed income, very small, and can't afford to do all of the things. So the question is, what lessons have you learned, and how can we do a better job moving forward of not talking about things in a way that out of the gate polarizes the discussion, or allows people to pit, Greens against AfD, or whatever, the Republicans against Democrats, or
I'll let whoever wants to take that question start with it, but I want to go to Alexander first, go back to Anya, and then whoever wants to have their last say on this. So how can we get better, smarter, more direct at messaging?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I think a lot of smart people are trying to figure that out. My personal take is that, yes, you need to come at it with clarity and transparency, saying this is a climate strategy. It's also an economic well-being strategy. This is how, lay it out clearly. But the truth is that a lot of these programs and initiatives, the payoff it's not immediate. This is something that takes years. It could be a decade. And I think when it comes to messaging and communication, we give up too easily. I think we see in the next election, message didn't stick, so we're trying to find a new message. I actually think you need to stick with that message. You need to open with that kind of clarity and just keep at it through political, like election cycles, through ups and downs, because in reality, it's going to take that amount of time for people to see the results. And if you're constantly switching messaging, going back and forth, then by the time, 5-10 years from now, it's going to be just confusion, and there's not going to be that clarity that you need. So it's a little bit of a have faith and keep at it, and don't give up on people. Keep going back to those rural areas, keep going back to the red areas with that same message, even if they're not voting for you. And then maybe eventually you'll start seeing some results. It's really difficult, and that's why we haven't really found a solution yet, but I do think it's a long-term project that we need to do.
It's a high pain threshold for people in public policy. But Anya has said that. She said we need the short term, but we also need laws, and laws set the frame. I'm going to go finish in the room. Anya, you'll get the last word if you want to add something else. But Julia, Mohammed, any piece on messaging?
Just from listening to the questions and answer, I think one really important thing, understanding that the whole climate solution and sustainability will not just be solved by one direction. And when I got asked, we are aviation of the future, who need this? I said, my kids, future generations. If I'm not starting today, it's a 10-year program. Worst case scenario, who gonna do it? I grew up in Amsterdam, so I'm sorry I can't comment about cycling in Berlin, because it is it's a challenge for me still to cycle here. But we need all those together. When you need really the laws and the government to understand it, equally invest today's solution, future generations. Often decision is taken based on what we know today. Imagine if we are in the same discussion as today, 20 years ago, how the global environment could have looked like. And I think that's always kind of my personal main motivation, is that in 20 years from today, how I see my impact or our impact from science perspective, industrial perspective, government perspective. And I always think, if my dad have done a similar initiative, but the energy was not an issue, and sustainability was not really the big topic at the time. But thinking of the future, equally as thinking of the solution today, I think that what personally keep myself motivation for the better future of my kids, at least.
Well, we should be more capable at looking at predictable surprises, but I think the point is, how do we get action on predictable surprises, Julia?
Concerning your question, I'm always finding it a little bit difficult, because I feel like I'm very involved into the answer myself, because I am a younger generation. I'm a generation of, I'm only just a little bit older than 30. I don't know anyone in my age who can afford to buy a house, to build one, to buy land. So I feel like always this discussion is very difficult, because there are so many different social groups that have different problems. So we have this certain amount of homeowners who have one issue because they're afraid they will lose their house. They're unclear about the situation. But then at the same time, we have young families who cannot even afford houses anymore. And then we have this large share of tenants who feel totally screwed over by the energy transition, because they cannot buy a solar power plant, usually, maybe for the balcony, but not the same as homeowners. They are even dependent, and they on the energy system that their landlord uses for them or installs for them, and they have very little possibilities to even have good ways of participation. So I think that like the whole problem of the message is that in the past, the energy transition has created inequalities, and we do need to acknowledge them, and we do need to work on them and have a multi-scale communication, but we also need to be aware that we are kind of privileged if we have certain things, if we own, because ownership is a privilege still in Germany and also in other countries. When I heard about Atlanta and the issue of homeless people, that's a totally different scale, and we do need to understand that those tendencies can also happen in Germany. We have social issues. So I really do think that, if I could wish for one thing, I would wish that we don't have Instagram and Facebook and anything anymore, so that we talk more with people in real life. I think that would help a lot. So I think that's like our task of everybody. Talk more, talk to your taxi driver, talk to the people on your station, talk to anyone you meet about their problems and understand how you can help each other.
Anja, you basically answered the question before, but who do you need to be talking to before this European election in May that's not yet hearing, May and June, is not yet hearing your message?
Well, I'm talking here in Berlin, but also in Wuppertal on the market place. So I think participation is a key to discuss these topics. And we are a little bit in a bubble here talking about certain things, and we need to talk to the people as somebody else said, yes, we have to talk to the owners and to the tenants. And at 4 o'clock in the parliament, I have to hurry, we have the topic about rents, how they can increase or not, and how can we manage to fix the prices for the flats, because we have already a new system that the price for the emissions is half to the owner and half to the tenant. So we need different methods to increase the transition, but for everybody, and it only works with participation.
Amen. And cities are the best locus for that. We thought a long time over this past year about how we influence, how we get the citizen to talking to Europe, and we kept reinventing the wheel. We built Bürgerbeiräte and did all sorts of things, to which I kept saying, I don't know, we already have cities. Why are we not just talking more inside of them? So talking to everybody equitably, this reinforces my belief in going door-to-door campaign practice, which many of us in this room have done in actively defending our democracy. All of these things are linked. It's important to talk about all these issues in a linked way, and I'm very grateful for Aspen to not only forcing us to think outside the box toward 2030, but also bringing us together to have precisely that whole of government, whole of thought approach. So thank you to my wonderful panel. Thank you to the Aspen Institute for having us, and thank you for your excellent questions.
Since we had two wonderful panels, the break is now going to be pretty super short because we do have two more panels coming up, which we can't really push further back to the evening. So I would like to ask you to get a coffee, get a piece of cake, and then be back here at 4:05. So it's short. Sorry about that. And I know that the breaks are an important part of a conference like this to network, but we really can't push the two upcoming panels further to the evening. So I would love to ask everybody to come back in and find a seat so that we really can continue. I already see that our speakers are lined up, and I would love to ask Annika Hinterbrandner to come up to the stage, who is our next moderator. Thank you so much for taking up that role. You're an architect and also a journalist?
Trained architect.
So what is that? What do you do?
I'm currently working at the ETH Zurich, so I'm basically teaching and researching there. So my field of expertise is still architecture, but I'm not working as an architect in an office, as you would imagine it, drawing plans all day. But I'm rather working in communications and topics or other field as we're exploring today, like political communication, urban development, housing question, and of course climate change and the influence of the built environment on that topic.
And architects have a huge responsibility.
Exactly.
They can do a lot for the good, or they can misplan.
Yeah.
How do you ensure that it's actually good planning and not misplanning?
First of all, I think we need to talk about the facts way more. Architecture, or like the built environment overall, the building industry is responsible for 40% of CO2 emissions. The cement production alone is responsible for 7% of CO2. So this is a huge amount, and many people in planning are still not aware of the responsibility that comes with this massive implications the built environment has.
And I hope to hear more about this on the panel. So the floor is yours, and thank you so much for moderating.
Thank you so much for handing over the word. I'm very happy to directly introduce my panelists for today. I'm very happy that we are now talking about how cities can be fair and more equitable for everyone. And we'll do this with Nicola Brandt, Katharina Hinz, and Anna-Maria Drasnia. So welcome to the panel, and come up here so I can introduce you properly. Ihr könnt euch setzen, wie ihr wollt. And I actually wanted to thank the panels before us as well for bringing up the topics that we now explore a bit more in detail on the topic of fair for all, how to combat social inequality in cities. Cities still continue to grow, or maybe not, as we might hear later on. And one of the increasingly pressing challenges we face is social inequality. Especially when you're common with the Berlin discourse on housing, but as well in other cities, you might know there is a housing crisis globally going on. What is actually still affordable, who can live where, who has access to what, are questions that are very pressing. At the same time, it's not only a housing question, but as well a question of climate equality in terms of like how or like what centers can still offer, or like what is still climate resilience in terms of like cities not heating up or heating up in specific areas. We heard that before as well, that often marginalized groups are living in areas that are especially bad in terms of as well urban design and development. So while urban centers have long been the engines of economic growth and opportunity, they have also been sites of deep and persistent inequality. And I think it was really nice that that was mentioned before as well, especially in the context of the climate crisis. Marginalized groups and communities are often excluded from the benefits of urban development. Social spatial segregation, inadequate urban transport provision, as well as urban configurations that are not climate resilient, are critical factors in exacerbating income and wealth inequalities in cities. And they often represent major barriers for improving urban livelihood and conditions for disadvantaged groups, particularly in the developing world. But There's as well a positive side we need to look at. There is a lot of potential in properly designing our urban environment. So urban environment can have a positive direct effect on poor and disadvantaged groups by increasing the ability to access goods, services, and economic opportunities. The question is, how are we getting there, especially in the conditions we are now? And this is what we are going to discuss now, how a fair for all city can be made, or what aspects we actually need to look at when we are discussing this topic. So for that, I'm very happy to introduce our guests. So I'll start with Nicola. Nicola Brandt is head of the center at the OECD Berlin. Since 2019, you're a trained economist and an expert in economic policy, sustainability, and inclusive development. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks for being
Additionally, we have Anna-Maria Traschner. You are a member of the parliament, which was quickly talked before. Your expertise lies in democratic engagement, so you will say a bit about that later on. And you're in the parliament for the Social Democratic Party. And on my left side, we have Katharina Hinz. You're executive director of the Berlin Institute for Population and Development. And we'll discuss demographics and how cities are currently developing with you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for being here. And I would like to start with a quick round on the aspect I teased before. What, from your point of view, is the most crucial factor we need to look at or we need to foster when we discuss more equitable and fair cities? Nicola, maybe you want to start.
Well, of course, there's no simple solution, but if I have to say one word, it's access. So it's access to what you mentioned, affordable housing, for sure. It's access to crucial, I would say, to labor markets, which is often not assured, and is also a planning problem, actually, transport, mobility problem. Access to health services, to education, and amenities too. So making sure that everybody has a very nice and agreeable surrounding is important for social justice and social peace.
Thank you very much. I'll hand on the question to you, Anna-Maria.
It goes in a similar direction. I would focus on participation or wonder. As a former state secretary for active citizenship and democracy promotion, I think it is important to integrate people with their rights and having access to decision-making processes and be active part of it, may it be in the green transformation of the city, the new rebuilding, or maybe other political processes. So in that regard, I think there are good best practices examples that can give us a hint where the right might go on if we properly integrate marginalized groups through participation.
What would you say is it, because you mentioned best practice? Do you have one example?
Yes, I do have. For example, we have a piece of legislation where we make it mandatory that youth is involved in urban planning if their rights or their interests are also affected by it, so that there will be a process where children will give a vote on what to happen in their urban area, for example. Another example would be also a piece of legislation where migrants groups in a city have is also mandatory in the city of Berlin, that they have a committee where they can give votes to any kind of piece of legislation that the local governments do, and raise their voices and show their perspective into it. And I think this is something where the state and politics can interfere to make more room for broader perspectives.
Thank you. And last but not least, how would you
Yes, thank you so much. And I think I sort of combine with my remarks what has been said before. I think we need to think integration in a new way in order to provide everyone with a chance to equal participation. And this enhances what Nicola just said, access to housing, health, education, etc. And in a recent study, we looked into integration concepts and strategies and found that in the 400 districts and cities of Germany, over 50% have concepts, and of them, 2/3 are already show this participatory approach. And why is this a game changer? Integration efforts in the view of those who focus more on a participatory approach, think that they need to be directed not only to migrants, but to all people who need support. So it is not so important whether a person has a migration history, but it is more needs focused, and this would not only reflect the diversity of our society today, but also strengthen social cohesion. And that's where I go a little bit off script here, attract new inhabitants into regions suffering from a shrinking population, because we at the Berlin Institute, we focus also on rural to urban migration, but also have a look at how small towns, where, by the way, urbanization also takes place in all over the world. So it's not only big cities, if we talk about urbanization, but also smaller towns, mid-towns. And in Germany, a lot of them have experienced immigration towards the bigger cities. So a lot of communities in small towns are struggling with infrastructure to provide for their citizens.
Yeah. No, thanks very much for the input. We definitely come back to the communes again as well. Currently in the migration discourse, like communes are of course the ones that need to do the work. So I think it's an important aspect to as well reflect on that. And with this short round, I would like to continue with more in-depth looking into what you just hinted or the topics that you started to open up. I'll start again with you, Nicola. Looking at your experience or like your work at the OECD, what are the ongoing efforts and potentials for improvement in addressing social inequalities in cities? What would you say?
So I talked about access, so perhaps I can elaborate a bit what it means. One, I think very crucial is education. And here, I mean, it seems simple, but it's often not practiced. Many countries try to reform education financing or resources directed at education in a way that the most resources go to those schools that are most in need. And in fact, there's a tendency also in Germany, by the way, whereby schools are more and more segregated. In a sense by social background, but also migration. And that means, so if you have more children that don't speak German at home, of course you need...
You might need to have your... Yes.
Yeah. You need more resources, teachers who can support in the afternoon, or more material, more digital tools, etc. So that's...
There's a new mic coming through.
Microphone problems.
Perfect. No,
but this doesn't.
That's not having any sound.
You can have mine. Oh, I can, I don't know, can you hear me when I speak loudly?
No, we
need one for Zoom.
We share.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, but I almost finished. Well, maybe a second point, I can't go through all of them, but one that's very crucial and often overlooked is access to local labor markets. Because sometimes when neighborhoods, poorer neighborhoods, very clear example is Paris. You know, Paris, or the greater Paris region, which I've worked on quite a bit, hosts the richest districts of France, but also the poorest. And the poorest one is very close, in fact, if you know, the Fluglinie. So basically, if you look at direct distance to Paris center, where all the jobs are, if you will, very close, Seine-Saint-Denis. But public transport to the city is very scarce, you know. And another one is the airport. The airport is actually, Paris airport, is in that neighborhood or in the greater district. But getting there from some place, and you know, it has a lot of jobs that could be suitable for people who live in this neighborhood, but it's very difficult to get there actually. So, you know, making sure that people have access to mobility that gets them where they need to go is crucial, also for integration into labor markets and sometimes also access to health, etc.
In architecture, there's the concept, or like in urban development generally discussed, the concept of the 15-minute city. So like the infrastructure that you need and your work and whatever is in close like proximity of 15 minutes walking. But this, of course, is like when we as well look at German cities, mostly only the case for the very wealthy areas. So then we're back again with the topic of like inequality and who actually has access.
And what sometimes, because in the debates that we have well, with the OECD Berlin Center, it's often actually in Germany, Paris is often mentioned as a shining example for good and improved public transport and biking, etc. But what people forget, it's very true for Paris city, the center, where Anne Hidalgo is the mayor. But Paris, in fact, is much bigger. It's, you know, all the neighborhoods, and this is where the poor neighborhoods lie. And I mean, it's also for historic reasons that they, I mean, Paris city center is probably the city in Europe with the most metro stops. You don't need a car. You're very happy if a car, you know, if the cars don't go to the city and you can cycle. But it gets very complicated for people who live just outside of Paris, and their public transport and access to transport is not the same. So very important.
One closing sentence, what would your advice be for improving the qualities outside of the privileged center?
Well, I mean, investing in public transport is important, but of course it's also very expensive and it takes time. So the greater Paris regions, they are working on that. So I mean, here we also wanted to talk about smart cities. So I think sometimes intelligent solutions like shared rides or rides which you can, in smaller buses, which you can call, also for older people who need to go to the doctor, etc., can be a solution in the meantime, while you don't have the very nice, you know, big metros or subways, etc. So, but really looking, and also I think for planning, looking at the data and looking at, well, how long does it take people to get where they need to get? And from there, imagining solutions. I think that's important.
Perfect. Thanks for the bridge. I'll jump to you, Katharina. We're looking now at demographics, or let's reflect on that topic a bit. What, according to you, are the noteworthy demographic trends we need to look at when we discuss cities within urban areas, but as well looking beyond? And what strategies or action do you believe could contribute to positive developments in cities?
A big question. Maybe before I answer, I just want to explain where we at the Berlin Institute are coming from. So we are looking at the consequences of demographic change. Irene mentioned it this afternoon. She called it demographic shifts, and that is aging, and as I said before, also dealing with shrinking population, especially in the rural areas. So this is what we look at, and how this affects living conditions in urban and rural areas, and how the state and or the communities can provide equal opportunities for all against these challenges. So because small towns and rural communities often struggle to keep up the infrastructure against these shrinking and aging populations. So this is one thing that I want to highlight maybe later on in our conversation a little bit more. How can we make sure that if we think about smart cities, to develop them in an age-friendly way? to make them also more equitable, to allow for all age groups equitable participation. But coming back to rural urban, interestingly enough, we have seen in the past 10 years a move of people out of the biggest city in Germany. And this is really interesting because 10 years ago we saw that many people moved into the city, but now it is more and more a trend that people move out of the city. Why is that? Because we have talked about that at length already, because housing is very expensive. The driver of this new movement are families. They don't find enough space and affordable flats in bigger cities, but it's also a new trend towards remote work, so that people find it easier now to dislocate their job location from where they live. So this is also one trend that makes it easier for people to decide more freely where to live.
One in-between question before we continue. Is this only true for certain income groups? Like in terms of like, is this privileged people that can afford to move outside? As we heard before, no, it might be like connected with the aspect of transport and accessibility, how you can move, or is this a general development that you can see that there is more moving away from the city?
Indeed, it is a general, and it's because young families, they cannot afford flats or houses in the bigger cities, so they are moving out and moving out even to the periphery. And we've had a look at into how this is also a chance for rural areas, small towns in the periphery that have gained new citizens, how they can deal with this situation. Of course, it's a challenge for them because they have to integrate these new migrants and families. They have to. These families need support. They need schools. They need kindergarten. They also need. They need housings. So some of the questions that I mentioned earlier about integration is also applies to them. So I think social cohesion is an issue there as well as it is in the bigger cities.
Okay. So as well as I asked before, what would your one recommendation be?
I think it is really important to look at the data. If you plan for a city, at the population structure, but also at demographic developments like in and outward migration, that is important. But it's also to have a look at what people actually need to be in contact with civil society, with initiatives, be it migrants organizations or people that represent older people. So it's really important to have this in mind and to plan really for the needs of people and know your people basically. Yeah. And that's I think important. But it's also important if it comes to social cohesion and participation also that we need what we call third places, that is places outside the family, outside work, where people can meet and interact, get to know each other, and also interact with each other in order to improve social cohesion. Yeah. And that's also where you also need civil society.
Yeah, perfect. This is the best topic end to continue with you, Anna Maria. Or like I mentioned it before already, and you yourself as well, your focus is as well on democratic engagement, let's say. So from that perspective, what legislative or policy initiatives do you see as particularly promising to really get people involved and address these social inequalities? And as well, how do maybe these initiatives already take place in a political framework that you work in?
Thank you first. I think of course, there is not only one piece of law that will address social inequality. I think all the panelists also said that it's very complex. All the experts here in the room will know that I think we need a whole catalog of different parameters that we are addressing. May it be access to resources, may it be representation, may it be access to rights. And when it comes to how we address this at a national level, I think it is important to see the specific structure of Germany. We do have a federal republic, where it means we have quite strong federal states and communities that will have different pieces or leverages of decision-making processes. So it's not that directly we in the Bundestag are going to decide what's going to happen into the smallest community or the cities in itself. There are many layers in between, but what we do also have in mind is when it comes to urban development that we are not looking at how to build more concrete and to make the working, living dimension standards more affordable for many people and to make it more accessible. We also address social progress of how to address the social city. So through urban development programs where we invest exactly in areas to build a center, maybe a community center in the cities where people can come and participate in decision making around that area. They might also develop new associations, may it be with migrants, incoming people that are new citizens, or also people with disabilities, or just, I don't know, the senior that will go into there, and looking at how we can have various instruments that we are implementing at the national level, the federal level, and the community level is quite important. Now, that was the national level, where we have also such topics like poverty. Social inequality is also a lot about who is actually living in poverty and not having a good access to a dignified life. And if I will talk, I would have to talk about a piece of legislation regarding this. I would definitely refer to fighting poverty once regarding child allowance that we just increased, and we are developing into a child safe kit, or let's say child aid system, where we would have a look who are the families that are living in poverty and how do we implement first the guarantee of having a minimum living standard, and also redefining the social cultural existential minimum that a child would need.
Yeah, I mean, this legislative piece was just passed, but it was at the same time as well cut down. So if you're like looking at that, like how do you really think that that's enough, let's say, or like what would be needed to really improve the situation?
The piece of legislation is right now in the negotiations in the Bundestag. It hasn't been passed through. So it was in the cabinet by the government, and there have been differences in how much money is necessary. The topic is more complex because we want to do a broader reform of childcare system, where at the one hand we are integrating the child allowance system into this new child aid reform, and then we are also looking what is necessary to have a more user-friendly platform where families can have access to, and what do we need to unbureaucratize, let's say so, in order to make it more affordable. It is the beginning for sure. It's not where we could be, let's say, but it's a start for a next big social reform.
Yeah, let me just dig into the money hole a bit more, because I think especially when we talk about the housing program that was not fulfilled yet, we also need to talk about money. Also, when we talk about communes being able to act, we need to talk about the Schuldenbremse. So, like, what is your reflection on that?
Well, You can imagine I am responsible for child and youth clubs in the here in Germany, and youth participation and democracy promotion. And it has been one of my budgets that has been confronted with very big budget cuts. By the way, we just had a very positive notification on that we will take out the cuts regarding youth participation programs. But the Schuldenbremse, it's a concept that was developed, to stop the debt cost that we accumulated in the 90s and so on, and that's a problem that it's going to remain. I think we do not have the political majorities regarding undoing the Schuldenbremse, but what we can do is to have a closer look. Is there a Wirtschaftskomponente und Konjunkturkomponente on English? I have to think about this. I think it has something to do within the parameters of the Schuldenbremse. How can we make possible that we are investing, and that not only on sustainable infrastructure, which is necessary for having energy security within Germany, with not only within digital transformation, but that we also are looking at the social infrastructure that is necessary in order to organize social solidarity and fight social inequality in that regard. So my point on that, we do not have the majorities for it, nor do I think that the polls are showing that in what the population would think. But we can shift a bit the narrative towards how we can make investments more bigger, let's say, also in that regard. And we are talking about people that are getting lonesome. So if you are creating a new city, you also need a social infrastructure, people where can meet between various generations, young and old. And for that, you need money. You need money for people that will be able to offer services to help the new Berliners or the new citizens that will come into a city, how to enter the work market. You will also need help for the maybe for the children that are getting out of their homes because they have child abuse or other social problems, and you need a social state infrastructure to cover up for these children. And I think this is also something that we always need to address when we are talking about economy and all these transitions.
Yeah, thank you for answering so patiently. I think this is just a crucial point. This is why I put it on the table. I would like to play this forward to you, Nicola. What is your take on that? Like, where do we need to invest? What are the aspects that we need to foster to really get there to the more equal city?
Well, investments are are necessary in many areas, but again, I would like to mention education, but also here. So one thing is how much in general you spend, but then also that you make sure that that you target the money to where it's needed most, and that's important, and that's often not happening. Surely housing is where there's a housing need, there's a housing shortage, not only in Germany and many other places as well. And then if we think about sustainable cities, I think it's important to think about how we plan new housing. What's the size of the new units? How do you combine different type of living arrangements to make sure that at least you don't foster segregation? Or if you have nice new apartment buildings, some OECD countries are planning or are having some quotas for social housing in there, forcing even private planners to do that. So that can be a smart idea. And again, with the climate challenge, but also the social challenges, very important to invest in public transport and in accessible mobility for people to make sure that people can get where they need to go.
I will pass on the word in a second. I just wanted to mention that we open the question. So in case you have a question, feel free to raise your hand and I will see you and ask you for your question, because my guests asked me to not be too long on this panel because you have appointments after this. Just so you know, we will be quite punctual with this panel.
I just wanted to add to something that Nicola said. I think we can, there are ideas how we can solve the question of sustainability and being age-friendly. If it comes to housing, maybe there are some efforts now, because we see that, for instance, some senior citizens, they live in big houses after their children have moved out. Maybe they are alone because a partner has died, and then there are families who need space. So why don't we swap? That is a possibility. So some of the small towns that we have visited actually provide for age-friendly housing in the city center or the village center, and encourage older citizens who live in big houses or in the suburbs or on the outskirts of a village to move in. And this is also happening in cities, like for instance in Potsdam, there is a initiative that for exchanging flats between older people and younger people. So this could also add and make use of the housing that is already there. So that is just one example. And also, of course, new forms of living together can also solve these two challenges that we have at the same time.
But Katharina, if I may, it's an idea that I hear all the time, and it sounds really compelling. But doesn't it? One question I would have to you: so, is it really working on a large scale? Because if you think about, I think, looking at my own parents, but in general, the older people get, the less prone they are to leaving the place that they know. So I think it is an issue. Often older people live in spaces that are far too big for them, and you think, oh, why can't we just swap? It would be a great solution. I'm not sure we can use it on a large scale, but maybe you have ways.
No, I'm not saying that this can be done at a large scale, but it's a puzzle. So I think we have there are so many good ideas and initiatives that are underway, and I think the solution lies in so many initiatives. So there's no one big effort. I think there are a lot of different efforts. So this is just one thing that we can try out in different cities.
How many swaps have we seen in Potsdam?
This was just an example. It's not our project.
But I think one additional important aspect to mention that it's not only stubborn old people who don't want to exchange their apartments, as well, of course, the social network that people have that is very much connected with their spaces. So it's as well very much about providing communities, if you want people to move, that allow this, or like new forms of living. And then we're back at the discourse in terms of like what kind of apartments and forms of living do we actually offer? And then we see it's quite limited in terms of what is being built by the private sector in terms of like availabilities of apartments as well.
Yeah, and I think we have to be flexible here. So the small towns that we visited said that they are trying to make sure that people can live their lives in the city. That's possible. That they allow for a life cycle in place, as they called it. So they provide for families housing, but also for young people who cannot afford high rents, but also they provide for age-friendly housing, so all at the same time.
Yeah, just a short comment on this. I think we do really need to keep the scale in perspective. So if I am looking at Berlin, which is nearly a 4 million people city, and at the international level, when I was in Jakarta, the U20 summit, then I see that Berlin might still be the biggest city in the European Union, but sorry, it's a middle big city within the world, almost rather a short city. So we cannot talk about that. We need to keep scale in mind. So what we do, I just want to be a bit more practical with best practices. And we do try to implement a smart city strategy in Berlin, for example, where we worked with civil society all together. What does this mean to have a digital smart city, a sustainable, resilient city, and participating into that. And the 15-minute city we are trying to implement in Spandau, in Siemensstadt, where you can use virtual reality and to see how through artificial intelligence and data that are directly integrated in the urban planning, they are readopting the city to optimize it so much regarding sustainable energy energy system, also regarding how about the proximity. Do I have all the services around within 15 minutes? How do I work there? Where are the community spaces and all that? It's all something like a living hub. So I think when we are talking about digital smart solutions and tackling social inequality, we need to know that it is a process. It is an incubator where we are trying solutions, and it's important to take the people on the way with us. So, but when I'm coming to the concrete questions in the urban development, because you've mentioned Paris as being one of the best practice examples, I think there are many that you can do in the international level. I would refer to the Urban Sustainability Exchange platform that has been built during the Metropolis network, the biggest network worldwide for big metropoles, where they are exchanging knowledge on the best practices. And it might be also that city Jakarta is reurbanizing a ghetto by example of the Berlin soziale Mischung, the social, how do I say that? The social mix, exactly, where they are working with concrete associations, where people are having co-rights on what happens in this environment, and they have participated, they have access to property and so on and so forth. But on the other hand, it can be that maybe Los Angeles learns something different from Rotterdam or some other city around the world, maybe Tokyo, I don't know. But interconnectiveness, we need to interconnect the knowledge that it is within the cities also to tackle these smart city solutions at a higher scale and to learn from one another.
We heard from the poly crisis to the poly solution before. Nicola, what kind of smart do we actually need?
What kind of?
Smart city.
Yeah, it's, I mean, digital solutions can, of course, contribute quite a bit. But I also like what Anna Maria said, I mean, about involvement of citizens in when there's changes urban planning in their area. And France has something like Soziale Stadt, I think, where they call it Conseil Citoyen, but they do things like simple things, which I think can be powerful, where they basically go through a city with, you probably have it with youth, but they do it with women and just say, you know, there's a dark corner here and we have to do something about it. And maybe it doesn't require big rebuilding measures, but perhaps, I don't know, a tree or lamp, a street lamp, something like that. That's important. I think the challenging part here is to mobilize because it's very nice to say participation, but that would interest me also, Anna Maria, how the experience is here. But often, you know, and then at our desks we say, yeah, and the most vulnerable people, they have to participate, and then they can say what they need. It's a good idea. Again, it's very difficult to reach them and get them involved. So.
Yeah, we had this almost similar questions in the panel before. It's quite interesting that we are circling back as well in terms of like what small aspects can be changed and how do we get people involved.
Yeah, I just wanted to pick this up, what Nicola just said. I think it is not easy, but the administrations or municipalities of towns or cities are not alone. They always can have a network of civil society organizations, be it migrant organizations, or and they are already, or those that we have visited, they actually exchange a lot with them. They work together with them, and they understand themselves as moderating this network. So, because you earlier on you alluded to the fact that a lot of municipalities they don't actually have the money. They are also dependent, especially if it comes to integration on funding. And but if you work together in a network and have the same vision also on integration, this makes your life easier. Although collaboration is not easy, and we heard this earlier, or cooperation is not easy. But I think. Yeah, if you reach out to within the communities, and if you work with networks, I think you have a lot to gain, and then you are not alone as a administration or as a mayor. But I think we also need people who are engaged at the top of the town hall, and I think also in the administration a lot has to change if it comes to diversity, for instance. We see that we are not there here in Germany, that the diversity that we see in the society needs also to be reflected in the administration. Plus, the administration also needs to rethink, are we really open? Are we already there? Are we open enough to reflect the society that is already diverse?
Did you want to say something? No, because I saw you nod a bit before. Then I would like to dive a bit, because you talked about migration and integration before, and as well in our short preparatory talk, you said that on one hand, I would like to ask you, like, how do we deal with migration, which is a huge topic at the moment, and is as well very closely connected to how do we engage people to really keep the country together, or like not only in Germany, but in many countries on a democratic level. So to build communities that can deal with all these aspects or like challenges we see. And you said it's not only the migrants that we can look at in terms of integration, but sometimes as well like movement within the country. Could you maybe expand a little bit on that?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big question on migration, but I think we as a society, we have to accept that we are an immigrant society, or that in Germany needs migration. That's I think we have to make sure that people understand this. And so what I said before, if we open up the concept of integration and make it broader, that we can maybe also not only reflect the diversity that is already there in society, but maybe also make people understand that it's not only, if we talk about integration, it's not only the migrants that we are addressing, but also all people who have a need. And this is why a lot of German towns and also municipalities already have taken up this new concept of participatory approach towards integration. And maybe it all sounds so theoretical, but maybe I can give an example, so that for instance, services that open up to people who are in need. That can be for instance, what we saw in the city of Neumünster, that there is if it comes to housing again, there is a kind of a license, housing license that they offer all people who have difficulties entering the housing market. Then they have a training on tenancy law, how to deal with neighbors, and waste management, also an important topic in Germany. And so all the people, not only migrants, but it's this service is open to all people who have a need, who struggle to have access to housing. They can do the certificate, and then it makes it easier for them to get access to housing. For instance, that's just an example.
Yeah. Anna Maria, you're noting things. So I'm asking you, from your point of view, like, how is your take on democratic engagement when it's not only about everyone who is already there, but including a larger society as well, migrants and people that are new, let's say?
Well, I have to say, the small personal anecdote has something to do with the fact that I myself am a migrant, and I came to Germany 16 years ago with nothing in my pocket, then 4 months of German integration, school language, I don't know. And I would like to refer first and foremost that, yeah, we do are Germany as a country, we are a big country that has a lot of people that migrated here and want to live here, and this is a positive thing because on the one hand we have the demographic change, we have people here that are associating with Germany a kind of the German dream for a better life, for a life in liberty and security, a life where you can prosper, and this is the story of many people that are living here, and migrants have been built this country after the Second World War for a long time. So just a note to that general perspective, but I think what we do have done as Parliament also just this year in summer, we have passed a piece of law where we addressed a legal way to come to Germany through work and through qualification. So where we open for the first time, because there are until now we have only illegal ways of coming to Europe and to Germany, and with the Fachkräfteeinwanderungsgesetz, which is something like the qualified immigration piece of law in Germany, we are and also we have another piece of legislation that addresses especially asylum seekers that are here and have the possibility with the Chancenaufenthaltsgesetz. That means opportunity residence permit, let's say. You get residence permits if you find a way to enter the job market, and you can stay here for longer. And also we have enabled to have double citizenship, which is also a question of migrants that are living here for a long time but didn't naturalize because they would have lost their other identity, like in Turkey or in Syria and other places. But this all three together actually are making a piece of legislation that is pretty modern. It has very progressive approaches in this, and I hope that through better access through rights and through resources and to better access also to representation, because if I am naturalizing, then I also have political participation rights and so on, that we will tackle this social inequality that is also a question of social background, in which context am I living as a migrant, that can be part of a better Germany, and also how to show best practices. But when it comes, I just want to give an example to digital challenges. So we had, it's not the first crisis that we had with refugees in Germany. We had that also recently before 2015-16 with refugees from Syria coming, and then it was all the communities and at the local level and the federal state that they were saying, we need to digitalize in this area in order to get earlier on a permit for the people to stay here and get access to the work market, to the education system and so on. We have 560 foreigners administrations that are helping you with this. It's kind of like your first contact point. And since then, we have now 2023, only 1/4 of it digitalized. So that's actually a problem where we are saying, and it's not something that Olaf Scholz can do as a chancellor. We need also the federal ministers, and we need also the communities that are cooperating and wanting to do this. So if we want to become better also in this regard, then we need a German pact, as Olaf Scholz calls it, where everybody does its share from the community to the bottom up, then to the top.
I like the idea of the smart city as an idea of the smart city of integration. I think that's a good one. And I would like to circle this back to you, or you wanted to grab the word anyway?
No, I wanted to comment actually, because I think the new immigration law is indeed very modern. But I think you need to think about it also. So this is a federal law, of course, you hear this very often, and it's true to address labor shortages through that are basically coming from demographic changes. We need 400,000 people to come into the country every year, that's true, but in order to be able to receive them, they can come with kids, they need to learn the language, they need housing, etc. So this requires a lot of investment to make it a success. And if the investment is not there, and I think we're a little bit at a moment where, for other reasons, there's a big teacher shortage, right? Many Ukrainian children who now came as refugees, they're not in school in Berlin, there are Ukrainian kids who are not in school at this moment.
There are many.
Can you hold the microphone so that...
All right, sorry. I just have to interfere because I was state secretary for that time. So we integrated 8,000 children from Ukraine during the last year in schools. It may be that it's not, there are still some people on the waiting list. That's not a problem, but the general statement that there are Ukrainian kids that are not having their right guarantee to education, it's not true.
Yeah, so I don't want to, so my understanding is that there are kids waiting. Anyway, even if that's not the case, I think, and you can see it in basically, so I will check, and I'm not, we're not going to solve this here, but what is a real challenge, of course, is when many children come or people come into a country, so they need housing, there's a shortage now, then you need the resources at school to make sure that children can be successful. And that really needs to be ensured, because otherwise the immigration will not be a success, and it will not address Germany's problems, but also it will not satisfy the people who are coming with high hopes, and rightfully so. So it's very important to have a lot of flanking policies, and a lot of them at the local level, in fact, in order to make immigration a success for both parties.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I already got the sign that we need to end this. There is a 0 sign. We did not have any questions, and I did not see any hands raised, so this is the last chance, and there are no questions. So thank you very much to my panelists for talking about the broad variety of topics we passed through. I think this was a great first dive to be extended in terms of what a fair city for all actually looks like. Thank you very much, and applause, please.
Thank you so much for another wonderful panel and a great moderation. We take a few seconds for putting up the stage for our very last panel, which I'm promising you is going to be just as exciting, because we will move a little bit more to the federal level and look at the transatlantic relationship. So stay with us. The show is going to continue. Genau. Und wir mussten heute ein bisschen kreativ sein, was die Technik hier anbelangt. Aber ich würde Sie auch gerne gleich mit auf die Bühne, ja, bitten. Nee, wir warten also ganz klein. Okay, so while my colleague Annika is outside and trying to get everybody back into the room, including our participants, it is a great pleasure to move us to our last panel, which is, as I promised, going to be another exciting panel. And I hope that Nina Hachigian is also online now and can already see us. If not, I would like to ask our wonderful technic guys there she is. Can you see us and can you hear us? Perfect. So everybody is coming back into the room and the doors are closing. So after a full day of very in-depth and good discussions, where we stayed a little bit on the city level, maybe a little bit on the regional level, it is now also time for us to move to the federal level. In the beginning of our day today, we did a very quick Mentimedia polling asking if the federal government should get more strongly involved with cities and also with regard to the sustainability of cities. And a pretty large percentage of our participants said actually no, while the majority said yes. But still, there were some who were a little bit more skeptical about this. And we talked a little bit with our participants, and the skepticism seemed to have been a little bit higher even in the on the US side with our US participants than on the German side. This is something we would also like to bring up in this discussion on this panel and ask about the relationship of the federal and the local and of the transatlantic relationship and what we can do together. And I couldn't imagine two speakers who could do this better tonight than those two who are giving us their time and have joined us today. So I would like to ask to the stage Norbert Gorissen, if you would join me right up here. And I have to excuse the technical setup. This is a little bit more of a experience because we decided that won't work if we try to look up there, if we try to look down here. So we set up our little laptop here, and I hope this is going to work. And what I also didn't discuss with my two speakers, if I could go with first name basis, because it makes it so much easier, and we are in the, well, perfect. And from the other side of the Atlantic, who's joining us today, is Nina Hetchigian. Nina, thank you so much for making the time joining us today. So, as I said, here we have two wonderful people from federal governments. And some of your positions have not been around for such a long time. Norbert, your title is pretty long, so I have to read it very carefully. Deputy Special Envoy for International Climate Action and Climate Foreign Policy Commissioner of the German Federal Foreign Office. What is that?
That's an easy question. Thank you for that, and great to be here in this exciting environment and location, by the way. So I would say I'm Deputy Special Envoy. That's enough. I'm in the Foreign Office now, which is quite exciting and new for me. I moved to the Foreign Office only 1.5 years ago. Before, I had been working in the Ministry for Environment on climate issues. And with the new government, when Annalena Baerbock took over the Foreign Office, she decided to put international climate policy, and in particular, the UN negotiations on climate, into the Foreign Office. And then a group of people, including me, moved from the Foreign Office to from the Environment Ministry to the Foreign Office. And the additional very important decision Annalena Baerbock took was that she appointed a special envoy on international climate, which is Jennifer Morgan, whom you invited originally, but unfortunately can't make it. So I serve as her deputy. Jennifer is now a special envoy, political level, in a rank of a state secretary in the Foreign Office. And to some extent, and that's good to explain here, in this context, she compares a little bit with John Kerry, who has a similar title. John, on the other hand, John Kerry works directly to the president. That's not the same case in Germany. Jennifer works with the foreign minister, but the title is very similar. And I'm sure you know that Jennifer, first of all, she's now also German, but she's also American. She is a long-standing climate activist, had been working in several organizations, and the last one was Greenpeace International. And from that organization, she moved over to the ministry, to the government. So really a change of perspective, and I'm happy to serve now as her deputy and also advisor. I'm a long-term bureaucrat, so I cover the bureaucratic part of our work.
And thank you so much for stepping in and being here today with us, Norbert. We really appreciate it. Nina, your title and your job is just as exciting in the US federal government. You're special representative for city and state diplomacy in the US Department of State. Has that position existed for long?
Just about 1 year. So it's pretty new.
Nina, what do you do in your daily job?
So our work is to uplift the voice of city and state governments in foreign policy. They are on the front lines of many of our transnational challenges: climate change, pandemics, for example, migration, as you were discussing earlier. So we both want to learn from their experiences. We want to assist them with whatever international work they may be doing. And we want to be a resource to our colleagues wherever they're posted in the world when they are working with local governments. I used to work for a city, and so I'm me and my team are always keep very much front of mind how important what we call subnational governments are.
So the first thing I would like to discuss with you is actually the role of cities in international diplomacy and what role cities can play together with federal governments to advance sustainability issues, the green transition, but also from a social point of view. And Nina, could I ask you to explain a little bit how that interplay works? I would imagine it doesn't always come naturally, automatically, and easily.
It's interesting. I think that we have a lot of local leaders, mayors and governors who are very focused on sustainability and on reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We've had a lot of extreme weather events in the United States, floods and heat and the rest, hurricanes. And so we have a lot of leaders that are dealing with those impacts and are therefore turning around and figuring out how they can be part of the solution. Hundreds, many hundreds. So, and they're critical to our being able to reduce greenhouse gases as a country, because the decisions that need to be made are often in the authority of local governments. So it's cities that decide on public transportation, for example, in many places, or states. So if they're going to decide to procure electric buses versus diesel buses, that's a local decision. Same with, putting in EV chargers for cars. Similar with how you deal with your garbage and whether or not you're diverting organics so that you don't produce methane. Similarly with building codes, that's a local level decision. So in all these ways, and solar panels, also a local decision, whether you're making it easy for electricity users to put solar panels on their roofs or on office buildings. So all those decisions are local level decisions. And what we can do in the federal government is support them, encourage them, fund them. But at the end of the day, they have to make those decisions in order for the United States as a whole to live up to our ambitions and our promises in terms of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. And then in turn, there are fewer extreme weather events back in those localities. So it's a reinforcing virtuous circle, but we couldn't do it without them.
And if I may ask a follow-up question, how is that actually organized? There are so many big cities, small, medium-sized cities, small cities. How do you do it in the United States?
So I'm doing the international piece of this. There are other agencies that do the domestic piece in terms of how monies are allocated between states and cities. My team is relatively small, so we do our best to work through city networks or state networks that themselves kind of combine all kinds of cities. And we work, one-on-one with lots of cities and lots of states. But because of the size of the United States and the tens of thousands of cities that are here, we can't possibly, work individually with every one of them, though we would love to. So we make sure that we are, we're offering our services and offering what the federal government can provide in a way that most cities and states see them through these networks that already exist.
Thank you so much for sharing this with us. How do you work with cities? Do they play a role in your daily work?
You're asking me now, I guess. Yeah. I think to some extent it's comparable to the US because we also have a federal system in Germany, and cities are formally quite distant from the federal administration, so there is no direct line in a way, so that all goes through the states. But I think what is more important is the informal lines we have. And of course, we recognize, and not only we recognize, we experienced how important cities were in the discussions about setting up, for instance, the Paris Agreement, and then now implementing it. And thus, we also recognize how important cities and other, as we call it, non-state actors. Cities are actually state actors, but we normally put them under this umbrella. How important they are in order to push national governments to do more, to be ambitious, to continue to be ambitious and put strict measures and policies on the ground. And in particular, in the international context, that is extremely helpful because we can demonstrate and we can recognize in international conferences that there is a big, important group of actors which is willing to do more, and which we need to listen to, and actually which is also experiencing the impacts of climate change directly compared to bureaucrats in federal administrations. So it's cities where, for instance, heat waves are impacting most. It's cities where floodings are quite often very dramatic in their consequences. It is cities where you can see where you really can experience what climate equity means. So if people on the one hand are in safe gardens and on the other hand are really exposed directly, and how that is related also to social differences. So, and it's also a city, as you mentioned, Nina, who have a lot of possibilities and abilities to do something about it. It's when it starts to transportation is one important planning. I think land use planning in cities is another very important part of planning for housing, and then what they do with all their own assets, with their buildings, etc. So therefore, it's important to listen to cities, and it's important to work with them, and of course, we give them a space to informally tell us what they want, and of course we're listening to them, but it's not a formal line.
Thank you so much for explaining.
Emphasize something that?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to just emphasize something that Jonas said that's really important too. Is oftentimes at the local, either city or state level, their ambition is higher than it is at national levels, and that's true globally, that you have cities that want to get to net zero by 2035 and and their ambition then can also be instructive to other local governments, and there are many climate networks of both of cities and of regions that are global and are sharing knowledge back and forth about how you get there, how you actually implement solutions that will decarbonize an urban economy.
Maybe if I may, and you mentioned city organizations. So what we do is we are directly working and supporting the work of those city organizations. So I can mention the C40 or the Global Covenant of Mayors or ICLEI, as just to name three. And with some of them, we have projects where we work together in order to allow them to do a better job. And I fully agree. Quite often they are more ambitious than national governments could be. And one anecdote is just from the recent Climate Week in New York, when the UN Secretary General invited those who are active and those who are ambitious to come to a summit. And it was remarkable that not all the major governments were there, but you had some representatives from sub-regional governments. For instance, UK was not presented by their prime minister, but the mayor of London. He was there and gave his speech. The US was not there, but the government from California was there and gave his speech. So that explains perhaps a little bit how they can make a difference and how they can influence the international policy making.
We at the Aspen Institute in Germany a few years ago decided very purposefully and after a little bit of thinking that we want to foster transatlantic cooperation beyond Washington and Berlin, or beyond Washington and the EU and Brussels, because we thought that if things don't go so well on the federal level, we need to have a really, really stable network of cooperation on all other levels which we have. And this also led us or motivated us to create our Transatlantic Cities program. This led us to set up a transatlantic or German-American state legislator program, and also a German-American farmers program, bringing different actors together to talk about different issues across the Atlantic. And this brings me actually to our transatlantic relationship. And where we currently stand and where we are going to go. And Nina, I wanted to ask you, as the last 2 years were, in comparison to the previous 4 years, a little bit of an easy walk, and with a great rekindling of old love, I would say, and rebuilding of a lot of trust which was lost in the previous years. How did you experience, or how are you experiencing the relationship since you have moved into the federal government and into Washington?
Well, it's interesting because I worked in LA previously and have worked now just for a year back in federal government. Before LA, I also worked in federal government as an ambassador. But I have experienced extremely warm transatlantic relationships for the last 7 years or so, where currently they are fantastic, and I really commend you both for having forums like this, but also for creating actual exchange programs that are so valuable for our subnational leaders. So thank you for doing that, and that was, I think, a terrific innovation on your part. Didn't even know about the farmers one. I think that's fantastic. In any case, I think, we, in terms of the climate space in particular, but in other spaces as well, it's really fantastic for our cities and regions to be sharing information, because there are many examples in Europe where the ambition is even higher than it is in cities in the United States, and there's so much that we can learn, and vice versa, as well, for sure. So I think it's extremely, fruitful conversations. I've talked to many mayors who've had exchanges with Germany and other European countries, and have come back feeling, really excited and, energized by those relationships that they built, and the knowledge that they brought back with them to make their own cities or states better for their citizens.
How would you know about characterize the transatlantic relationship right now and the German-American relationship?
I think at the moment it's really excellent, in particular also in my field. So I have a really more or less daily connection to colleagues in the State Department and to sometimes also to the Treasury. But that's federal to federal, and I think you wanted to know more. What we also experienced is other times when it was a little bit more challenging to work with the federal government, and when it was extremely important to have also additional relations. And the German government, that had been done for since many years now, has a project called Transatlantic Climate Bridge, which brings together actors from both sides, in particular also subnationals, but also private sector, think tanks, NGOs, to work together, not only Berlin to Washington, but also broader. And that project, I think, was even more important in recent years than it is at the moment, and I think it established a solid basis for continuing to work together. And for us in Germany, it was important really to recognize there's not only one US, or there's not only one America, there's also different voices, even when we had the other administration in force. And I think now it's also important to really underpin what we are discussing on a federal level by practical exchange of experiences. The IRA is just an example where it was very important to have established contacts also on different levels, and not only put it all in a very narrow-minded directions, these policies, which was in the beginning getting some negative reactions here in Germany and in Europe, and therefore it was important to have other channels where you could broaden the view, and then you can see, okay, it's in the end, it's very important that this is a remarkable, extremely important climate legislation, which we also wanted from the US, and of course now we have to deal that it's not becoming a trade barrier or a barrier of economic relationships. And so there's this transatlantic exchange on all levels, state legislators, state governments, cities, business to business, but also youth was extremely important. And so we are quite happy that it has a well-established basis.
And there is a big EU-US summit coming up in a few days, October 20th, if I'm not mistaken. Is climate and sustainability going to be on the agenda? Do you know anything about it? Could you give us a preview, maybe even?
I'm sure it is, but actually I must say I was not really fully involved because I think it's only mainstream. So I don't think there's a lot of exciting things where I had to negotiate with colleagues in Washington. That's why it may be less difficult than expected. And of course, what you also have to recognize, if EU and US meets, then the lead is not in Germany. The lead then is in Brussels. And the Commission is then holding the pen, and I haven't heard anything which outrages me. So therefore, I think it's all going fine, I'm sure.
Well, we certainly have high hopes in that the new sustainability issue will be up in the forefront of the discussions, and we are very much looking forward to the results.
The IRA is one thing I know is on the topic.
Nina, when have you been last over here on our side of the Atlantic?
I was there in February for the Munich Security Conference.
And unfortunately, I didn't see you there. I would have maybe we can see each other next time then in Munich. When you were last time here and you were in Munich, what struck you as, did you take anything away, and did something impress you which you would like to, or which you thought about a little bit more and even wanted to put in action at home?
Yes, I had the good fortune of going on a walking tour with the deputy mayor, and she showed me the Munich River, and this is now in February, and the surfers who were surfing on the river, and that impressed me, first of all, because I'm basically Californian now, and we're all about surfing, but also because it was this incredible just urban feature. And then I subsequently read about it in the New York Times, had a big article about the Munich River and what it had taken, and how many years it had taken, decades, to get it clean enough for people to swim in it. And I think that was just absolutely remarkable. And have spoken about it to some colleagues at the local level, and it was an example that I thought some of them could consider following. There's an incredible organization here called the Mississippi River City and Town Initiative, and it's 100 cities and towns, some of them very small, some of them quite large, along the Mississippi River, which is a huge river and a major corridor for commerce. And they have all, many of them experienced flooding, and so they're, putting in nature-based solutions to prevent flooding and to sink carbon, but they're also starting to monitor and tackle plastic pollution in the river. And so, maybe over time they will also get to the point where Munich has. I mean, it's a little different in scale, but anyway, that was what I was super impressed with.
Yeah, a little bit different in scale, like thinking about the Mississippi River, it's huge. I wanted to ask you the same question from your visits in the United States. What impressed you? What did you take home? And what inspired you to do something maybe different here?
My last visit is only 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, but this was New York and UN. So what impressed me there, a little bit hard. But I think what is impressing me is, in general, the style of policy making and decision making, which is to some extent more agile and more direct and more pragmatic than compared to oftentimes here in Germany. Although you also have a complex structure with cities and states and the federal government, but there's a lot more. Let's just do it and try it and go forward. So we are always a little bit slower and thinking twice and talking to more people before we write something down in a decisive direction. So maybe that's something I would always take home when I experience the way of doing things in the US. And maybe the other thing, which is I also find exciting, is in particular the philanthropies in the US. So we have philanthropies here in Germany, meanwhile, as well, but it's nothing compared to the power of philanthropies, in particular in the climate area. They're supporting, for instance, also a lot of city work in the US. So and they, of course, in particular have this doing mode.
Yeah, thank you so much. Before I bring in the audience, and there are some who are very keen to join in, and I don't know if you heard some of the cheering, because we have some local patriotism going on here. We have some Los Angeles representatives. but we also have some participants from Atlanta. and certainly also from Berlin here. So we bring them in a second. But one topic I wanted to raise with both of you, and that is digitalization. And I wanted to ask you how much you think the energy and green transition together with a digital transition on an international and national level, how closely is this connected to the things you do?
If I think back 10 or 20 years ago, I think a lot of the work we are doing today and the direct and quick way we're doing it would not be possible. I think that's the most important thing, I would say. And the pandemic, as awful it was, changed the way how we are working together. So to have a meeting with US colleagues is something, okay, let's have a meeting, when tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. And of course, what we always mean is a VC. And I think of course we did VCs before the pandemic, once in a half year or so, something like that. It was something exceptional. You had to go in a separate room with a lot of technical set up, and now, okay, we do it just tomorrow at 1, now at 2. So I'm much more used to the different time zones, meanwhile, because of setting up calls. When could I talk to US colleagues? Never before 1 a.m. our side, things like that. So this is, I think, the most important. And then also sharing, of course, written information is the same way, you know how it goes. So it has accelerated a lot the way how we can work together, and there's no border anymore. That's what I see. So the distance is away. I think that's the most important point. like having you now here with us on the screen.
Nina, the same for you?
Yeah, I'd say that there's a lot of promise in smart city technology, and I think that's what maybe you're referring to. I of course agree with everything that Jonas said as well. But we have to remember they're just tools, and so you can have anyway they can be used for good or ill. But it's crucial that city technologies and data are used equitably, inclusively, transparently, and in a way that accounts for privacy and human rights. But of course, the use of sensors and other kinds of technologies are pretty important within cities to battle these climate effects that Jonas was talking about earlier. So I'd say that they're absolutely an important tool, but that's what they are, a tool, not a silver bullet, as we would say.
Can be used for the good and can be used for the bad. There are some issues like also the digital divide, which has to be addressed. It doesn't come easily and automatically, so I'm pretty sure it requires a lot of work for both of you. And with this, I would love to bring in our audience, not just our project participants, but we also have quite a few younger participants here who are sometimes a little bit shy to jump into the discussion, but you don't have a lot of opportunities to meet such wonderful speakers, so take the opportunity to jump in. So who would like to come in first?
I want a question from a young person.
Yes, go. Yeah, please.
Thank you. I think we've heard a lot today about a lot of different topics in terms of sustainability and equity and lots of different kind of themes throughout. What is one topic or issue that you think doesn't get as much attention as it should or as it deserves?
That's a really good question. Thank you so much, Katja, for bringing it in. Norbert, would you like to go first?
Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure what you covered today, so therefore I may put the finger to a point which you have discussed. What I think is still underrepresented in the discussions is adaptation to climate change, and perhaps also the cost of non-action. So I still see too much complacency, like we can go on like we are used in the past. So changing the way how we invest, how we build the future, how we adapt to climate change. So I'm observing to some extent remarkable changes. I can mention two examples from cities. One is a small city where my parents live, close to Cologne, and the other thing is here. And in both cities, there's huge central areas where they have put up big construction sites, have digged up everything just because they introduced their storages for flooding, for swamps, let's say. So this concept of swamp cities is becoming to emerge. So, but I still think it's a very early stage. So I just these two examples. So the Gendarmenmarkt here in Berlin is the example. It's 1 year close. Why is it? It looks ugly at the moment, but it's because they put in a swamp down there under this place, which I think is extremely important in the middle of this completely solid area with only concrete and stone, etc., to have an area where the water can be drained. And similar thing happened in this small city where my parents live.
And Nina, the same question to you, not only about our conference, but in general, when you go to events or conference or you talk to people, what aspects do you think is usually not put to the forefront enough from your point of view?
Well, I'll say two things. One with my, my current title, hat on, and one with it off. So with my, the way I'm thinking now, what doesn't get enough attention is what cities and regions do for climate change. Like, most people don't appreciate how important they are, how much they, need finance. Most conversations, happen at the national level, like Jonas to his, counterparts in the State Department, especially around climate. That's still very much the case. And so I think, this conference being an exception, that's something, in my conversations that I think is missing. And then in an unofficial capacity, I think about biodiversity a lot and the loss of biodiversity. And I don't know how much that is being talked about. I know we have colleagues in the State Department who are working hard on those issues, but, I opened up the local paper and there was an entire page, one about the trouble with the whales are facing, another with the trouble that the birds are facing, and another with the trouble that the frogs are facing, and amphibians in general. And this was just, a regular day, and the entire page was full of the losses that we're facing in all these species. And that, I just think, makes for a much less rich world in so many ways.
Thank you so much. I would like to bring in thank you. Yes, please. Another young voice.
Yes.
Very good.
Hello, I'm Niklas. I'm 22, hopefully still considered young. Today we talked a lot about, thank you. Today we talked a lot about Los Angeles and Atlanta and Berlin and like cities in the West, but we also didn't really talk about the really, really, really big cities on the globe in China and India. And I was wondering how much you're thinking of cooperation with those cities, especially when it comes to climate change, which is like a global problem.
Nina, do you want to go first?
Sure, and the answer is yes. We are, and for sure focused on those places as well. For my team, we are working with our colleagues who work on energy transition in India and seeing how we can be of assistance. It's a good question.
I can also say yes. I think one point which needs to be said here is that the way how cities work is very different in all countries. So big cities in China, you can't work as easy as with big cities in India or in US or Germany. So I think it has to be recognized, and as in centralized countries, there's a lot of control from the central government down to the city level. What I would like to say, one point where we had done an important project for cities, and cities are using it now. We have set up a fund which is implemented by the World Bank and the European Investment Bank to support cities in the early planning of climate projects, because they can perhaps acquire funding once they have an established plan for a project, if it's a feasible, if there's a business case, but they have a hard time to do the first step, to really set up from an idea which citizens may have, something in the planning which is then ready to be sent in a formal application to, and this is called the Cities Gaps Fund. And it's addressing in particular climate projects in cities, and it's open for all cities across the world, with the limitation that in some countries the central government would like to intervene before a city applies to that.
Thank you so much for also pointing out a really important project I wasn't aware of, and maybe some of our participants also hadn't heard about this, so we check that out. Thank you so much. I would like to bring in a couple of our participants from the city level, because I think it would be very valuable also for our federal government representatives to hear what you think you might need more on the local level with regard to support. Or maybe you also want to say what's going on really, really well. Aaron, would you jump in? And we need the mic.
Hi, well, this feels like cheating because I do get to talk to Nina a fair amount, but it's good to see you, Ambassador Hitchigian, and thank you so much, both of you, for being here today. I would say, I think from a city perspective, Nina mentioned subnational access to capital and finance to help us bridge the clean energy transition, as well as a number of other sustainability initiatives. And I think as well, what I would say cities need more of is voice into the multilateral system. That's, kind of goes hand in glove with some of the changes that would need to be made to access more capital at the subnational level. And I would ask, I guess, how do we also continue to make the case to more and more local leaders that their voice does matter in these major issues, including international climate policy? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could we maybe also hear from Atlanta? Oh yeah, from Atlanta.
Hello, Ambassador Hitchigian. We just actually had a conversation a couple weeks ago with you about subnational diplomacy and city diplomacy, and the types of resources that we as cities would like to essentially see in terms of the State Department. I know that, at least for our perspective in the Office of International Immigrant Affairs with the Atlanta Mayor's Office, the Atlanta Mayor and our office are being seen as global ambassadors of the city, and we're waving the come to the city for business, come to the city for tourism, for sports, so on and so forth. And so I think that the number one, and I echo Aaron's point, in terms of what we would like to see, and we've already spoken about this, is the resources and the funding, of course. And I know that the State Department is, of course, strapped for cash, and so are cities as well. And so it is one of those conundrums of how we can support the State Department and how the State Department can support us as well. Because we are being at the forefront, cities are at the forefront of all of these conversations. And so that's something that is, just a tricky conversation sometimes to often have.
Thank you very much. And maybe we can also hear from the Berlin Senate. Sana, can we hand over the mic to you?
Thank you. Yes, I think that actually maybe another point is that we need long-term decisions. And I mean, we are, as department or the administrations, we are depending on really strong political decisions, and I think that we would struggle if politics change after an election. So I think that now what we need is the clear political statement, so that we also can act in a kind of way when we build up the city in terms of climate change.
Does this resonate with you, Norbert?
Yeah, what I'm hearing is that was more a statement about the Berlin politics, as far as I understood it, because on the federal level we have a climate change bill, which legislates or which directs that Germany has to be climate neutral by 2045. Of course, this bill is under reconsideration, but not these ultimate targets. That is for sure. They will be kept. So there will be more flexibility in this bill. It's in the parliament right now. But what I'm saying here is basically this long-term orientation is kept. We also have the long-term orientation of having 80% renewables in the electricity production of Germany, which is also something where cities can work on. I think the other two remarks are more related to my colleague Nina from Los Angeles and Atlanta.
Nina, can I hand over to you?
Sure. Thanks, Norbert. Yeah, I agree with Erin, and I didn't see who that was in Atlanta. It may have been Vanessa, but maybe not. In any case, these two are exceptional cities in the United States, as they are so internationally focused, and they don't have the resources they need, but there are so many cities that have no resources whatsoever to do international facing work. And so that's a huge challenge for for us as a country, and for my team. And it is different it's different. I think I haven't seen it, academically studied, but my perception is that European cities have more resources and more focus, and maybe they have to because they have to live with each other, and maybe it came from that. But in any case, that gap in funding and in staffing to do international work is something that my office thinks about all the time. We don't have great solutions yet, but we're certainly it's on my mind every day.
Being conscious of that both of you have to leave pretty sharp, but if we are very quick, maybe we can bring in one last question from the audience. Nina, is that okay?
I have just 1 minute.
1 minute, okay, so we have to be super quick.
Thank you. My name is Ulrike Linnig from EIT Climate Kick. We coordinate the European Cities Mission, and I have a question actually about that. And Nina, if you have to leave, I think it's a bit actually more to Norbert, because there's 7.
I'll say goodbye. Thank you, everybody.
Nina, thank you so much that you were with us, and take
for
care,
having
and
me.
thank you so much.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
So the European Cities Mission is about getting 112 European cities to become net zero by 2030. So these are the most ambitious cities in Europe, and there are also 7 German cities, including Munich and Leipzig, that are part of the mission. And the question I have is a little bit about your perspective on how you can use these European initiatives, and how German cities can be supported by the federal German government, who are participating in these European-wide initiatives, where we're also learning a lot from other European cities, how we can better maybe coordinate that and make the most of programs such as this.
Thank you, and thank you for this initiative, which I was not aware of. I think the core for me would be it's extremely important to have, I would say, European cities to address European politics, because that's a level we haven't talked about here. We have nothing comparable on the US side. But Europe plays an very important role on climate politics. And on next Monday, we will have again a European climate ministers meeting or environment ministers meeting in Luxembourg, and they will decide on a number of very important policies with respect to climate. One is on emission standards for heavy-duty vehicles or lorries, and the other two is on what is the position the EU takes for the upcoming climate conference in Dubai in December. And the third one is, we have this 55% target of the European Union, but we know we can do more with the policies we have implemented, so we can state 57. And I'm explaining that because it's extremely important if cities would underpin this European debate also with their action. It provides confidence to the European ministers that they are not alone, that there is a movement of cities and other actors which is active. Because it's remarkable to your intention to get climate neutral for this 120 by 2030. Was it that? Which is really very tough. Yeah, but you can only do that if the work of the cities is fully supported by relevant policies on European and national level. And so therefore there is this communication line in both directions, or this pressure line in both directions. We need you and you need us. So therefore more coordination work is necessary, and I'm not directly aware that we are supporting the European network of cities, but I know it is supported by others. So in principle I'm fully positive to supporting this kind of work. It's very important.
Thank you very much. I wanted to close with a hardball question to Nina and you to close off our discussion. So it's just going to be you. So within a changing geopolitical environment where things don't get easier, but rather harder, as we've seen over the last weekend, and the urgency of action getting so much stronger with all the implications, social and environmentally, of climate change. What are you hoping for the next year? What do you think, from your point of view, what would be the biggest breakthrough you are hoping for in 2024?
I would say the most important thing I feel at the moment is actually for 2024 not on climate. It would be more on peace, and really to have a way out of this war, of this aggressive war of Russia against Ukraine, and then of course what's coming up now, or what's happening now in Israel, to calm down the tensions, and that perhaps would then also lead to allow for a more stronger focus on sustainability, on also climate politics, which need a basis. So the problem is not going away. Instead of despite the wars, and we will continue to work on that, and hope that we can still make progress in the upcoming global climate conference. But of course, this political tensions, global tensions, is not making it easier. So therefore, I think if you ask me for the biggest hope, I hope that we are getting in a calmer geopolitical environment, which would facilitate many policies or political areas to be discussed and undertaken in an easier way than under current circumstances.
I think I couldn't agree more, and I'm pretty sure our audience is all with you on that one. Give our two panelists, a big applause. Thank you so very, very much. And this, unfortunately, also concludes our day. It is not yet the end of our Future City project. We still have a little bit of work to do, and we also want to further push out our message, our publication, and we also are still going to produce a little bit of a film afterwards. We certainly hope that we will continue at the Aspen Institute with working on and about and with cities. I am very positive that we will, and we will certainly keep on working on the transatlantic relationship on all levels. We are just kicking off our next cycle for the and we expanded this program, actually, our Laboratories of Democracy project, which is going to include Canada for the next cycle. So it is state legislators now from Germany, Canada, and the United States. We are just kicking off our next cycle of our Transatlantic Farmers program, where we will look at digitalization. And we are just kicking off our German-American trade and tech dialogue for the second year, where we are looking at trade and tech issues in the transatlantic sphere. And there is a lot of other things going on in the Aspen family, not just here, but also in the 12 other Aspen Institutes and the Aspen Institute in the United States. If you haven't been at an Aspen Ideas Festival in Colorado, go. It's a really, really wonderful experience. I want to thank again all our participants, and as soon as we are done, don't run away, because we also want to do some photos. Thank you so much for all your hard work over the last 2 years. I also want to thank the Lotto Stiftung, without which this would never have been possible, and also the Berlin Senate, who stood by our side for the last not just for the last 2 years. Aspen, Germany wouldn't exist without Berlin, because this is our history. This is where we are. This is where we are founded. And by the way, we are going to turn 50 next year. So we have something to celebrate, and we hope to see all of you over here. We are also going to do a lot of things on the US elections, but we are certainly also going to celebrate 50 years of Aspen, Germany. And also, I want to thank all of those who in the transatlantic community who have been supporting us, the friends of the Aspen Institute, our good partners like Kimberly, who took the whole day to be here today and has been a strong supporter for us for a long time. And a big, big thank you to my team. This would never have happened without Annika. Where is she? There she is. Come on, Annika. And also Toby, come on up. And also Philip, who isn't with us today. Thank you so very much. Okay, Annika, I need to ask you, how do you feel?
To be honest, I feel pretty good. Everything went really well, and I think we had amazing panels. In between, I was always, oh my gosh, that's such a good idea. Why didn't we think of it earlier? And I'm really, really happy that you all made it here. And I'm also really happy about my team, because they did an amazing job. And now I hand over to Toby.
And?
Yeah, same for me. I think there were pretty insightful discussions. So thank you very much for this. And I really enjoyed the day and working with my whole team, who prepared a lot of this. And now I'm a bit tired, to be honest, but in a good way. So yeah. Thank you.
And I don't know if you, I mean, all of you have seen the publication, obviously, and you worked on it. I don't know if all of you have already taken a look at the pictures, but they are AI generated, which we also said in the brochure, because we thought it was important to say so. But that is what those two also did. So they are not just great minds and great organizers, they are also pretty creative, I have to say. Thank you so very much. I also want to get the other team members up here. We have amazing interns who have supported us tremendously. So come on up. And all the others as well, Katja and everybody else who's still here. So this is the Aspen team, Molly. And if we don't have a dress code, we are usually not that black and white. Thank you so very much. You guys guys and girls, you did a wonderful job. It was so amazing. I could just sit back, lay back, could take the evening off yesterday night while you were still hardworking, because you were such a wonderful, responsible, creative, and really, I just trust all of you tremendously. You did a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful job, and you're the Aspen spirit and the Aspen team, so thank you. So. And with this, I wish all of you a wonderful evening. As I said, please don't run away. We want to take some pictures. But for all the others, enjoy the evening. I think there's still some, are there still some drinks, anything out there left? No? No? Okay, yeah. But it's still a nice look. It's still a nice location to hang out. So I hope you stay a little bit and get to know each other a little bit further. And I hope to see you soon again at the next ESPN event. Thank you to all of you.